Chapter 1699. After sending Gongzi Mo flying with a single strike, Xiaochen smiled coldly. No one on the 6th floor dared to look down on him anymore. Gongzi Mo paled. He hesitated about activating his great desolate Ian bloodline to regain his face. However, who knew that after Xiaochen comforted the Dao soldier, he went straight up to the 7th floor without even looking back. 7th floor. It turned out that Xiaochen's target had been the 7th floor all along. The true inheritors of the various sects present were all stunned. Their faces sank, and they all revealed surprised expressions. The 7th floor was a place that even they did not dare to go to. Everyone knew that the 7th floor stored the best Dao tools. However, the people who dared to go to the 7th floor were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the 3 blessed lands. Not only did they have to be strong, they also had to be courageous and charismatic. The 7th floor was filled with Dao soldiers. As dozens of Dao might layered over each other, it was boundlessly majestic. Under that pressure, he still had to subdue the Dao soldiers. If he was not careful, he would die on the spot. You are famous in the blessed lands, dazzling among your peers. You are even more famous in the entire Grave Sea cluster. You already have a bright future ahead of you. As long as you follow the prescribed order, you will be able to become an important figure in the sect. In the future, you will be able to roam the Sea of Clouds freely. However, now that you have come to the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion's 7th floor, you must have the determination and courage to believe that you are already dead, that all the glory has nothing to do with you. Without great courage, no one would dare to go up to the 7th floor. For example, Gongzi Mo was strong enough and had the bloodline of the desolate 10,000 races. However, he didn't dare to go up. There was no other reason. It was because he cherished his life. However, at this moment, Xiaochen, who had just been threatened, turned around and directly stepped into the 7th floor. The thought of using his great desolate Ian bloodline to take a gamble immediately vanished. Now, he felt a stifling sense of defeat. When facing such a courageous person, even if he used his great desolate Ian bloodline, the other party would still dare to fight with his life on the line. Cowering before the battle, how could one talk about victory? Xiaochen, who had charged into the 7th floor, did not care about what Gongzi Mo thought. He was a person who did not dare to enter the 7th floor. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't put him in his eyes. This person wasn't worth remembering. The entrance to the 7th floor was a barrier formed by a curtain of water and light. If one wanted to enter the 7th floor, they had to pass through the barrier first, which was equivalent to setting up a threshold. Before this barrier, Xiaochen felt a surging might and pressure that felt like a surging wave. Just by standing there, he felt an immense pressure, making it difficult for him to move. Hua! A figure appeared on the water screen. It was Xiaochen himself, looking at him coldly. With a thought, Xiaochen immediately guessed the purpose of the water screen. Only by killing himself could a dead person enter the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion's 7th floor. Only those who had forgotten about life and death and dared to fight with their lives could enter the 7th floor. Immediately, Xiaochen sucked in a breath of air. Those who dared to enter the 7th floor, aside from those who were extremely strong, were all ruthless people who dared to risk their lives. They did not care about the glory in front of them. They only wanted to obtain a Dao tool and fight for their future. Their vision was no longer limited to the Cloud Sea cluster. This kind of person was the most terrifying. However, fortunately, Xiaochen was such a person as well. He desired this kind of competition, which could make the hot-bloodedness in his body surge again. Spreading out his great Dao energy and forgetting about life and death, Xiaochen strode forward and passed through the water screen. Ka-Xie. Xiaochen's figure on the water screen immediately shattered. After entering this door, he no longer cared about life and death. What a strong pressure. The moment Xiaochen entered, he felt an immense pressure everywhere. The air pressed down on him like waves. Xiaochen. Just at this moment, a soft exclamation rang out. Xiaochen looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was the top true inheritor of his sect, Hua Yunfeng. At this moment, Hua Yunfeng was subduing a treasure sword. Normally, Hua Yunfeng was calm. Now, he found it difficult to move, feeling a mountain-like pressure. When Hua Yunfeng saw Xiaochen arrive, he revealed a look of surprise on his face. Xiaochen nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Then, he started to observe the environment of the 7th floor. The 7th floor was very vast, especially with the few people scattered around. It appeared even more spacious. Another difference from the other floors was that the ceiling was extremely high. When one looked up, one could not see the ceiling clearly. It was at least 3 kilometers tall. Furthermore, due to the support of the Dao might, when one looked up, one would get the misconception that it was infinitely tall. All the Dao tools formed a small circle in the middle and climbed all the way to the ceiling. Including Xiao Chen and Hua Yunfeng, there were only 8 people on the entire 7th floor. The Potala mountain had a total of 3 monks. Aside from Hua Yunfeng and Xiao Chen, there was a woman who cultivated righteous qi and 2 other Confucian scholars from the heavenly shaking mountain. That woman had delicate features and looked valiant and formidable. She looked even more righteous than the male Confucian scholars. When she saw Xiao Chen looking at her, she smiled faintly and continued subduing the Dao tool that she wanted, a Confucian sect sword. The 3 monks ignored Xiao Chen's arrival, focusing on subduing the Dao tool that they wanted. As for the 2 Confucian scholars, they only glanced at Xiao Chen indifferently and ignored him. However, it looked like the situation was not good, including Hua Yunfeng's. Subduing the Dao tool was still a long way off. The Dao might here was too strong. They could not even bring out 50% of their strength. The various Dao tools were even more unruly and unyielding, showing their pride. For example, one of the 3 monks was trying to subdue a heavy bronze Buddhist staff that glowed with Buddhist light, and after a few attempts, he failed. After a few attempts, not only did he not manage to touch it, but he even got severely injured. Fortunately, the monk's indestructible iron body had already reached a certain level, so it was not a big problem. It is time to find the Dao tool that I need. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the pillar formed by the Dao tools in the middle. Then, he looked from bottom to top, carefully searching. This saber has no scabbard, showing off its sharpness. It does not know how to endure. Not suitable. This saber has no edge and is very heavy. It is the first choice for vital qi cultivators. Not suitable. The Dao contained in this saber is the flame Dao. It has nothing to do with me. Not suitable. Not suitable. Not suitable. Not suitable. Xiao Chen rejected 10 odd Dao tools with one glance. Then, he looked higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he had finished choosing everything he could see. Whoosh! Enduring the immense pressure, Xiao Chen could only soar into the air and continue choosing. Those who bite off more than they can chew will fall sooner or later. Nan Jin, one of the 2 male Confucian scholars, looked at Xiao Chen with increasingly higher standards. He coldly eyed him in disdain. The others also revealed mocking expressions at Nan Jin's actions. Xiao Chen truly did not know his limits. The Dao might of the 7th floor was boundlessly vast. Even standing on the ground was difficult. To think that Xiao Chen dared to fly up. He was truly suicidal. Brother Xiao Chen, don't be too rash. This place is different from the outside world. If you accidentally trigger the rage of the Dao tools, you might be affected by the attacks of many Dao might. It is best to be careful. Hua Yunfeng could not bear to watch this. However, Xiao Chen was an honored guest of the Purple Flame sect, after all, so he warned Xiao Chen out of goodwill with a slight frown. Many thanks for Brother Hua's warning. I will be careful. Xiao Chen thought to himself, although these people have abandoned their obsession with life and death, the cautiousness in their bones cannot be changed. If not for the special reason that he could not find a Dao tool that he liked, Xiao Chen would not have taken such a risk. However, Xiao Chen would never compromise. The saber was a bladesman's second life. All the more, he could not afford to be careless. He absolutely could not choose a random saber. If he wanted to choose, he had to choose one that he liked. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring out the full might of the saber. A vast Dao might surged over. Xiaochen felt like he was carrying a mountain as he soared into the air. The pressure was immense. Whoosh! Suddenly, for some reason, a prideful sword drew out by 1 centimeter. A strand of intense, dazzling light, accompanied by a strand of sword qi, stabbed at Xiaochen. This caught Xiaochen off guard, startling him. Fortunately, he had been careful, remaining cautious. Xiaochen threw a punch with all his might, shattering this strand of sword qi. However, his fist was dripping with blood. The injury was too horrible to look at. Even his bones were exposed. This showed how sharp the sword light was. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword qi shattered into countless pieces that flew in all directions, creating a strong gust of wind that caused the environment in the 7th floor to become even worse. This brat is really seeking death. The other male Confucian scholar, Gong Sunpa, shook his head and continued subduing the sword that caught his eye. Slowly, Xiaochen figured out the pattern. After he reached a certain height, he would get attacked by a Dao tool every 100 meters. Hence, after ascending for less than 1 kilometer, Xiaochen was already riddled with wounds. His white robes were stained with blood. Slowly, the expressions of the others changed as they looked at Xiaochen. They all felt a horror in their hearts. This white-clad man's will was too tenacious. The Dao tools here were the best of the best, not much different from each other. There was no need to fly so high and take such a huge risk, all for the sake of a saber that caught their eye. The Dao tools that these people chose were not to their liking. However, as long as they were passable, it would be fine. As long as one could bring out a Dao tool, it would already be an incredible matter. It would definitely shake up the entire Grave Sea. In the future, one would be confident of advancing to the Cloud Sea realm, gaining boundless glory. Xiaochen's stubbornness was truly foolish. Where did this fellow come from? Why does he not have the air of a famous sect at all? Hua Yunfeng's heart pounded. Right now, Xiaochen looked like a barbarian to him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spear appeared at lightning speed, thrusting at Xiaochen in an irregular manner. A spot of cold light flashed in the surroundings. The expressions of the 7 people below changed. This spear was too fast and too cold. It was merciless, they could not dodge it. The piercing cold light made everyone close their eyes involuntarily. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that Xiaochen had already grasped the spear. However, Xiaochen forcefully pushed the spearhead back by 2 centimeters, avoiding a vital point and stabbing into his shoulder. Cold qi entered Xiaochen's body, and the great Dao energy of the ice Dao spread throughout his body. His body immediately wobbled, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. His 9-star primal core bore the brunt of the attack, getting sealed in ice. Xiaochen's limbs turned cold, and his entire body turned stiff. His body slowly fell. The ice froze his other injuries, making him completely numb. Buzz! 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 The spear still trembled endlessly. Even after the sudden strike, its energy did not diminish. Instead, it poured into Xiaochen's body in an unending stream. I've gone too far, despair welled up in Xiaochen's heart. His limbs turned numb. It felt like even his blood was frozen. He could not activate his great desolate Ian bloodline even if he wanted to. Whoosh! Just as Xiaochen's consciousness turned hazy, a bright saber light flashed above the Dao tool pillar. Xiaochen's originally lifeless eyes caught sight of this saber light and saw half of the Dao tool. In the next moment, the saber light vanished, and he could no longer see it. An intense, irrepressible desire immediately welled up in Xiaochen's heart. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's the Dao tool that I spent so much effort to find. I absolutely cannot give up here. I absolutely cannot. Chapter 1700. The most tenacious will from the bottom of his heart allowed Xiaochen to withstand this boundless pressure, not giving up even in the face of adversity. Influenced by this will, the frozen blood in Xiao Chen's body slowly started to surge and flow in his body once more. After recovering his qi and blood, Xiao Chen used all his strength and shouted. Then, he grabbed the spear with his right hand and ferociously pulled it out. Like he was venting, he tossed the spear to the ground. Whoosh! 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 Frost froze all over Xiao Chen's body and fell to the ground. He regained his mobility, and the energy of his 9-star primal core broke through the ice. In the next moment, Xiao Chen circulated his veritable essence energy, expelling 80% of the cold qi. A resplendent flame burned on Xiao Chen's palms. Hua Yunfeng, who was about to make a move to save Xiao Chen, felt startled when he saw this scene and stopped. After tossing the spear away, Xiao Chen's aura soared. He roared ferociously and flew forward at lightning speed, heading for the treasure saber that interested him. Could this fellow have really succeeded? Such a scene, a startling counterattack, excited the others. Some of them felt anticipation, some of them envious, and a faint murderous intent lingered in their hearts. Xiao Chen, who was going against the flow, made a breakthrough in his aura, reaching a whole new level. This made his aura flourish. Saber light and Dao might spread all over his body. His white robes were stained with blood, adding to his elegance. His body was covered in wounds, showing his glory. The only woman present could not help but reveal a hint of admiration in her eyes. Compared to the elegant and scholarly Wang Yueming, this person seemed to be more manly. The heavenly shaking mountains Wang Yueming was handsome, elegant, and outstanding. He was the dream lover of many women in the heavenly shaking mountain. Of course, this woman only felt this out of pure admiration and did not have any other intentions. She did not even have any other thoughts about Wang Yueming. This person's name was Bai Yu. Before entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he was one of Wang Yueming's 3 great opponents. I see it. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. After reaching 2 kilometers, he peered through the layers of Dao might and saw the treasure saber that was imprinted in his heart. The saber was sheathed. It was 4 feet long, straight and tough. It was an extended Dao tool that looked like a horizontal saber. Perfect. Other than perfect, Xiao Chen couldn't think of any other words to describe it. This was the companion he dreamed of. Bang! But just as he got close, the saber suddenly moved. With lightning speed, the end of the scabbard stabbed into Xiao Chen's chest. Puchi! In the air, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he plummeted toward the ground at a speed several times faster than when he had arrived. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Xiao Chen felt as though his entire back was falling apart. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. Pooh! When the scholar named Nan Jin saw Xiao Chen's miserable appearance after falling from the heavens to the bottom of the valley, he could not help but mock him. I thought he was some kind of shocking figure, but it turns out that he's only so-so. Hee hee. Nan Jin smiled coldly and ignored him, continuing to subdue her Dao tools. However, Xiao Chen's Dao tool did not look like it would submit at all. After it exhausted its energy and stamina, failure was only a matter of time. Hua Yunfeng walked over with a bitter smile. He stretched out his hand and said, I respect you for being a man. Xiao Chen, who had fallen to the ground, was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. When he heard this, he could not help but smile. He took Hua Yunfeng's hand and pulled him up. Xiao Chen took out the 2 medicinal pills that Yi Zifeng left behind. Xiao Chen consumed one and gave the other to Hua Yunfeng. Phoenix Blood Pill. This is the holy pill for treating injuries that Martial Grand Uncle obtained in the Great Thousand Realms. Hua Yunfeng smelled it and immediately recognized it. However, he did not accept it. You are not keeping it for yourself? Given your tenacity, even if you fail again, you will not give up, right? Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly and said, I already consumed it twice. If I consume it again, the effects will be much weaker. Most importantly, I only have one chance. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that the saber would only give him one more chance. If he failed, he would never succeed. It would be very difficult for Xiao Chen to gather his aura 3 times. Doing it in one go would be the best. However, Xiao Chen failed. It was hard to avoid his aura weakening a second time. A third time, no matter how strong his will was, it would hit rock bottom. Some things could not be changed by a person's will. After all, the body was made of flesh and blood. When Hua Yunfeng heard that, he accepted the phoenix blood pill. That is too unfortunate. You should choose something else. It might not be the best. Xiao Chen's eyes blazed with determination. I do not know if it is the best or not. I only know that it is most suitable for me. If I cannot obtain it, I will leave the 10,000 weapon pavilion. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? Hua Yunfeng could not help feeling stunned for a while as he watched Xiao Chen focus on treating his injuries, not discouraged at all. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? Hua Yunfeng muttered to himself, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Bai Yu, who had been paying attention to the two, was also stunned for a while. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? The others had long since stopped paying attention to Xiao Chen. They did not believe that Xiao Chen, who fell to the ground in a sorry state from that gentle strike, had any chance. As Xiao Chen closed his eyes and treated his injuries, he quickly thought about the reasons for his earlier failure. The first was that he was too severely injured and lacked experience. He got injured the first time he encountered the Dao tool's attack. After that, he continuously dodged every 100 meters, accumulating strength, causing his injuries to erupt. By the time he got close to that treasured saber, his combat prowess was already less than 20%. The second was that he did not expect that Dao tool's attack speed to be so fast and ferocious. The Dao tool did not give Xiao Chen a chance to react at all, stabbing him down. The final reason was that Xiao Chen's will was not strong enough. The instant the Dao tool struck him, the cold assaulted his body. Xiao Chen's primal core and blood froze. His first reaction was to give up. After entering this door, he had already given up on life and death. If he still gave up, he would simply be lying to himself. Whether he truly had the boldness to risk his life or not, whether he truly had the determination to go all out in one go, was the key to success. Did he? Did he? Did he? Yes. Xiao Chen asked himself 3 times in his heart. Each time, it penetrated deep into his soul, into his bones, and into the surging hot-bloodedness in his entire body. After repeating it 3 times, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the treasured saber at the top. Xiao Chen did not hesitate at all. With a howl, he charged up decisively. Whoosh! 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 As Xiao Chen ascended, he resisted the pressure, advancing without retreating. As he ascended, the Dao tools along the way attacked him continuously every 100 meters. However, this time, Xiao Chen did not dodge. The more he dodged, the more cautious he became. Under the suppression of the Dao might above him, his injuries became even more severe. This was because every moment he delayed worsened his injuries by 100-fold. As Xiao Chen ascended, he absorbed all the attacks from the Dao tools. However, because he was too slow, his injuries only accumulated and did not erupt. His combat prowess did not decrease. It was as if a monstrous flood had accumulated to a terrifying degree, but it had just touched the dam. The moment it touched the dam, it was safe. In the next moment, when the flood's energy erupted, the dam would collapse. Right now, Xiao Chen felt the same way. He only had 3 seconds to recover to his peak state. In these 3 seconds, the accumulated injuries would erupt, and his injuries would be even more severe than the previous time. However, these 3 seconds were sufficient. These 3 seconds were what Xiao Chen lacked. He looked at the unruly Dao tool and saw the treasured saber stabbing at him at lightning speed again without hesitation. With Xiao Chen's peak combat prowess, the lightning-fast speed of that treasured saber seemed much slower in Xiao Chen's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed it firmly before the Dao tool could injure him. Rumble. The treasured saber struggled continuously in Xiao Chen's hand. The entire hall of the 7th floor started shaking intensely. The treasured saber erupted with startling energy. Xiaochen showed a ferocious expression as he gritted his teeth. Veins popped out on his arms as he refused to let go. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. It looked like the 3 seconds would be up soon. The horrifying injuries from dozens of Dao tools would erupt. Suddenly, Xiaochen's clear eyes shone with a golden light. He opened his great desolate divine eyes and instantly activated his blue dragon bloodline. The tyrannical dragon might of the ancient blue dragon spread out from Xiaochen's body. He shouted ferociously, sounding like a true dragon roaring. "Get down!" Xiaochen held the treasured saber with his right hand and ferociously pulled it down. Bang! 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 The Dao tools formed a circular pillar. As Xiaochen descended at lightning speed, there was a loud sound. Boundless Dao might fluctuated, and the descending Dao tools were knocked away by Xiaochen. Dang! The final second passed. Xiaochen knelt on one knee while holding the scabbard. He stabbed the end of the scabbard into the ground. All the injuries and the repercussions of activating the blue dragon bloodline erupted. Xiaochen could no longer hold back. All the skin on his body ruptured, and blood spurted out. Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the scabbard and slowly fell. The blood washed away the dust, revealing an ancient word on the scabbard. Tyrant. From the moment Xiaochen opened his eyes to the moment he landed, only 6 seconds had passed. Many people turned their heads and discovered that Xiaochen was already holding a Dao tool. He tyrannically knocked away hundreds of Dao tools before landing on one knee. A berserk aura spread out. Together with the blood-soaked Xiaochen, everyone was startled. Nanjing, who had chuckled at Xiaochen earlier, was stupefied. Her eyes nearly fell out. What's going on? The 3 monks blocked the aftershock of Xiaochen's landing. Their expressions were as shocked as if they had seen the Kasayapa Buddha. Their movements completely froze. Hua Yunfeng felt somewhat agitated, showing an excited expression. Xiaochen really did it. The heavenly shaking mountains by you looked around at the Dao tools that Xiaochen knocked away. He felt somewhat speechless. This person was truly too tyrannical. Too ruthless. They were already ruthless enough, daring to take the risk and enter the 7th floor. However, compared to Xiaochen, they were far from comparable. At the same time, the hundreds of layers of Dao might encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion were also disrupted. The Dao might went out of control, and a berserk aura swept out in all directions, stirring up winds and clouds. The entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled. A terrifying mysterious phenomenon enveloped the 10,000 weapon pavilion, spreading to every corner of the fiendish demon battlefield. Amid this chaotic and mixed Dao might, only a tyrannical aura was exceptionally clear. Everyone who felt it trembled in fear. Chapter 1701. On the 7th floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion, Xiaochen held the tyrant saber. His entire body was bathed in blood, on the verge of collapse. Not only were there many different great Dao energies in the injuries that had accumulated in his body, but there were also great Dao energies that were either icy cold, scorching hot, lightning, or disdain. There were dozens of great Dao energies, not just one. There were also the repercussions of activating the blue dragon bloodline. When the layers of great Dao energies exploded together, it was like a dam bursting, unstoppable. Xiaochen's strong blue dragon war body and strong and resilient physique were like a dam bursting in a flood. Xiaochen allowed the many terrifying Dao energies to run rampant in his body. His body was like a pool of stagnant water. If he did not control it, it would be extremely horrifying. In the next moment, he would explode and die. This was not an exaggeration at all. The might of a Dao tool was horrifying in the first place. Furthermore, Xiaochen endured dozens of different great Dao energies in one go. When they layered over each other, it could be said that his body was filled with demons. All the blood vessels in Xiaochen's body burst, and blood oozed out of his body. He looked like a horrifying blood person. Hua Yunfeng reacted quickly. While the others were still in a daze, he took advantage of this chaotic moment. His figure flashed and arrived beside Xiaochen. Then, he placed a palm strike on Xiaochen's back. At this crucial moment, Hua Yunfeng sent a mouthful of warm veritable essence energy into Xiaochen's body. Hua Yunfeng was fire attributed in the first place. Although he did not comprehend the fire Dao, he already grasped the flame domain and could control fire energy as he pleased. This mouthful of warm veritable essence energy was a life-saving straw. It temporarily neutralized the various chaotic great Dao energies in Xiaochen's body. It gave the body a precious chance to catch a breath, and the originally stagnant body functions began to improve. Xiaochen's originally stagnant body was like a highly efficient and precise machine moving slowly. Whoosh! Just at this moment, many murderous gazes landed on Xiaochen at the same time. The appearance of a Dao tool would definitely change the ranking of the three Blessed Lands geniuses. To put it more accurately, it might even affect the ranking of the various factions for the next few hundred years. Be it to themselves or to their sects, it would have a direct impact. The outstanding talents here, be it the monks or the heavenly shaking mountains Confucian scholars, were all decisive and intelligent people. They instantly felt a murderous intent. You leave first. I'll hold them off for a while. There was no point in saying anything more. Hua Yunfeng turned around and arrived before Xiaochen. Then, he threw a palm strike and sent Xiaochen flying toward the entrance of the 7th floor. Hua Yunfeng had always been a calm and scheming person. He cherished his reputation. His character was very well demonstrated on the thunder-controlling peak. He would help Xiaochen to the best of his ability. Beyond a certain price, they would consider all sorts of consequences and make their move. But now, when it came to the interests of the sect, he was incomparably decisive. At this moment, they had to protect Xiaochen. No matter what, a Dao soldier had landed in their sect. It was definitely better than ending up in the hands of the other sects, even if they did not obtain the Dao tool. After sending Hua Yunfeng flying with a palm strike, Xiaochen leaped into the air, using the momentum to leap out of the entrance. He turned his head and looked deeply at Hua Yunfeng, who had helped him delay the others. This person was worth befriending. With just a glance, he quickly turned around. Given the current situation, if he stayed here, he would definitely die. Not only would he not be able to help the other party, but he would also be a burden. Hua Yunfeng probably had some life-saving means and would not die so easily. The instant Xiaochen turned his head back, his face sank. He discovered that the valiant female disciple of the heavenly shaking mountain was already waiting here. Bai Yu was very intelligent. After she sighed when Xiaochen obtained the Dao tool, she immediately knew that this was an opportunity. Her figure flashed out of the chaotic 7th floor and arrived at the entrance, waiting for her prey. Xiaochen's first reaction was to draw his saber. However, when he did so, he could not draw it out of its scabbard. A stunned expression appeared on his face. A confident smile appeared on Bai Yu's face. It looks like you did not have time to completely subdue this saber. Hand it over, then. Boom. However, who knew, after Xiaochen revealed a stunned expression, he simply held the sheathed tyrant saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. This saber shattered the heart, shattering oneself first before shattering others. Xiaochen was already injured to begin with. When his heart shattered, all sorts of intense pain appeared, pushing the pain from the heartbreaking stance to an unprecedented level. The sharpness of this move surpassed all the previous ones. Bai Yu revealed an extremely shocked expression. She had not expected Xiaochen to dare to clash head-on despite being so severely injured. When the weapons clashed, Bai Yu did not suffer any injuries on the surface. However, her chest instantly shattered, and the intense pain made her tremble. There was no way to draw it in the first place. I was just lying to you. Xiaochen did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he directly knocked Bai Yu into the air and quickly descended. Bai Yu fell by the wall, clutching her chest. She showed an expression of unbearable pain. She had never experienced such intense pain in her life. Xiaochen entered the 6th floor. The many true inheritors immediately discovered the blood-soaked Xiaochen. They all showed stunned expressions. Then, they looked around and fixed their gazes on the tyrant saber in Xiaochen's hand. Their hearts immediately raced as two exciting words appeared in their minds. Dao tool. The strongest person here, Gongzi Mo, thought quickly, wondering if he should use his great desolate Ian bloodline to gamble. However, when he thought about how Xiaochen knocked him back with one move earlier and how helpless he felt, he feared that Xiaochen still had a desperate move. If he attacked now, both sides would end up injured, and the others would benefit. However, anyone would be reluctant to give up just like that. Should I attack? Should I attack? Should I attack? Gongzi Mo felt conflicted. Bang! How could Xiaochen care so much? When he saw Gongzi Mo's unfocused gaze and restless thoughts, his figure flashed and he stabbed the scabbard into Gongzi Mo's chest. Gongzi Mo was knocked into the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled, and his eyes filled with horror. When Gongzi Mo saw Xiaochen's ferocious gaze and tyrannical aura, he felt that death was so close to him for the first time in his life. He was hesitant, decisive, and soft. The opportunity was right in front of him, but this Gongzi Mo could not grasp it. It could only be said that despite his strength, he was still trash in the end. I'll spare your life. Xiaochen, who no longer had the strength to continue attacking, said coldly. Then, before the others could react, he quickly rushed down. Gongzi Mo held his wound and heaved a long sigh. He felt that it was good to be alive. However, Gongzi Mo suddenly thought of something, and heavy regret appeared on his face. That bastard attacked so ruthlessly and decisively. If he could kill me, how could he not kill me? He was simply injured and could not continue killing me. The blockhead Gongzi Mo finally became smart for once. However, he was heavily injured, so he could not give chase. Gongzi Mo roared, "Bunch of fools! What are you all standing there for? That bastard is injured. Quickly chase after him. He holds a Dao tool. How can we let him off?" The true inheritors of the other sect startled to their senses. They all showed regretful expressions, frightened by Xiaochen. Now that Xiaochen reminded them, they immediately came to their senses and gave chase. The vast 6th floor was now empty. Only Gongzi Mo remained. He clenched his fist as he lay on the ground, continuously pounding the floor. Damn it! Damn it! Why did I hesitate? That earlier moment might have been the best opportunity for Gongzi Mo to obtain a Dao tool in his life. However, not only did he not accomplish anything, but he even got severely injured by Xiaochen. Furthermore, he even had to thank Xiaochen for sparing his life. Gongzi Mo's thoughts were in a mess. Regret and hatred filled his heart. His lips twitched, and he could not breathe properly. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Capture him. He holds a Dao tool. When Gongzi Mo reached the 5th floor, he could no longer muddle his way through. The cultivators of the various floors all startled awake and chased after him, not willing to let up for even a moment. Xiaochen showed a calm expression as he held the tyrant's saber. Aside from occasionally causing some chaos, he did not linger. However, the chase did not stop. There were people from the 6th floor, the 5th floor, the 4th floor, the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor. Instead, the number of people chasing increased. Gongzi Mo managed to reach the 1st floor with much difficulty. Kill him. He holds a Dao tool. Countless shouts came from the 2nd floor, startling the cultivators on the 1st floor to their senses. Greed appeared in their eyes as they looked at Xiaochen, preparing to pounce over. A nameless flame immediately flared up in Xiaochen's heart. The moment it flared up, it burned even more fiercely. The 6th floor, the 5th floor, the 4th floor, it was one thing for those people to chase after him. However, the weakest disciples of the sects on the 1st floor were like ants. Yet, they dared to bully and humiliate him. This was intolerable. Xiaochen roared ferociously and spread out his Dao energy. Then, he slammed the tyrant saber on the ground. Clang! A boundless tyrannical aura spread out, controlling the profound weapons on the first floor to shoot out with Dao energy. The profound artifact saber that contained Dao energy wasn't something that the people on the first floor could block. In that instant, miserable cries rang out. The cultivators launching themselves at Xiaochen were either injured or knocked into the air. They were either injured or sent flying one after another, falling to the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. This was especially so when a group of people got knocked into the air. Under Xiaochen's control, they happened to block the entrance to the second floor, buying him some precious time. Xiaochen turned around and gently drifted out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. After he landed, he did not even look back as he rushed forward. Boom! Just at this moment, the 1,000-odd beams of Dao might light encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion vanished, leaving only a scarlet beam of Dao might light. The light coalesced into a majestic and tyrannical figure. When that figure roared, the entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled intensely. Then, that figure laughed loudly, looking tragic and stirring. Amid the desolation, there was a mocking look of disdain for life and death. That lingering laughter rang in the ears of everyone in the entire fiendish demon battlefield. After the laughter faded, that figure seemed to feel incredibly delighted. It turned into boundless scarlet light and returned to the tyrant saber in Xiaochen's hand. The sky instantly turned dark. Boundless darkness encased the fiendish demon battlefield. Only the scarlet light on Xiaochen's body soared into the sky, looking exceptionally eye-catching. Damn it, now, I can't leave even if I want to. Amid the scarlet light, Xiaochen felt helpless as he held the trembling tyrant saber. Although he knew that this might be some kind of inheritance, this was not the right time. After a while, the scarlet light vanished. However, the tyrant saber in Xiaochen's hand became even heavier. At the same time, Shengguan Lei, Wang Yueming, and the profound light temple's Jin Yuan, who were hundreds of kilometers away from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, all felt this Dao might. Chapter 1702. In a desolate area of the fiendish demon battlefield, black clouds shrouded the land, thunder clouds surged, the air was filled with miasma, not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, crushed stones stood in great numbers, and in the distance were undulating mountains. Occasionally, fiendish demons roared ferociously as they came from the mountains to a forbidden land of the fiendish demon battlefield. The environment was vile and demons were everywhere. Very few people walked out alive, and there were no fortuitous opportunities within. Other than demons, there were more demons. However, to some people, cruel and brutal demons were the best opportunity. At this moment, the plain of rubble was filled with rows and rows of demon corpses. There was no end to them. Many of them had even been eroded by the wind, leaving only their skeletons exposed. Amidst the strong winds, a tall and sturdy figure holding a saber dripping with blood was looking into the distance. A peak major primal core fiendish demon had just fallen before him. Wounds covered this fiendish demon's body, and it was not wearing any armor at all. Crackle. Lightning flickered around his body, giving off crisp sounds in the air. This person was none other than the Purple Flame Sect's Shengguan Lei, the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain. Xiaochen looked into the distance. In the extremely distant sky, the Dao might was chaotic, stirring up winds and clouds. A tyrannical aura swept through the entire fiendish demon battlefield. Dao's soldiers appear. Shock flashed in Shengguan Lei's eyes. In the entire fiendish demon battlefield, no one had managed to take away a Dao tool in the past 1,000 years. A moment later, he grinned, making people feel that it was exceptionally scary. Master's teachings were indeed correct. Temper yourself in peace and constantly surpass yourself. Opportunities will always appear on their own. While he was in the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiaochen had to improve every day. Otherwise, he would have to endure the pain of lightning corroding his heart. That kind of pain was enough to make one wish they were dead. After trying it once, they would never want to try it a second time. Hence, when Xiaochen came to the fiendish demon battlefield, he did not seek out any fortuitous encounters, completely immersed in killing fiendish demons. He enjoyed the thrill of the hot-bloodedness brought by the battle between life and death. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen's strength had risen to peak major primal core realm, only one step away from the Cloud Sea realm. Shangguan Lei smiled coldly. He was determined to obtain this Dao tool that appeared. So. As Xiao Chen stepped on the corpses strewn all over the place, he moved 1 kilometer with each step, heading for the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Eventually, his speed increased. With every step he took, a corpse would be crushed and dust would spread everywhere. In the 10,000 flower garden, he relied on his own strength and the folding fan left behind by his master. In this place, Wang Yueming swept through all directions, and no one could contend against him. The huge garden was almost completely occupied by him. All kinds of exotic flowers, rare herbs, natural treasures, almost everything that could be found was found by him. If there were some places that were truly too dangerous and impossible to enter, the harvest would be even more astonishing. When something strange happened in the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. A trace of doubt appeared on his handsome and refined face. Dao soldier? To think that there really was someone who obtained a Dao tool. That was originally Xiao Chen's next destination. Who knew that someone would get there first? Xiao Chen had already heard about the difficulty of obtaining a Dao tool from his predecessors. One could not obtain one just by having sufficient strength. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Originally, he wanted to sweep through the 10,000 flower garden and refine the exotic flowers, rare herbs, and natural treasures he obtained. When his strength improved again, he would be absolutely confident of subduing a Dao tool. Who knew, however, that's fine. It might be easier to obtain in your hands. Wang Yueming smiled faintly, revealing heavy confidence. Then, he slowly opened the folding fan in his hand and soared into the air. Thousands of flowers looked very beautiful, competing with each other in beauty. As the fresh flowers danced, Xiao Chen moved through the hundreds of flowers. Not a single leaf touched him, looking indescribably elegant and free. Bang! 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 The profound light temple's Xin Yuan was publicly recognized as the strongest existence in the 3 blessed lands. Xin Yuan's choice was the same as the purple flame sect's Shangguan Lei's, tempering himself among the fiendish demons and not searching for fortuitous encounters. Xin Yuan bared his upper body. His bronze-colored muscles looked like they were painted gold as he fought an intense battle among the fiendish demons. When Xin Yuan attacked, he gave off a Buddhist light, appearing ferocious and tyrannical. The chest of the fiendish demon that Xin Yuan punched cracked like broken rocks, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Xin Yuan's fist technique was completely different from the Buddhist sect's martial techniques, a mixture of real and fake. His moves were bold, complementing his indestructible iron body that he had cultivated to an extremely high level. Xin Yuan, who was surrounded by the fiendish demons, appeared exceptionally relaxed. His expression was as calm as still water, not showing any joy or anger. Dao tool. When Xin Yuan sensed the mysterious phenomenon caused by the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he frowned slightly, revealing a grave expression. He was not very interested in the Dao tool. Instead, he was thinking about something else. A Dao tool did not appear for 1,000 years. Once it did, it would definitely be exceptionally precious. It would definitely cause a chain reaction, triggering a huge storm. Is there going to be a change in the fiendish demon battlefield? While Xin Yuan felt doubtful, the many fiendish demons surged with killing qi, taking advantage of this opportunity to charge over. Boom! Xin Yuan punched the ground, and a golden fist light shot out. Buddhist might erupted, and a huge swastika appeared on the ground. The fiendish demons charging at Xin Yuan got blasted away, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they were purified on the spot. When the fiendish demons landed, only rows of peaceful corpses remained. After making up his mind, Xin Yuan leaped into the air and rushed in the direction of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Whoosh! Suddenly, the dust on the ground sank. A huge Buddhist swastika appeared on the flat ground, looking like it had existed since ancient times. Xiao Chen, who had not gone far from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, did not know that he had startled the top geniuses of the three blessed lands. Even if he knew, he would not have time to care. At this moment, the scarlet Dao light that suddenly appeared above the 10,000 weapon pavilion entered the tyrant saber, making it exceptionally heavy. The tyrant saber's movement technique was significantly affected. The mysterious phenomenon startled the cultivators of the various sects near the 10,000 weapon pavilion. This was especially so in that moment earlier. The sky had turned dark, and only that scarlet Dao light encased the tyrant saber. Everyone knew that the Dao tool was in Xiao Chen's hands. As far as the eye could see, there were figures moving in all directions, all of them leaping towards his location. After all, this was the fiendish demon battlefield. The level of space was different. No one dared to fly continuously. Xiao Chen did not need to sense it to sense that there were no blind spots. No matter where he went, he would run into people. As long as he encountered some obstruction or delay, he would be surrounded. At that time, even if he was very capable, only death would await him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's internal injuries were severe, and he was not even 10% of his peak strength. Earlier, he had charged out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion in an incredibly dangerous manner. Then, he ran into such a situation. Xiao Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. That beam of light really did him in. Brat, you are really incredible. To think that you dared to play with yourself so ruthlessly and still not die. This is truly a miracle. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, making the somewhat despairing Xiao Chen rejoice. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul. The mysterious dragon seal hidden in the 9-star primal core, the blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul sitting cross-legged, spoke at this crucial moment. Senior, when did you wake up? When you broke through to the primal core realm, I woke up automatically. Originally, I wanted to teach you some things. When I saw you fighting for the Dao tool, I did not startle you. Your performance is pretty good. If it is not what I love, what is the use of it? A man should have the air of a man. Senior overpraises me. Does Senior have a way to quickly recover from my body's injuries? Xiao Chen asked in anticipation. If he were not injured, no one would be able to stop him from leaving this fiendish demon battlefield if he wanted to. How did he end up in a situation where even a group of ants could surround and kill him? Haha. Do you think I'm a deity? Dozens of great Dao energies intertwined. You already have the blessing of the blue dragon bloodline by not dying. Yet, you want to recover quickly? How naive. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's emotionless words immediately dashed Xiao Chen's dreams. I cannot help you recover from your injuries. However, I can help you absorb the great Dao energy in your body. However, you have to find a place to treat your injuries quickly. Don't overdo it. Otherwise, you will really end up crippled. After all, the blood-soaked dragon emperor carried the hope of the blue dragon bloodline. He could not leave Xiao Chen to die. This was the greatest help he could offer. All right. The blood-soaked dragon emperor could absorb all the great Dao energies that made Xiao Chen uncomfortable, preventing him from driving his veritable essence energy. At the very least, his injuries would not worsen, and he could recover 20 to 30% of his strength. With the tyrant saber in his hand, Xiao Chen would have some hope of escaping. Whoosh! The blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul moved at lightning speed. A vast suction came from the dragon seal. The dozens of great Dao energies in Xiao Chen's body flew uncontrollably to the dragon roar hidden in his primal core. Ah! Xiao Chen could not help crying out in pain. It felt like dozens of sharp knives were moving around in his body. It was not something that ordinary people could endure. Xiao Chen let out a soft cry. Then, he gritted his teeth and stopped screaming. He picked up the tyrant saber in a direction with fewer people and quickly ran over. Alright, good luck to you from now on. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's weak voice came from the dragon roar. Xiao Chen immediately felt much more relaxed. At the very least, he could circulate his veritable essence energy slightly. His meridians were no longer blocked by the great Tao energy. However, the injuries to his meridians had not healed yet, so he did not dare to use his veritable essence energy rashly. If he used too much force, he might end up killing himself. Right now, his body simply could not withstand too much damage. Xiao Chen. It's really him. Is that a Dao tool? Just at this moment, 7 or 8 people appeared in front and coincidentally met with Xiao Chen. All of them showed pleasant surprise on their faces. There was one peak minor primal core cultivator, 4 middle stage minor primal core cultivators, and 3 early stage minor primal core cultivators. All of them were core disciples of rank 3 sections. With one glance, Xiao Chen figured out the other party's strength. He did not hesitate to make the first move. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. The heavy tyrant saber struck the people who spoke and knocked them back, causing them to vomit blood. In one exchange, Xiao Chen tore an opening. While his companions were still stunned, he flew away. Damn! After him. Relying on the tyrant saber's sudden increase in weight and the horrifying Dao might, Xiao Chen dragged his injured body forward without stopping, charging forward. True inheritors? After clearing 5 stages, Xiao Chen's face sank. As he looked at the people blocking his way, he frowned. No matter which sex true inheritors it was, they would not be able to obtain victory in a short time. As long as these true inheritors paused for a moment, they would be able to delay for a moment, and the large group of pursuers would immediately surround them. Dong! 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 Who knew how many people had gathered behind him? However, the heavy footsteps and the trembling of the ground told Xiao Chen that danger had not left. Hand over the Dao tool, and I'll let you go. The person who arrived showed a cautious expression, not revealing any openings. He was also very careful when facing the injured Xiao Chen, not giving him any opportunities. That's impossible. The saber was the dignity of a bladesman. If one lost their dignity, what was the point of living? Xiao Chen showed a determined expression as he raised the tyrant saber and charged forward. If there was still a chance, he would not give up. You are seeking death. When that true inheritor saw that Xiao Chen still dared to charge over, he smiled coldly and prepared to kill Xiao Chen. Pu Ci. Suddenly, a white afterimage appeared behind that true inheritor. Caught off guard, a scarlet light appeared on that true inheritor's neck. In the next moment, blood spurted out, and he fell over. When the white afterimage appeared, it was the young cat-eared girl that Xiao Chen had parted ways with. Now, she suddenly appeared again. Come with me. Right after the true inheritor spoke, the young cat-eared girl turned into a white cat and ran in front, leading the way. Chapter 1703. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before following them. At this time, the injuries on his body could not be effectively suppressed. If this dragged on, it would only get more and more hurtful. This kitten in front of him had to believe him for once even if she didn't want to. Following behind the cat-eared young lady, Zhang Xian moved swiftly, taking many turns here and there. Surprisingly, he managed to perfectly avoid the encirclement, not running into a single enemy. Many times, he even brushed shoulders with the disciples of the various sects, but in the end, he was never discovered. An hour later, the cat brought Xiao Chen to a valley where hundreds of flowers were blooming. They entered deep into the valley and stopped in front of a hot spring. The cat-eared girl reverted to her human form and looked at Xiao Chen. They probably won't be able to find this place for the time being. You should take a break. Xiao Chen was mentally fatigued. The tyrant saber became even heavier in his hand. Thank you for saving me. The cat-eared girl said calmly, in any case, you saved me once, so I have to repay you, right? This hot spring has a miraculous healing effect. Sometimes, when I go out and get injured, I will come here to soak in it. You should quickly heal your injuries. I have tried my best to help you to this point. They will find this place sooner or later. Xiao Chen understood that while the fiendish demon battlefield was large, it was also small. The disciples who came to the fiendish demon battlefield were not elites or outstanding talents. Xiaochen could make a rough estimate based on his location and some other conditions. There were also quite a few people proficient in tracking. If they worked together, it would not be difficult for them to track down a person. If all of them came, the cat-eared girl alone wouldn't be able to stop them. Clearly, she wouldn't be able to help him to the end. Xiaochen was already very grateful that he was able to help him by so much time. Naturally, he had no more complaints. When the young cat-eared girl saw Xiaochen enter the hot spring, she revealed a startled expression in her eyes. Unexpectedly, he had kicked up such a huge storm in the fiendish demon battlefield right after leaving the temple. Dao soldier. In the past 1,000 years, no one had managed to obtain a Dao tool from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, much less a peak Dao tool. Ordinary Dao tools could not possibly cause such a huge mysterious phenomenon. In the past, Dao tools had been taken away. However, none of them had been like what Xiaochen did, shaking up the entire fiendish demon battlefield. When that peerless tyrannical aura stirred up the winds and clouds in the surroundings, every cultivator felt their hearts tremble. Who wouldn't fear such a Dao soldier? Who wouldn't be tempted after learning that Xiaochen was seriously injured? No one. The thousands of people who entered the fiendish demon battlefield were all tempted, including the core disciples of the rank 3 sections. The weakest existences all revealed their ambitions, wondering if they could be lucky enough to secretly obtain it. Once he obtained this saber, even if he could not use it himself, he could exchange it for the sect or trade it away. He would also be able to find a huge fortune for himself. In the past, all the cultivators who obtained a Dao tool had reached the Cloud Sea realm at the very least. 50% of the possessors of Dao tools successfully comprehended their own Dao, what more the superior grade Dao tool in Xiaochen's hand? The fortuitous encounter and value it represented was self-evident, and it absolutely surpassed any of the previous encounters. Perhaps choosing him was the right choice. The young cat-eared girl muttered. Then, she turned into a white cat and left again. Soon, someone would find this place again. She would not be of much help if she remained here. Being able to help Xiaochen find a place to rest temporarily was already a great help. In the hot spring, as the hot water entered Xiaochen's body, his entire body felt extremely comfortable. The wounds on his body warmed and healed at a visible pace. Brat, this hot spring is only somewhat effective on external injuries. It is not of much help to your internal injuries. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind again, telling him the bad news. Xiaochen replied, I can feel it. These injuries will take at least half a month to recover completely. The wounds left by those great Dao energies will be hard to treat in a short time. When Xiaochen checked the wounds left by the various Dao tools in his body, he felt horrified. The price he paid to obtain the Tyrant Saber was truly horrifying. In the past, Xiaochen had always used great Dao energy to attack his opponents. This time, he suffered. Furthermore, it was dozens of great Dao energies. The Dao marks were hard to remove, and they were everywhere in his internal organs and meridians. Even if his injuries healed, he could not circulate his veritable essence energy as he pleased. If he used too much force, his injuries would worsen, resulting in a permanent hidden injury. Not to mention 6 stars, he could not even light up a 9-star primal core. Xiaochen even had to continue suppressing his strength. He could circulate only half of his veritable essence energy. I can remove the Dao marks in your body. However, I will need some time. Quickly recover from your internal injuries. Leave the Dao marks to me. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice sounded somewhat weak, but it was heavy and forceful. Xiaochen did not dare to delay. In reality, this was not the time to relax. 2,000 or 3,000 sect disciples were searching for Xiaochen outside. Many cultivators with special bloodlines and good tracking skills were slowly narrowing down the search area. The people searching for Xiaochen outside the valley were split into 3 groups. One group was the sect disciples of the Black Cave Mountain, one group was the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Confucian scholars, and the last group was the Padala Mountains monks. The leader of the Black Cave Mountain's many true inheritors was the Divine Firmament sect's second strongest person, Berserk Saber Liang Zimo. Since Shangguan Lei was not around, he held the highest prestige. The leader of the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Confucian scholars was the Confucian institution's Meng Qi. For some reason, the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Baiyu, who was second only to Wang Yueming, did not participate. The leader of the Potala Mountains Profound Light Temples Zhendo was rumored to be Zhen Yuan's junior brother. The two of them were disciples of the Venerable Xian Bei. 4 hours later, the three groups gathered outside the valley at nearly the same time. All sorts of signs indicate that the trail of Xiao Chen's aura reached this valley and broke off. It is very likely that Xiao Chen is hiding here, the berserk saber Liang Zimo said softly as he looked at the valley. Frenzied saber Liang Zimo said softly as he looked at the valley. His eyes were burning with passion. Liang Zimo had heard that the Dao tool that Xiao Chen obtained was also a saber. As a bladesman, he was even more interested in it than the others. The Confucian institution's Meng Qi hugged his sword as he looked at the valley. He said indifferently, "It looks like we all came to the same conclusion. However, this valley is rather large, and mental energy cannot probe too far into the fiendish demon battlefield. If he intends to hide from us, it will not be easy to find him." A ruthless look flashed in Liang Zimo's eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "What's so difficult about that? Bring Hua Yunfeng out." Before the strange gazes of the other Blessed Land's true inheritors, the injured Hua Yunfeng was tied up and brought to the very front. Under the temptation of the Dao tool, the Black Cave Mountain's true inheritors, who were supposed to be allies, actually attacked their own people. This was truly shocking. However, when the Confucian institution's Meng Qi thought about it, he understood. Within the Black Cave Mountain, the Divine Firmament sect and the Purple Flame sect were both rank 4 sections. They had always firmly suppressed the Purple Flame sect. If the other party obtained the Dao tool, the Divine Firmament sect would be under the greatest pressure, followed by the other sects of the Black Cave Mountain and the other 2 Blessed Lands. Before the temptation of a Dao tool that could change the ranking of the various major factions, what did the Verbal Alliance count for? Actually, it was reasonable for the Divine Firmament sect to do such a despicable thing. The berserk saber Liang Zimo gathered his breath and shouted ferociously, "Xiao Chen, I know that you are in there and can hear me. Your senior brother, Hua Yunfeng, is in my hands. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you do not come out, I will break one of his fingers until I chop off one of his arms." The thunder might of Liang Zimo's body rang out like thunder, echoing endlessly in the valley. Inside the hot spring, Xiao Chen heard it immediately. His expression instantly changed drastically. Without thinking, he rushed out of the hot spring while holding his saber. "Brat, you have not gotten rid of even half of the Dao marks in your body. Don't be rash." The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's somewhat anxious voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The warm spring water washed away the blood and fatigue on Xiao Chen's body. After 4 hours of recovery, his injuries had already healed significantly. The only problem was the Dao marks left in his body by the many great Dao energies. Ignoring the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and zoomed in. Then, he saw Hua Yunfeng, who was pushed to the ground. Damn it, as Xiao Chen held the tyrant saber, a murderous intent leaked out of his eyes. If not for buying time for himself, how could Hua Yunfeng, and the other 2 be in such a sorry state? Chapter 1704. Inside the valley, Xiao Chen could not stop the murderous intent in his eyes. He found it hard to calm his heart or calm his anger. Possessing a Dao tool was the original sin of being hunted. Xiao Chen could only accept it. However, he could not tolerate such underhanded methods. Before coming, Hua Yunfeng had formed an alliance with the Divine Firmament sect true inheritors. "Xiao Chen, your time is up. Since you do not show yourself, don't blame me for being cruel." The Divine Firmament sect's berserk saber Liang Zimo showed a sullen expression. When he saw that there was no movement in the valley, he could not help feeling enraged. He raised his saber and prepared to chop off one of Hua Yunfeng's fingers. Hua Yunfeng's expression was unsightly, but he did not show any fear. He only thought that the ugliness of human nature was even more terrifying than he imagined. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Xiao Chen would not come out. If Xiao Qin came out, he would definitely die. For Hua Yunfeng to become the top true inheritor of the Purple Flame sect, he was much calmer than ordinary people. This Liang Zimo looked enraged and ready to kill Xiao Qin at any moment. However, even if Liang Zimo were 100 times more courageous, he would not dare to do so. No matter what, the Purple Flame sect was a rank 4 sect. Liang Zimo could not bear the consequences of killing their top true inheritor. At most, he would just cripple one of his arms. Liang Zimo's greater purpose was to infuriate Xiao Qin and force him to show himself. This was an overt plot. Hua Yunfeng saw this more clearly than anyone else. He despised this underhanded method in his heart and hoped that Xiao Qin could see through it. Stop! Holding up the tyrant saber, Xiao Qin rushed out of the valley and looked coldly at Liang Zimo. When Xiao Qin looked around, he immediately felt a heavy weight in his heart. The true inheritors of the heavenly shaking mountain and the Potala mountain were actually gathered together. When Xiao Qin looked behind him, he saw many core disciples hiding everywhere, hoping to take advantage of the excitement. The appearance of the Dao tool attracted nearly all the disciples who came to the fiendish demon battlefield. At this moment, they all gathered outside this valley. Liang Zimo's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, "White-robed Xiao Qin, you are indeed a man. I thought that you would hide in this valley forever." Xiao Qin looked coldly at the other party. Then, his gaze landed on the 2 divine firmament sect disciples pressing down on Hua Yunfeng. Killing chi surged out from his gaze. This immediately caused the 2 of them to tremble in fear. For some reason, they pulled Hua Yunfeng back 2 steps. "Release Hua Yunfeng. Whether you want the Dao tool or my life, everything is negotiable," Xiao Qin said through clenched teeth, enunciating every word. Liang Zimo grinned. "Untie him." The 2 true inheritors immediately loosened the ropes binding Hua Yunfeng. Liang Zimo stepped forward and grabbed Hua Yunfeng, saying, "Hand over the Dao tool. I will give him to you." The Confucian institution's Meng Qi and the profound light temple's Jinda raised their eyebrows, and their expressions changed slightly. The 2 seemed to have a telepathic connection. They exchanged glances and sent voice projections. To think that this Liang Zimo is using us as decorations, wanting to take the Dao tool for himself. "Jinda, what do you think?" Meng Qi sent a voice projection. Jinda replied, "Both the Buddhist sects and the Confucian institution have very few people who use the saber. Let's work together. After we obtain this saber, we can auction it off at sea and give it to someone who truly uses the saber. After maximizing the benefits, we can split them evenly." "That's what I was thinking." The 2 hit it off and reached a simple agreement. Whoosh! Without much thought, Xiao Qin tossed the tyrant saber in his hand at Liang Zimo. Clang! The instant the saber was tossed, the melodious sound of a treasure saber being unsheathed rang out in Xiao Qin's heart, spreading throughout his entire body. It was like some sort of emotion had awakened in his body. Liang Zimo did not notice this at all. Wild joy appeared in his eyes as he caught the tyrant saber and kicked Hua Yunfeng away. Then, he retreated to the protection of the Divine Firmament sect true inheritors. How heavy! However, the moment Liang Zimo caught the tyrant saber, he felt like he had caught a mountain with his bare hands. He could not react at all. After catching the tyrant saber pulled him to the ground with a plop, and he fell flat on his face. Clang! A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Confucian institution's Meng Qi. He drew his sword, and a sword light shone like the red sun. Righteous Qi surged out as he thrust it at Liang Zimo. The profound light temple's Jinda leaped into the air and swung the Buddhist staff in his hand, grasping the end. The mountain-like staff head tore through the air, giving off a terrifying howl as it smashed at Liang Zimo. Damn it! Liang Zimo brought out his will of thunder, and his entire body flickered with electric light. He cursed in his heart and used all his vital qi and veritable essence energy. Finally, he managed to stand up while holding the tyrant saber. Liang Zimo smiled coldly and grasped the saber hilt with his right hand, ready to draw it. However, when Liang Zimo pulled, he discovered that he could not draw it at all. His expression changed drastically. Pu ci. Without giving Liang Zimo any time to react, Meng Qi's sword pierced through his chest. The Buddhist staff in Jinda's hand ruthlessly smashed Liang Zimo into the air. Before the tyrant saber could warm up, a shockwave shot out in a direction that Jinda and Meng Qi did not expect. After him. The entire place immediately turned chaotic. Everyone focused their gazes on the tyrant saber as they flew towards it. Saber. My Dao tool. Liang Zimo lay on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and wounds covered his entire body. He appeared dispirited. Blood leaked out of his mouth as he coughed continuously. The planned attacks of two peak true inheritors were not that easy to deal with. They immediately inflicted severe injuries on Liang Zimo. This was especially so for Jinda's mountain-like Buddhist staff. The vast strike landed on Liang Zimo's body. All the ribs in Liang Zimo's body shattered, and his internal organs shattered. This made the wound from Meng Qi's sword even more slippery. At this moment, Liang Zimo did not even have the strength to stand up. The most helpless thing was that no one cared about him. Everyone was chasing after the tyrant saber, rushing over in a frenzy. Seeing the chaotic scene, Xiao Chen led Hua Yunfeng back to the valley entrance and removed the restriction on Hua Yunfeng's body. Whoosh, Hua Yunfeng heaved a long sigh. Then, he sighed, I should not have shown myself. It is truly not easy for a bladesman to meet a treasured saber that suits me. This was especially so after Hua Yunfeng personally saw how much effort and price Xiao Chen paid for this saber. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. That saber has only one word, tyrant. However, I tried 3 times and failed to draw it. Instead, when I tossed it out earlier, it came out of its scabbard. Hua Yunfeng showed a strange expression. It came out of its scabbard? I didn't see it. Xiao Chen pointed to his chest. It was here. Just earlier, I understood why I could not draw this saber. In the 10,000 weapon pavilion, I held the saber and left, abandoning senior brother Hua to flee alone. After that, I lost the feeling of being a tyrant. Even though I forcefully subdued this saber, it felt ashamed and was not willing to be used by me. The true way of the tyrant is not to show off and fight viciously, to dominate the world. Instead, it needs to have a pure heart, to value relationships and righteousness. It needs to have the pride and courage of a tyrant, and even more, the feelings and boldness of a king. Only then can it be called the way of the tyrant. Hua Yunfeng entered deep thought. Then, he nodded and said, What you said is not what I like. What is the use of it? It is the same for sabers and swords. In the past, I often read in ancient texts that some famous sabers and swords directly shattered after changing owners. In the past, I thought that was just a story. Now, it looks like the rumors are true. Between this gain and loss, Xiao Chen gained a lot. In the 10,000 weapon pavilion, it looked like he obtained a Dao tool. However, in reality, he did not manage to subdue the tyrant saber. Holding it in his hand, aside from attracting boundless disaster, he did not gain anything. Now, while it looked like he lost the tyrant saber, he gained the tyrant saber's acknowledgement. Xiao Chen had already unsheathed it in his heart. Regardless of where it was, this saber already had Xiao Chen's mark on it. Suddenly, a pained grunt entered Xiao Chen's ears. When he looked over, his lips curled up in a mocking smile. Hua Yunfeng followed Xiao Chen's gaze and could not help smiling. Heaven is watching what people do. This Liang Zimo sneak attacked and injured me while I was fighting with the 6 experts. Now that he ended up like this, I can only say that he deserves it. Brother Xiao, what do you plan to do next? Xiao Chen's eyes were clear. He already had a plan in his heart. I'll let this situation be a little more chaotic, luring out those ambitious people. I'll treat my injuries properly and recover to my peak combat prowess. Be it Shangguan Lei, Wang Yueming, the profound light temple's Jinda, or the Black Lotus Church's holy sun hiding in the dark, they were all tigers and wolves and could not be underestimated. Using this tyrant saber to draw out all these threats was simply the best. After all, aside from Xiao Chen, no one in this vast fiendish demon battlefield could draw out the tyrant saber. What was mine would still be mine in the end. Chapter 1705. The appearance of the tyrant saber incited many people to fight over it, giving Xiao Chen an excellent opportunity to rest. He did not need to worry about anything else. He could focus on treating his injuries to prevent any hidden injuries that he could not get rid of in the future. Back then, Xiao Chen's experience in the Kunlun realm was still fresh in his mind. Now that he was in the Great Thousand Realms, he had to be careful not to make the same mistakes as before. Martial Uncle. Senior Brother Hua. As the two chatted, the core disciples and true inheritors of the Purple Flame sect all rushed over. The originally anxious group of people relaxed significantly when they discovered that the two were fine. This group of people from the Divine Firmament sect is really too much. We have to take revenge for this. To think that they took advantage of Senior Brother Hua while he was down. After learning about Hua Yunfeng's experiences, the many true inheritors all felt aggrieved, rage burning in their hearts. Back then, at the Divine Firmament sect's thunder-controlling peak, they had agreed to form an alliance to fight the Heavenly Shaking Mountain and the Padala Mountain. To think that they used such despicable means for the sake of a Dao tool. This was simply despicable, despicable. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Of course, we have to take revenge. However, now is not the time. Now is actually the best time to search for fortuitous encounters. The disciples of the other sects are all going to fight for the Dao tool. This is an opportunity for us. Ling Yu asked, feeling confused, Martial Uncle, why are you not anxious at all? Right now, the most important thing is to help you snatch the Dao tool back. A peak Dao tool was the greatest fortuitous encounter. All the disciples of the sect would benefit from it. There was no greater fortuitous encounter in the fiendish demon battlefield. Otherwise, the other sect disciples would not be like this. Every single one of them seemed to have gone mad, fighting to the death, and fighting to the death. Even those who were not in the mood to fight ran over to join in the excitement, trying to fish in troubled waters. Hua Yunfeng smiled mysteriously. There is no need for you to worry about this. Xiao Chen has his ways. After I recover my strength, I will bring everyone to sweep through the various lands of fortuitous encounters. No matter how the others fought, they could not draw the scabbard. This tyrant saber had already recognized Xiao Chen as its master, and it already bore his mark. Sooner or later, it would return to Xiao Chen's hands. There was no need to worry. Many disciples were skeptical, but they were satisfied with this arrangement. With Hua Yunfeng leading the way to seek fortuitous encounters, there would definitely be a great harvest at this juncture. 1 hour later, with the aid of the medicinal pills, Hua Yunfeng's injuries healed rapidly. He led the Purple Flame sect's true inheritors and core disciples to bid farewell to Xiao Chen and leave the valley. Although his injuries were terrible, his cultivation was not as terrible as Xiao Chen's. With the help of the elixir, he recovered very quickly. With the help of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, Xiao Chen continued to clear the Dao wounds left by the Dao tool in his body. His heart remained as still water, calm and unperturbed. On the other side, the fight for the Dao soldiers had completely descended into chaos and white-hot. Meng Qi and Zhenda had wanted to join forces to suppress them, but they were not strong enough. Even though the two of them had joined hands, they were still unable to dominate the scene. In the end, the two of them actually began to fight. Each of them had their own selfish motives. How could a verbal alliance last long? Damn, what a heavy saber. I can't pull it out at all. Haha. I managed to snatch it. It's mine now. Amid the chaotic crowd, the tyrant saber kept changing hands. However, no one could successfully pull it out. Instead, they ended up bringing trouble for themselves, getting surrounded and attacked. Just when it looked like there would never be a winner, a clap of thunder suddenly roared in the sky. A tyrannical, heart-stopping aura came from the distance, accompanied by the claps of thunder. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and thunder rumbled endlessly. Where are the Divine Firmament sect disciples? A loud shout rang out. The divine firmament sect's Shangguanlei finally rushed over from the forbidden land. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As Shangguanlei bathed in the lightning, he looked like an aloof war god, looking down coldly at the various sect disciples below. It's Shangguanlei. Shangguanlei appeared. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The moment Shangguanlei spoke, startled cries rang out in the chaotic crowd. The divine firmament sect disciples responded to Shangguanlei's question with excitement on their faces. Senior brother Shangguan, you finally came out. This tyrant saber will definitely belong to my divine firmament sect. The moment Shangguanlei landed, the divine firmament sect disciples crowded around him, boosting his aura. Senior brother. The many disciples respectfully greeted Shangguanlei. When they felt the peak major primal core aura from him, the people around them all felt immense pressure. Shangguanlei swept his gaze around, and a formless pressure spread out, forcefully silencing the 2,000-odd sect disciples present. No one dared to meet Shangguanlei's gaze. Even the profound light temple's Zhenda and the Confucian institution's Meng Qi, who fought the fiercest earlier, avoided each other's gazes. They did not dare to clash with Shangguanlei, feeling shocked in their hearts. How terrifying! To think that he is already a peak major primal core cultivator. Just this cultivation alone is sufficient to stand out from the crowd. How exactly did he cultivate? After reaching the major primal core realm, one's cultivation would progress extremely slowly, reaching peak major primal core. In the entire Grave Sea cluster, one would be considered an expert. After all, the sect masters of some rank 3 sects in the outside world were only at this level. However, Shangguanlei's potential was clearly not limited to this. Furthermore, he was still so young. He would definitely reach the Cloud Sea realm in his lifetime. Becoming a star venerate or even higher. Zhenda thought to himself, right now, this Shangguanlei's aura actually looks even scarier than senior brother Jin Yuan's. What exactly did Shangguanlei experience in the past few days for his improvement to be so terrifying? Meng Qi felt the same way. When he compared Shangguanlei to Wang Yueming, he felt that the originally evenly matched situation was about to be broken. Shangguanlei was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. His gaze never left a disciple holding the tyrant saber. That was the top true inheritor of a rank 3 sect in the Black Cave Mountain. Under Shangguanlei's gaze, he felt immense pressure. Sweat continuously leaked out of his forehead. Shangguanlei recognized this person. He looked straight at the other party's bright eyes and suddenly shouted, "Ma Tianliang, are you seeking death? Why are you still not handing over the Dao tool?" Shangguanlei's voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking people's hearts and entering Ma Tianliang's soul. It felt like a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in Ma Tianliang's sea of consciousness. This startled Ma Tianliang into trembling, and the tyrant saber in his hand flew out uncontrollably. Whoosh! The crowd scattered. No one dared to get close to the Dao tool lest Shangguanlei target them. Everyone scattered, leaving behind a large, empty space where the Dao tool was. Now, no one showed any interest in the item that everyone fought for earlier. They could only watch in dissatisfaction. So, it is a tyrant saber. With your appearance, you think you are fit to wield this saber? When Shangguanlei saw the ancient words on the scabbard, he revealed a mocking expression, making Ma Tianliang feel ashamed. Only I, Shangguanlei, am fit to wield this saber. The word tyrant was deeply engraved in Shangguanlei's heart. He showed a stern expression, exuding strong self-confidence and a tyrannical aura of thunder. No one dared to block Shangguanlei, automatically opening a path for him. That might not be the case. Suddenly, a cool voice rang out. Wang Yueming landed, holding a folding fan. He had finally rushed over from the 10,000-flower garden. It's senior brother Wang. Senior brother Wang is finally here. The people of the Confucian institution immediately became excited. The others also showed joy on their faces. Finally, someone who could suppress Shangguanlei's limelight appeared. Wang Yueming, you dare to compete with me? Shang Guanlei shouted coldly as he looked at the descending Wang Yueming with a murderous intent in his eyes. Wang Yueming opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. Others might fear you, Shang Guanlei, but why would I, Wang Yueming, fear you? Shang Guanlei's eyes flashed. He suddenly discovered that this Wang Yueming had already reached peak major primal core realm. Wang Yueming's aura was no longer as overbearing as before. He said, "This saber is perfectly compatible with my Dao. It was born for me." Wang Yueming, what is the point of you going? Wang Yueming said indifferently, there is no need for you to worry about that. I have my own reasons for making a move. Interesting. Do you really think that you can compete with me just by relying on some natural treasures to advance to peak major primal core realm? Receive my saber strike. A saber appeared in Shang Guanlei's hand as he leaped into the air, sending out a saber light. The saber light flashed, turning the sky as resplendent as the sun, disappearing in a flash. Purple chi comes from the east. Wang Yueming closed the folding fan in his hand, and the righteous chi in his body turned into the rising sun, sending down strands of pure purple chi. He used his veritable essence energy and righteous chi to clash head-on with this saber strike. Ka-ca. A crack appeared in the folding fan, and Wang Yueming took 3 steps back. He felt his arm go numb, and his expression could not help changing drastically. How can this be? My cultivation is the same as his. Why is there such a huge difference in strength? Shang Guanlei smiled coldly. His cultivation came from mountains of corpses and seas of blood of fiendish demons. Wang Yueming relied on external items to advance. How could he compare to Shang Guanlei? An ancient loyal heart like the sun and the moon, a body of righteous chi traces the spring and autumn. After putting himself at a disadvantage with one move, Wang Yueming quickly took out the 2 lines of the poem his master left in the folding fan. The crack in the folding fan mended, and a vast righteous chi poured out. Wang Yueming's cultivation soared again, bursting out with an aura that rivaled that of a star venerate. Xiaochen exchanged another move with Shang Guanlei, forcing back the other party, who was closing in on him. Shang Guanlei somersaulted in the air and landed, causing the ground to tremble. He looked at Wang Yueming and said, "No wonder you are confident to compete with me. However, let's see how long this broken fan of yours can help you." Shang Guanlei did not fear Wang Yueming, whose aura soared to that of a star venerate. Whoosh! 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 Just as the two faced off, a figure suddenly appeared, standing on a lotus flower. His figure was like a phantom, and he grasped the tyrant saber before Shang Guanlei and Wang Yueming. Tyrant saber? This was the strongest person of the 3 blessed lands, the profound light temple's Shen Yuan. As he held the tyrant saber, he showed a grave expression. This saber is an inauspicious item. Although every master ruled the world, they all died under their own saber. Aside from the tyrant saber, it has another name, the saber of misfortune. This saber needs to be handed to the Buddhist sect for safekeeping. Jin Yuan held the tyrant saber as he looked at Wang Yueming and Shang Guanlei. Shang Guanlei mocked, "Do you think that I will believe your words? Stinky monk, cut the crap and hand over the saber." In the clouds, a vertical eye quietly flew away. In the valley, Xiaochen opened his forehead and sent the heavenly eye back into his forehead. Then, he revealed a doubtful expression. Tyrant saber? Saber of misfortune? Chapter 1706. The Saber of Misfortune? Xiaochen stood up and muttered to himself, feeling confused. Then, he asked the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul, "Is there really such a saying? Do you believe it?" Although the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice in the dragon seal was weak, it still contained some disdain. Xiaochen made up his mind. In that case, this monk is here to deceive me? Naturally. I have interacted with this group of bald donkeys too much. They are always talking nonsense, acting like they are the only sober person in the world. It is just a different path. There is no need for too much explanation. However, every master of that saber did end up committing suicide. Xiaochen immediately felt speechless. After all that talk, it turned out that Jin Yuan was telling the truth. That is indeed the case. However, that monk said something about handing it to the Buddhist sect for safekeeping was clearly selfish. Can't you tell? Furthermore, why did all the masters of the tyrant saber end up committing suicide? That is just arrogance and conceit. Their understanding of the path of an overlord is wrong. The path of an overlord is never about ruling the world alone. If one stubbornly insists on doing things their own way, wanting to trample on the entire world, not leaving others a path to survival, how could the heavens leave you a path to survival? Even if these people did not obtain the tyrant saber, they would still end up in a miserable state. Xiaochen understood. So, it is not the saber that has a problem. It is the person wielding the saber that has a problem, magnifying the flaws in their hearts. That's right. For example, that person here is called Shengguan Lei, right? I don't know which master taught him. With such a temper and character, even without the tyrant saber, he is destined to end up in a miserable state, taking the wrong path. If he happens to obtain the tyrant saber, he will definitely end up in the same state, committing suicide. Then, as the rumors spread, the reputation of the saber of misfortune will continue to spread. Do you think you can blame it on the saber? After the blood-soaked dragon emperor's explanation, Xiao Chen's doubts cleared up. It was as he expected. Xiao Chen had already recovered from his injuries. The 3 experts of the Blessed Lands had all appeared. However, there was still one person who had yet to say anything. The Black Lotus Church Holy Son was still hiding somewhere, waiting for Xiao Chen to show himself. It looked like this fellow was even more cautious than Xiao Chen thought. To think that a Dao tool did not tempt him. Forget it, even if he doesn't appear, I'll have to show myself. If the Black Lotus Saint still thought that his strength was limited to the Buddha-seeking platform, then Xiao Chen would teach him a harsh lesson. Set off, snatch the saber. Moving like the wind, Xiao Chen executed the steps of the new fish dragon art, advancing quickly in this fiendish demon battlefield, where the spiritual energy was vast and the pressure was immense. On the other side, Shengguan Lei and Wang Yueming did not believe what the profound light temple's Jin Yuan said. Xiao Chen believed that Xiao Chen had selfish motives and just wanted to bring the Dao tool to the profound light temple. As Jin Yuan looked at Shengguan Lei and Wang Yueming, he entered deep thought. If these two worked together, he might not be a match for them. However, it did not matter if this tyrant saber was the saber of misfortune or not. In a very short time, Shengguan Lei and Wang Yueming's strength would increase tremendously. This was not a good thing for the profound light temple, which was in competition with them. The Buddhist sects also needed incense and fame, as well as their own faction. It wasn't that he was far away from the mortal world and untainted by dust. Jin Yuan also had a direct competitive relationship with these two. Be it public or private, he could not let the other party obtain this saber. However, it would not be easy to resolve this matter peacefully. Jin Yuan thought for a while before saying, I have a suggestion. I wonder if the two of you are willing to hear it? A cold light flashed in Shengguan Lei's eyes as he said, Speak. Wang Yueming nodded, willing to hear it. Brother Shengguan, if I give you the saber, are you sure you can block Brother Wang and I working together? Jin Yuan asked as he looked at Shengguan Lei. Shengguan Lei remained silent for a while. He felt unconvinced in his heart, but he still answered honestly, I can't block it. Then, Jin Yuan looked at Wang Yueming. Wang Yueming shook his head and said, Same. All right, if that's the case. Since that is the case, then the 3 of us will make a gentleman's agreement. Whoever of the 2 of you can block a palm strike from me will get this saber. If you cannot block it, then it will belong to me, and the profound light temple will hold on to it. Shengguan Lei smiled coldly and said, However, what if the 2 of us block it? Jin Yuan smiled and said, In that case, I will withdraw from the fight for the Dao tool and lead the disciples of the Pot Ala mountain far away from this conflict. Good. It is settled, then. The 3 of us will swear an oath on the will of the dead sovereign emperor. Whoever breaks the oath will die a violent death. Wang Yueming did not even think about it before directly agreeing. No matter what, Wang Yueming felt that receiving a palm strike from Jin Yuan would be no problem. Shangguanlei did not hesitate either. If he could not even receive a palm strike from Jin Yuan, then he really did not need to live anymore. Good. Jin Yuan revealed a faint smile. After the three agreed, they prepared to swear an oath. The others present all revealed startled expressions, wondering if Jin Yuan had gone crazy and underestimated Shangguanlei and Wang Yueming. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. The fight for the Dao tool, which had lasted for a long time, was finally coming to an end. Everyone knew who the Dao tool would go to in the end. Was the monk Jin Yuan just boasting again? However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The tyrant saber in Jin Yuan's hands suddenly trembled uncontrollably, trying to struggle free. A vast tyrannical aura swept out from the saber scabbard. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, kicking up boundless dust. It was like there was something extremely attractive to the tyrant saber, making it struggle for all it was worth. Even Jin Yuan could not control it. Come back. A shout rang out. The tyrant saber flew out with a whoosh, heading for the owner of the voice. The expressions of Jin Yuan and the other two, who had finished discussing and were preparing to snatch the tyrant saber, changed drastically. They did not know what happened. Whoosh. 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 The three soared into the air and chased after the tyrant saber. However, halfway through the chase, they suddenly discovered a white figure standing on a small hill in front. This person stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the tyrant saber. Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen looked at the three people who had been chasing him, he admired the interesting expressions on their faces. Xiao Chen could not help smiling. I say, the three of you are trying to decide who this saber belongs to in public. Have you asked the original owner? Shangguanlei's face sank. I was wondering who snatched this saber. So, it is you. I was just wondering where to look for you. Now, you deliver yourself to me. Before Shangguanlei finished speaking, a saber appeared in his hand. Then, he used instant flash to charge at Xiao Chen. Wang Yueming entered deep thought. He gently closed the folding fan in his hand, not attacking rashly. On the other hand, Jin Yuan's expression was the most interesting. His plan looked like it would succeed. Unexpectedly, it failed in the next moment. Anyone would feel upset and depressed at such a feeling. Fortunately, Jin Yuan came from the Buddhist sect and possessed a stronger mental state than ordinary people, so he quickly calmed down. Seeing Shangguanlei charge over, Xiao Chen's face sank. Without even thinking, he placed his hand on the saber hilt. In the next moment, he drew the saber. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, a bright saber light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. 2 different Great Dao rings immediately appeared behind Xiao Chen. One was the Thunder Great Dao, and the other was Xiao Chen's Saber Great Dao. The two intertwined and merged. When the Saber Dao and the Thunder Dao worked together with Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, it was simply a perfect fusion. Shangguanlei's expression turned grave. He no longer dared to hold back. He roared, Purple Thunder 7 strikes. As Shangguanlei's saber descended from the air, he hacked down 7 times in a row. Every time he did so, he would attract a bolt of thunder that shook the heavens. The thunder rumbled, causing the ground to tremble. Rumble. After the 3 saber strikes, the world felt like only majestic thunder remained. The sky changed color, and thunderclouds churned. The air turned dry. As the saber in Shangguanlei's hand absorbed more and more lightning, it turned bright and piercing, looking like the blazing sun. Every saber strike drove boundless lightning-attributed energy. Every saber strike was Shangguanlei's peak strike. However, every time he attacked, it would surpass the previous peak. When Shangguanlei's saber descended, 7 peak-level lightning strikes layered over each other, the saber strike landed. When Shangguanlei's saber landed, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky and attached itself to the saber. Before this terrifying saber strike landed, it pressed down on the slope under Xiao Chen's feet, causing it to sink in. Resolving the mundane. After drawing the tyrant saber, Xiaochen did not hold back either. The other party's Purple Thunder 7 strikes could threaten a star venerate level existence. If Xiaochen got careless, even with the tyrant saber, he would still be the one defeated. A swastika appeared on Xiaochen's forehead. At this instant, his expression no longer showed any humanity. Surpassing the mundane, the 7 emotions and 6 desires no longer existed. Resolving the mundane, achieving eternity. The tyrant saber showed neither joy nor sorrow. It was like an iron-faced Buddha that saw through the fickleness of the world as it swung down. A tall Kasyapa Buddha image appeared behind Xiaochen. As he swung his saber, he drew his Buddhist monk saber and mercilessly swung it. It was clearly a Buddha, but it did not contain any gentle or warm Buddhist intent. This was different from any Buddhist sect martial technique. This was the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Shangguan Lei, who was fighting with Xiaochen, felt a sense of guilt in his heart for committing a great sin. Even the benevolent Buddha was heartless to him, killing him. He could not help feeling horrified, and a weak opening appeared in his mental state. When the two sabers clashed, this weak opening widened with the clash of the two powerful martial techniques. Ka-Xie. A melodious clang rang out, and the treasure tool in Shangguan Lei's hand broke. Blood leaked out of a corner of Shangguan Lei's mouth. The instant his saber broke, his aura plummeted. Then, Xiaochen's two-layered Dao might knocked him back. As Shangguan Lei stood firmly on the ground and looked at the broken saber in his hand, his expression turned extremely unsightly. There was even a terrifying saber wound on his chest. This saber strike had chopped through the bones and flesh of his chest in one breath, nearly chopping him in half. However, no blood spurted out. This was because the saber intent was too tyrannical. It remained in the gap, blocking the recovery of the wound and preventing blood from spurting out. Plop! Shangguan Lei cried out silently in pain. Then, he fell to the ground and fainted. As for Xiaochen, his arm was already numb, and his palm had cracked. The bones in his right hand, which held the saber, cracked in the instant they clashed. If he had lasted any longer, his entire arm would have been crippled. Clang! Xiaochen sheathed his saber and said with a cold expression, "This is my, Xiaochen's, saber. Aside from me, no one else has the right to decide its fate. Not even you, Jin Yuan." Xiaochen looked around and fixed his gaze on Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan was raring to go. Clearly, he wanted to take this opportunity to attack. Chapter 1707. A huge battle could break out at any moment. As Xiaochen held up the tyrant saber, he did not show any intention of explaining. Sometimes, many people just needed an excuse. An excuse that they could use to deal with others, an excuse that they could use to their advantage. Given Wang Yueming and Jin Yuan's experience, it was impossible for them not to see that the black lotus that suddenly appeared on Xiaochen's body was very strange. Just this point and the confession of a new profound light temple disciple could not prove that Xiaochen was a Black Lotus Church member. However, that did not matter. Wang Yueming could use this favorable excuse to snatch away the Dao tool. To him, this was the best. He could use this excuse to get Jin Yuan to interrogate Xiaochen and force out the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique saber manual. This would not arouse any suspicion. Jin Yuan only said that he could use any means to pry out a Black Lotus Church disciple's confession. As for whether Xiaochen was a Black Lotus Church disciple or not, it was not that important. Xiaochen's heart was as clear as a mirror. When he saw Jin Yuan hypocritically ask him if he wanted to explain, he directly rejected it. Jin Yuan clearly saw that Xiaochen's identity as a Black Lotus Church member was suspicious, yet he kept pressing him, putting on a hypocritical act to get him to explain. The more Xiaochen tried to explain, the more he would appear guilty. It would not be useful. This was because Wang Yueming and Jin Yuan already firmly believed that Xiaochen was a Black Lotus Church member. How could they really listen to his explanation? Hypocrite, fake monk, and scheming? Xiaochen did not believe that the two of them were willing to risk their lives and dare to take a step forward. When Wang Yueming and Jin Yuan saw Xiaochen pressing forward with an indomitable will, showing that he would rather die in glory than live in dishonor, they showed grave expressions, no longer as overbearing as before. They did not dare to take a step forward where the saber pointed. That was the line of life and death that Xiaochen set. Brother Jinyuan, you are not just slightly stronger than me. Furthermore, this fellow is a sworn enemy of your Buddhist sect. I am willing to cooperate with you. Wang Yueming stared at Xiaochen, looking for openings. At the same time, he sent a voice projection to praise Jinyuan. Jinyuan locked on to Xiaochen. When he heard that, he could not help smiling coldly. Indeed, Jinyuan did not fear Xiaochen. If there were no one here, he would have charged forward without any fear. However, there were too many people here. Furthermore, Wang Yueming was here. How could he take the risk? Even if Xiaochen defeated Xiaochen, he would end up helping Wang Yueming. How could he be careless? This Wang Yueming's calculations were really good. Naturally, Jinyuan would not fall for this trick and suffer. He replied, let's attack together. He cannot injure both of us with one move. He can only injure one of us at the same time, and then he will be crippled. Wang Yueming said coldly, I don't like to gamble. If it were me, I would definitely use this move on someone weaker. Behind them, the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun, who had been smiling with a smug look in his eyes, suddenly showed a grave expression. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen's aura stunned the two strongest outstanding talents of the Grave Sea. This is indeed a small place. It cannot compare to people who have experienced countless life and death situations. No matter how strong they are, even with such boldness, they are just trash in the end. They are not even comparable to the unconscious Shangguan Lei. Ming Xian snorted coldly in his heart, showing deep disdain and contempt for Jinyuan and Wang Yueming. In Ming Xian's opinion, if these two had Shangguan Lei's boldness, they would have taken down this Xiaochen long ago. There was no need to put in so much effort. In the end, he still had to make a move. Black Lotus secret technique, world eliminating imprint, exterminating all life. Xiaochen held his index and middle fingers together and formed a hand seal with one hand. The string of seemingly black Buddhist prayer beads dangled between his two fingers. Without any movement, he ferociously pushed it forward. Boom! A force equal to a Cloud Sea Star Venerate's casual strike appeared out of nowhere. Caught off guard, Jinyuan and Wang Yueming did not have time to turn around by the time they sensed it. A force equal to a star Venerate's, containing the will of soul, surged over like a wave. The force immediately knocked Jinyuan and Wang Yueming into the air, their bodies in intense pain like they were falling apart. Their souls trembled, and they felt dizzy. The world spun around, and their souls swayed in their bodies. After they fell to the ground, they could not get up. His body and soul were both heavily injured by this attack. It was like a star Venerate attacking. Caught off guard, the two were instantly injured to the point where they could not continue fighting. This was especially so for the Confucian institution's Wang Yueming. His physical body was not as strong as Jinyuan's. Intense pain covered his entire body, making it hard for him to even turn around. The scarier thing was that the shock to his soul could not recover in a short time. Jinyuan's indestructible iron body blocked out half of the damage from this move. His physical injuries were much lighter than Wang Yueming's. However, the damage to his soul made him feel incredible pain. He barely managed to get up and revealed an extremely shocked expression as he looked at the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun. However, that was all. Right now, Jinyuan could not deal any damage to the Holy Sun Ming Xian. As for Wang Yueming, he was still in so much pain that he could not even raise his head to look up. Two pieces of trash. The Holy Sun Ming Xian said with deep disdain. Then, his figure soared into the air and charged towards Xiaochen, who had just dealt with the shock waves, without hesitation. This time, you won't be as lucky as last time. The Black Lotus Church sage no longer held back, unleashing his full power. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's entire body radiated a terrifying black Buddhist light. An expressionless, cold black Buddha image appeared behind him. The Black Lotus Church also believed in Buddhism. However, their interpretation of the ancient Buddhist scriptures differed from the orthodox ones. The Buddha they believed in was the same as the orthodox Buddhism, the Kasyapa Buddha. But in their eyes, the true body of the Kasyapa Buddha was like this. He was expressionless and cold, looking down on all life. He was known as the revered Black Lotus. Humans are born evil, and their 7 emotions and 6 desires are all sins. Kasyapa Buddha had no compassion. Those who believed in him could reduce their sins and enjoy reincarnation. Those who didn't believe in him were willing to fall into depravity. Their sins would reach the heavens and they would never be able to reincarnate. The appearance of the Black Buddhist voice immediately exposed the Holy Sun Mingxian's identity. This was a result that no one could have imagined. Who could have imagined that Mingxian, who righteously pointed at Xiao Chen and said that he was a pawn of the Black Lotus Church, was the true Black Lotus Church disciple? However, it was too late. Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan were severely injured. The others were not strong enough, unable to interfere in the battle between the Holy Sun Mingxian and Xiao Chen. They could only watch from afar. Xiao Chen possessed 2 kinds of great Dao energy, the Thunder Dao and the Saber Dao. Then, he used the army-breaking saber technique to fight the Holy Sun Mingxian. The army-breaking saber technique focused on pressing forward with indomitable will, which was similar to the Tyrant Saber. The Tyrant Saber contained the Thunder Dao. However, the tyrannical nature of the Tyrant Saber would not change. It could strengthen the aura of the Thunder Dao. Similarly, it could strengthen the compatible army-breaking saber technique. As Xiao Chen faced the mysterious and strong Black Lotus Church sage, he remained calm. Previously, due to his cultivation being limited, he could not clash head-on with the other party. Now that he obtained the Tyrant Saber, it was the right time. The other party's identity was exposed, and Xiao Chen held the home ground. He had the geographical advantage, and his cultivation broke through. The right time, the right place, and the right people, all 3 were present. He could clash head-on with the other party. Xiao Chen brought out the techniques of the Saber Dao to the fullest. Back at the Buddha-seeking platform, the other party had dared to rely on his cultivation and physical body to look down on Xiao Chen's attacks. Now, the other party no longer dared to be so careless. After exchanging 100 moves to his heart's content, the Holy Sun Mingxian was shocked to discover that he did not hold the upper hand at all. That's all you are capable of? Black Lotus Church Sage, you are only a so-so. Xiao Chen raised his saber and switched from defense to offense. He roared, sounding like a dragon roaring in the surroundings and like thunder shaking the 9 heavens. The Tyrant Saber in Xiao Chen's hand merged 2 kinds of great Dao energy as he executed army breaking. With the Tyrant Saber in hand, its surging aura seemed solid. With a gentle raise, it was like a tyrant appeared, ruling over the world. One saber strike could destroy an army, piercing through the 9 heavens above the clouds. The Holy Sun Mingxian frowned slightly. He could not forcefully attack, and his momentum had already weakened. Now was not the best time to clash head-on with Xiao Chen. With a thought, the Holy Sun Mingxian thought of a plan and quickly retreated. Break! Xiao Chen leaped into the air, gaining the upper hand in his aura. His expression turned grave and stern as he smoothly executed army breaking. The previous saber strike pierced through the clouds, and stars appeared in the sky. Bathed in the brightest starlight, the saber light piercing the eyes. Then, Xiao Chen continued advancing. The Holy Sun Mingxian landed on the ground. As he held the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, he calmly executed hand seals and knocked away the saber light and saber might attacking him. Black lotuses appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. With every step he took, a lotus bloomed. Xiao Chen advanced ferociously, materializing his flawless saber Dao to its limits. The saber light in his hand flashed continuously. It was like the starlight, like the moon setting, like the sun rising, like the cold winter snow, like the warm spring light, like the merciless autumn wind. The tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand changed continuously. However, it was connected smoothly, like he was telling a story. This exquisite saber skill stunned the various sect disciples in the surroundings. All of them sighed in amazement as if he was a celestial being. When Jin Yuan, who barely managed to sit up and treat his injuries, saw this scene, he stopped his cultivation technique and was stunned. Just based on this saber skill, Xiao Chen was qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as Jin Yuan. No wonder back then, when Xiao Chen pointed his saber at Jin Yuan and Wang Yueming felt like there was a line between life and death. Indeed, Xiao Chen had the strength to make those who crossed that line pay a heavy price. Death was not excluded. What Jin Yuan said was not a joke. When the holy son Ming Xian faced this exquisite saber skill, he could always resolve it. His strength was truly admirable. If it were them, how could they make out so many of Xiao Chen's saber skills? However, in the end, Xiao Chen's saber skills were stronger than the holy son Ming Xian's palm technique. After 300 moves, Xiao Chen finally found a major opening, causing the holy son Ming Xian's expression to change drastically. Breaking the world. Relying on the aura from the 300 moves, Xiao Chen used breaking the world to find an opening and hacked at the holy son Ming Xian. The holy son Ming Xian could no longer retreat. He formed another dermic hand seal, and scriptures echoed in the surroundings. Then, he stretched out his hand and gently raised it. The scriptures gathered, and the space around him continuously rose, becoming like a Buddhist spiritual mountain. The saber light tore through the layers of barriers. The two Dao might merged and tore a hole in the holy son Ming Xian's tight defense. The tyrant saber chopped at the holy son Ming Xian's shoulder, trying to chop him in half. This scene was similar to when Xiao Chen first fought with the holy son Ming Xian. By feigning weakness, the holy son Ming Xian severely injured Xiao Chen with one strike. Would the same result happen again? Whoosh! Just as the tyrant saber was about to strike the holy son Ming Xian, the black lotus sex Buddha image in the sky suddenly shrank. Then, it shrank and gathered on the holy son Ming Xian's body. The holy son Ming Xian's physical body immediately changed, becoming like a black sculpture. Xiao Chen's tyrant saber landed on the holy son Ming Xian's shoulder. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the black sculpture, which quickly peeled off, revealing the black lotus sect's true appearance. The broken statue had negated most of the saber's power. When the saber landed again, it could only enter by 1 centimeter, stuck by the holy son Ming Xian's shoulder. History repeated itself. The holy son Ming Xian vomited a mouthful of blood. This time, the force of the saber strike was much stronger than before. Even though the holy son Ming Xian blocked most of it, he could not avoid sustaining significant injuries. The holy son Ming Xian's complexion paled, but he smiled widely. You fell for the same trick twice. Xiao Chen, you are really stupid. Soul-destroying eye. The holy son Ming Xian's forehead opened, and a vertical eye appeared. The vertical eye flickered with a sinister light, giving off a soul-trembling aura. Now, the holy son Ming Xian's meticulous plan finally started to pull in the net. He used the soul-destroying eye, a powerful killing move, to severely injure Xiao Chen's soul. Is that so? In that case, you will be disappointed. Dragon blood soul-breaking finger. Just as the sinister light gathered in the vertical eye and looked like it would shoot out, a scarlet light appeared on Xiao Chen's left index finger as he moved at lightning speed, tapping the holy son Ming Xian's forehead. Before the holy son Ming Xian could execute the soul-destroying eye, he cried out in pain as Xiao Chen's finger knocked him into the air. The holy son Ming Xian was not the only one who could set up a trap when two experts met. Chapter 1708. Dragon blood soul-breaking finger. Xiao Chen moved later but arrived first, sending the holy son Ming Xian flying with a finger strike. After the holy son Ming Xian landed, his pale complexion turned even more unsightly. The might of the soul-destroying eye rebounded, and the dragon blood soul-breaking finger detonated in the depths of his soul. He felt like his soul was about to scatter, his physical body and soul slowly separating. The holy son Ming Xian's thoughts slowly blurred. At the critical moment, he crushed the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. After Xiao Chen's attack succeeded, he did not hesitate to swing the saber in his hand. Electric light spread out, and the tyrant's saber suddenly descended like a bolt of lightning, carrying unparalleled force as it stabbed into the Holy Sun Mingxian's chest. Boom! The Holy Sun Mingxian, who had just crushed the Buddhist prayer beads, was already in a life-and-death situation. Before he could do anything, the tyrant saber struck him. There was a loud sound, and the energy in the tyrant saber exploded. Boundless electric light burst out from that area, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, only a charred body remained, devoid of any aura of life. Xiaochen still did not feel assured. He leaped into the air and withdrew the tyrant saber. Then, he stomped down. Their charred bodies were like brittle bones, crunching noises could be heard as they were stepped on. It was a complete mess. This fellow died just like that? Xiaochen looked at the charred ground. The Holy Sun Mingxian's corpse had already turned into a pile of mush. Xiaochen was in some disbelief. However, whether he believed it or not, there was nothing he could do. He could not find any trace of the other party at all. Xiaochen also felt incredibly fatigued. His entire body felt weak, and cold sweat trickled down his back. He had won this battle by a hair's breadth. If not for the other party being careless and trying to use tricks to defeat him, Xiaochen would not have expected the other party to have a Soul Dao martial technique as well. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen also had a Soul Dao martial technique. Even so, he ended up falling for it. Even so, it was hard to say who would win. Even so, Xiaochen's victory was not easy. Everyone saw exquisite saber techniques, ever-changing saber moves that flowed like clouds and water. These were not moves that could be executed easily and without using one's brain. They exhausted a large amount of veritable essence energy and mental energy. Xiaochen glanced coldly at Jin Yuan and Wang Yueming. The Holy Sun Mingxian's sneak attack on these two was very miserable. Caught off guard, they were struck by the world-eliminating imprint. It was not a good feeling. Back then, Xiaochen had tried to defend, and the Black Lotus Church sage had held back. Even so, he had been heavily injured by the World Annihilation Seal. Wang Yueming and Jin Yuan had faced the sneak attack of the World Annihilation Seal at full power. One could well imagine the severity of their injuries. Serves him right for bringing this upon himself. Xiaochen cursed in his heart. Then, without even looking at the two, he picked up the tyrant saber and fled far away. Jin Yuan's expression sank. He, who had been recovering rapidly, could already stand up with great difficulty. The injuries to his physical body had mostly recovered. However, the injuries to his soul could not be healed in a short time. His complexion was still unsightly. He could only watch as Xiaochen calmly left after the great battle. From then on, one of the Blessed Enclave's 3 great experts fainted, another fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and the last one couldn't fight even if he got up. This solution was directly or indirectly related to Xiaochen. Who was the greatest dark horse in this fiendish demon battlefield? It was definitely Xiaochen. After this, the name of the white-robed Xiaochen would spread far and wide, spreading throughout the entire Grave Sea. 3 days later, an irresistible will appeared and forcibly dragged the recuperating Xiaochen out of the fiendish demon battlefield. After defeating the Black Lotus Church sage, no one sought trouble for him. Xiaochen obtained the Dao tool, the Buddhist-seeking platform, the many rare Buddhist sect plants, and the precious earth and fire golden lotus. Xiaochen was not in the mood to seek out other fortuitous encounters. He spent the next 3 days treating his injuries. He made sure not to leave any hidden injuries. Then, he quietly waited for time to run out. After 3 days, Xiaochen completely recovered from his injuries and returned to his peak. Be it his physique, physical body, or spirit, they all reached an unprecedented height. Defeating Shangguan Lei and the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun invisibly increased Xiaochen's aura and luck. After leaving the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiaochen turned his head back to look. The floating island slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The next opening of the fiendish demon battlefield would be another 20 years later. This trip was pretty good. I managed to scavenge some resources, enough for me to advance my cultivation in advance. Everyone more or less gained something as they discussed excitedly. Martial uncle, congratulations on obtaining the Dao tool. In this fiendish demon battlefield, martial grand uncle really brought glory to our Purple Flame sect. Haha. Even Shangguanlei lost to our martial grand uncle. The Purple Flame sect disciples in the crowd quickly flew over to Xiao Chen's side and congratulated him. Hua Yunfeng arrived late. He glanced at Xiao Chen and smiled sincerely. I am truly ashamed of my inferiority in this fiendish demon battlefield. I am truly sorry for not fulfilling my responsibilities as the top true inheritor. Later, Hua Yunfeng heard that Wang Yueming and Jin Yuan made things difficult for Xiao Chen, while he led his disciples to take advantage of the situation to scavenge resources. Hua Yunfeng felt somewhat apologetic. Fortunately, Xiao Chen managed to leave in the end. Furthermore, he defeated Shangguanlei and the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun. Xiao Chen said quickly, Brother Hua, you are too polite. Without your help, it would have been impossible for me to obtain the Dao tool. No matter what, I will definitely remember this favor. After saying that, Xiao Chen took out all the rare Buddhist sect flowers and herbs he obtained on Buddha-seeking mountain, aside from the earthly fire golden lotus. Among them, the 20 white jasmine flowers were the most precious. They were one of the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers. They could directly increase one's cultivation and cleanse one's veritable essence energy. There was no market for them in the outside world. One could not buy them even if one wanted to. They were so expensive that one would find them unbearably heavy. Hua Yunfeng had not expected Xiao Chen to be so generous, spending money to such an extent. He simply treated the white jasmine flowers like cabbages. I simply cannot reject the white jasmine flowers. I will take 5 and give the rest to the sect disciples. Everyone will gain something. Hua Yunfeng did not try to be pretentious. Right after he spoke, the many Purple Flame sect disciples all smiled. Many thanks, Martial Grand Uncle. Many thanks, Senior Brother Hua. On this side, the Purple Flame sect disciples were all incredibly happy. They had already gained a lot in the first place. Now, they even received such a huge gift. Who would not be happy? On the other side, the disciples of the Divine Firmament sect, the Confucian institution, and the Potala Mountain showed unsightly expressions. Benefactor Xiao, we offended you in the fiendish demon battlefield. In the future, we will definitely pay you a visit to apologize. Jin Yuan led the Profound Light Temple disciples over and bowed in greeting. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, Hua Yunfeng's expression turned serious. He said, Jin Yuan, you are really bold. Brother Xiao is my Purple Flame sect's senior Yi Zifeng's junior brother. He is the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang's disciple. To think that you wrongly accused him of being a Black Lotus Church disciple. I will personally speak to the sect master about this. The moment Hua Yunfeng said that, he immediately caused a huge commotion. The expressions of the various sect disciples as they looked at Xiao Chen changed drastically. To think that he is Pan Huang's disciple. This was truly unexpected. Jin Yuan was strong and held a high position. However, in the fiendish demon battlefield, Jin Yuan publicly attacked Xiao Chen and threatened to clean up the heretics. That was a grave mistake. The more serious thing was that the one who framed him was a Black Lotus Church disciple. That was even worse. When Jin Yuan returned to the temple, he would not be able to avoid punishment. Jin Yuan's expression changed slightly. He felt very sullen in his heart, but he endured it. He said softly, this time, I was tricked by a demon. I will definitely take responsibility. After I return to the temple, I will take the initiative to ask for punishment. I will definitely give Benefactor a satisfactory apology for the trouble I caused this time. Goodbye. Jin Yuan did not want to apologize in his heart. However, he had no choice. The Buddhist sect's rules were the strictest. Unless Jin Yuan gave up on his Buddhist sect martial techniques and left the Profound Light Temple, he would have to apologize and put on a show so that the Profound Light Temple could provide an explanation to the Purple Flame sect. As Xiao Chen watched the other party leave, he thought to himself, this Jin Yuan is really tolerant. In the fiendish demon battlefield, he was clearly very unlucky. However, when he came out, he could swallow his anger and apologize. I cannot underestimate this person. I have to pay attention to him in the future. As Hua Yunfeng watched Jin Yuan leave, he said to Xiao Chen, don't worry. Sects have their own rules. This Jin Yuan made a huge mistake. When he returns to the temple, he will definitely be punished. My Purple Flames sect can at least do that for you. Based on Hua Yunfeng's tone, he did not intend to let this matter rest. Xiao Chen could only repeat this in his heart. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. Xiao Chen. As the two chatted casually and prepared to rush back to the sect, a resonant voice rang out. It was Shangguan Lei, who had mostly recovered from his injuries. Aside from Jin Yuan, the person who was the most sullen in the fiendish demon battlefield was Shangguan Lei. After forcefully advancing to peak Major Primal Core Realm, he did not show off for long before Xiao Chen knocked him unconscious with one saber strike, losing all his reputation. Given Shangguan Lei's character, this matter dealt an even heavier blow to him than killing him. Shangguan Lei looked at Xiao Chen with dissatisfaction. Then, he said coldly, you merely used the might of a Dao tool to defeat me by half a move. Do you have the guts to put down your Dao tool and fight me again? Right here, in front of everyone, let's have a fair fight. A sore loser was a perfect description for people like Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei's words were funny and infuriating at the same time. After Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help feeling speechless. Then, he said indifferently, sure. Lower your cultivation to peak minor primal core realm, and I'll have a fair fight with you. Shangguan Lei roared, coward. My cultivation was tempered step by step through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Your cultivation is not high, and you did not work hard. Can you blame me for having a high cultivation? Interesting. Could it be that my Dao tool fell from the sky? Xiao Chen could not help smiling coldly in his heart. He said seriously, I did indeed rely on a Dao tool to defeat you. However, so what? Just like your cultivation tempered step by step through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, I barely managed to subdue this Dao tool of mine. If you are not convinced, you can go and find a Dao tool. I'll keep you company at any time. Don't humiliate yourself here and make a fool of yourself. Weapons and armor have always been a part of a cultivator's strength. Shangguan Lei was originally filled with resentment. Now that Xiao Chen's rude words added fuel to the fire, he became even angrier. However, Xiao Chen now had a Dao tool. He was not a match for Shangguan Lei at all, and he could not do anything about it. Good. 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 Shangguan Lei was so angry that his entire body trembled. After saying, good, 3 times, he flicked his sleeves and left. The Purple Flame sect disciples watched as Shangguan Lei, who was normally unparalleled in the Black Cave Mountain, left in such a sullen manner. All of them felt delighted in their hearts. Hua Yunfeng smiled and said, unexpectedly, Shangguan Lei has such a day. Haha. Come, let's return to the sect. Chapter 1709. Xiao Chen did not dare to tarry. After he took his leave of the group, he quickly headed for the summit. Right now, the most important thing was to raise his strength and properly digest the fortuitous encounters he obtained in the fiendish demon battlefield. It turns out that there really is a Tianwu dynasty in the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chen could not help but recall. The descendant of the Kunlun realm's Tianwu dynasty, Chu Chaoyun, the Tianwu dynasty. It was extremely rare for the sect master to personally receive a disciple returning from the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen's senior brother got injured because of him. Now that he could profit from this disaster, it was simply great. Where are we going? The instant the Black Lotus formed, the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun appeared in it, panting heavily. His complexion looked extremely weak. However, senior brother, your injuries. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Yi Zifeng had fought with the Black Lotus Church Venerate and got injured, causing his cultivation to drop by 1 grade. The Tyrant Saber is a Dao tool that I obtained in the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion. What should I do? Xiao Chen asked sincerely. How dangerous? I nearly died in this fiendish demon battlefield. When the Purple Flame sect's sect master received the news, he personally led the sect elders to the foot of the mountain to welcome Xiao Chen's group. Xiao Chen nodded silently. However, great waves surged in his heart. He was incredibly shocked. After Yi Zifeng's pointers, Xiao Chen seemed to have comprehended something and thought of something. This was a huge blow to the Divine Firmament sect. This was especially so for defeating Shangguan Lei. To the Purple Flame sect, this was a joyous matter. After chatting for a while, just as they were about to take their leave, Xiao Chen asked, "Senior brother, if I want to go to the Central Great Realm to look for you in the future, where should I go?" In the following days, Xiao Chen was very busy, familiarizing himself with the tyrant saber in his hand. Next was his cultivation. He needed to temper it properly to stabilize his current cultivation. Whoosh! Perhaps it was to seek refuge, to explore, or just out of pure boredom. When Xiao Chen heard that, he found it slightly strange. This was because his senior brother did not seem to crave power. The feeling he gave was one of indifference and lack of desire. Yi Zifeng did not find Xiao Chen's expression strange. "You have never seen a true saber expert before." The Grave Sea cluster ranks within the top 100 of the many clusters of the Great Thousand Realms. However, compared to the Central Great Realm, it is not even worth mentioning. There is not a single saber expert of the same generation as you. Xiao Chen cupped his fists and said, "Sect leader Duan is too kind." One's luck waned while the other grew. For a long time, the Divine Firmament sect had suppressed the Purple Flame sect to the point of suffocation. After this, the situation would definitely change. After a long time, the Black Lotus carried him into the sky, flying towards the starry sky. He had to return to the Black Lotus to recuperate. As a complete saber technique, the army-breaking saber technique was more suitable for the Tyrant Saber. Hearing this, Yi Zifeng was stunned. The Central Great Realm's 4 eternal dynasties were established by the Great Desolate Bloodline noble clans to resist the sections. The Tianwu dynasty was established by the ancient royal clan, the Chu clan. There is no need for you to ask about this. In the future, when you go to the Central Great Realm, you will know about it. Yi Zifeng had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him arrive, he raised his head slightly and gestured for him to sit down. A sharp light flashed in the Black Lotus Holy Sun's eyes as Xiao Chen's figure appeared in his mind. He wished that he could tear Xiao Chen to shreds and take out the demonic bone relic. Flashy but impractical? Xiao Chen was slightly surprised. This was the first time he heard someone say that his saber skills were flashy but impractical. Xiao Chen used this saber to materialize the various saber techniques that he knew. Among them, the army-breaking saber technique was the main one, with the flawless saber technique as support. The sect leader of the Purple Flame sect was called Duanya. He was an old man dressed in gray. His aura was withdrawn, causing others to be unable to see through him. Yi Zifeng said honestly, "Originally, I should not have come looking for you when you just returned from the fiendish demon battlefield. However, I need to now. I'll be leaving the Purple Flame sect tomorrow." Yi Zifeng smiled faintly as he emitted a trace of his aura. There were also some things that Xiao Chen could not do in the past because he was not strong enough. Now that he had advanced to the Primal Core realm, he could try them. The Chu clan. Chu Chaoyun. It looks like this is not a coincidence. The army-breaking saber technique that Xiao Chen practiced was modified from their 1,000 army sword technique. Now, it was a completely different martial technique. It had to be said that this was a pleasant surprise. Yi Zifeng continued, "I'm leaving tomorrow. So, if you have any requests, you can tell me now. If I can help, senior brother will do his best." Duanya did not say anything more. He smiled and said, "You go first. Martial uncle has been waiting for you for a long time already. Later, I'll discuss with the elders how to reward you." Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about this. Senior brother is looking for me? However, Xiao Chen knew that this sect leader had been a late-stage Starry Sky Realm cultivator for many years and was exceptionally strong. Senior brother, who established the Tianwu dynasty? Xiao Chen asked. However, since Yi Zifeng said this, it clearly made sense and would not be without evidence. Purple Flame's sect, Yi Zifeng returned the saber to Xiao Chen. Then, he entered deep thought and said, "Your attainments in the saber technique are very deep. However, it gives me the feeling that it is flashy but impractical." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. These words were too familiar. Xiao Chen had fallen from Holy Venerate to Peak Star Venerate. Just after Xiao Chen, Hua Yunfeng, and the others returned to the sect, Xiao Chen did not know where Chu Chaoyun was. Aside from the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun had left the Kunlun realm. The Central Great Realm. After a pause, Yi Zifeng continued, "Your saber technique is exquisite, and your comprehension ability is startling. However, when you draw your saber, it does not feel heavy or steady." Yi Zifeng did not know why he made such a change. Xiao Chen asked probingly, "Senior brother, why are you going to the Central Great Realm? Why is senior brother in such a rush to find me?" Xiao Chen asked in a rush. Xiao Chen stepped forward and handed the tyrant saber to Yi Zifeng with both hands. Yi Zifeng calmly said 4 words. "If what senior brother said is true, then the Tianwu emperor who established the Tianwu dynasty in the Sky Dome realm must have been an expert of the Central Great Realm's Chu clan. The upper echelon of the Divine Shield Army probably could not tell." On the calm surface of the sea, there were bursts of bubbling. The Black Lotus sage felt a lingering fear. If he had not crushed the Buddhist prayer beads at the last moment, he would have died. A holy venerate? Be it obtaining a Tao tool or suppressing the Divine Firmament sect disciples, he had raised the Purple Flame sect's luck. You truly live up to being Martial Uncle Ye's junior brother. The sect is truly fortunate to have you. After about 7 minutes, the group arrived at the summit, where the 7-colored clouds shrouded the summit. After saying goodbye to his senior brother and returning to his courtyard, Xiao Chen still could not calm down. Such a situation had rarely happened in the history of the Purple Flame sect. Xiao Chen felt embarrassed in his heart. How could he still have the face to make any requests? Yi Zifeng had simply helped him too much. Yi Zifeng said softly, "Find more experts of the same generation to exchange pointers with. You need to find experts of the same generation who are truly evenly matched in terms of saber techniques. You still have to rely on yourself to comprehend these things." After activating the immortal seal, it might really be possible for Xiao Chen to fall in the fiendish demon battlefield. The tyrant saber was one of the biggest gains in the fiendish demon battlefield. Yi Zifeng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the saber in Xiao Chen's hand. Your saber, with the two combined, Xiao Chen felt that he could bring out 20% of the tyrant saber's strength. Breaking through to sovereign personage in this grave sea is practically impossible. Only by entering the Central Great Realm will there be a chance. Yi Zifeng nodded. That's right. I was injured by the Black Lotus sect venerate, but I never felt depressed. This is because I know that fortune and disaster are hard to determine. This is not a bad thing for me. When you entered the fiendish demon battlefield, an old friend came to visit and brought you an item. Not only did you recover from your injuries, but your strength also improved. Many thanks, senior brother. However, junior brother had some fortuitous encounters in the fiendish demon battlefield. The Black Lotus mark in my body was also completely removed, so I do not have any other requests for now. Yi Zifeng held the tyrant saber and felt it. Then, he nodded slightly. Good saber. It is a superior grade Tao tool. Although it contains only one kind of thunder Tao, it is very compatible with the word tyrant. The two are naturally compatible. The thunder Tao walks the path of tyranny, ferocity, and decisiveness. It is simple, direct, and efficient. However, don't stray from the right path. Otherwise, you will end up like that Divine Firmament sex saber fanatic. Yi Zifeng's cultivation had also dropped from peak major primal core realm to peak minor primal core realm. Xiao Chen said sincerely, "Congratulations, senior brother." Finally, there was the Earth and Fire Golden Lotus. After he absorbed the Earth and Fire Golden Lotus, he would comprehend the final move of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique Saber Manual, Entering Hell. However, Xiaochen did not know why he wanted to enter an abandoned land. After a while, black lotus petals appeared on the surface of the sea. Then, they merged and formed a complete black lotus. Xiaochen had not even brought out 10% of this saber's might. There was still a lot of potential that he could dig out. The Thunder Dao contained in the saber manual was also useful for reference. Xiaochen. You really startled me. I will definitely obtain the demonic bone relic. The grudge between us will not end so easily. It is not over yet. Xiaochen seemed to have comprehended something. He had long felt that his saber techniques had reached a bottleneck. However, he did not know where it was. After familiarizing himself with the tyrant saber for half a month, Xiaochen could finally bring out 20% of the tyrant saber's might. The might of the army-breaking saber technique reached unprecedented heights. The divine firmament sect saber fanatic was the thunder saber Xiang Tian, Shangguan Lei's master. Xiaochen wondered what the connection was between the central great realms Tianwu dynasty and the Kunlun realms Tianwu dynasty. Chapter 1710. Although the army-breaking saber technique had reached its peak, Xiaochen still could not figure out the heaviness and steadiness that Yi Zifeng mentioned. He had clearly used his full strength in every single move he made, and his momentum was heavy, firm, and tyrannical. But why did he still say that it was just an empty shell? Xiaochen racked his brains, but to no avail. Perhaps it was really as senior brother had said, he had to find a saber expert of the same generation to spar with. However, in this vast grave sea, Shangguan Lei was already the strongest bladesman of his generation. His saber techniques were not a match for Xiaochen at all. If not for the difference in cultivation, Xiaochen would not have cared about Xiaochen at all. In terms of saber techniques, Xiaochen far surpassed Xiaochen. Perhaps the experts of the same generation that senior brother is referring to are existences like me who have comprehended the saber Dao great Dao power. Due to this reason, Xiaochen had no choice but to put aside his cultivation of the saber Dao for now. Xiaochen started to try something that he had never tried before, refining the heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame. These two flames were primal chaos level existences. This was especially so for the heavenly snow divine flame, which had already reached rank 3. There was no need to refine it for now. What he needed to refine was the heavenly flame. This extremely domineering yang attributed flame was only a core at the moment. It hadn't even reached the first grade. The fastest way to improve a flame's quality was to devour other flames. Xiaochen was prepared for this long ago. Currently, he had the peak solar true flame, the purple thunder true fire that came from the purple thunder divine incantation, and the dazzling sunlight true flame that he obtained from the purple sun region's auction. The quality of the three types of flames were all above the 8th grade. It was just that its grade was far inferior to the heavenly flame. The primal chaos flame was the oldest flame in the world. It was said that there was a primal chaos flame ranking in the great thousand worlds. When nurtured to its peak, it would be able to rampage in all directions, becoming a great killing weapon in one's hands. He didn't know if his 2 chaos level flames were on the list or what their rankings would be. Xiaochen did not think about this for now. He took out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. As he looked at the familiar appearance of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, Xiaochen's thoughts drifted. This cauldron had followed him for many years. After hesitating for a moment, a flame appeared in Xiaochen's palm. This was the infamous heavenly flame of the Kunlun realm. With a gentle blow, the golden heavenly flame slowly fell into the cauldron. Boom! The flame immediately burned fiercely in the cauldron. A scorching heat spread out and assaulted Xiaochen's face. The intense temperature forced Xiaochen to circulate his quintessence to resist. If he continued, he would definitely injure himself. Kacha, kacha. Just as Xiaochen was about to place the purple thunder true fire in, cracks appeared in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and continuously expanded. With a bang, the entire Dragon Phoenix Cauldron shattered into pieces. The golden flames suddenly retracted, turning into a small ball of blazing flame, quietly floating in the air. Damn it! Why did you destroy my Dragon Phoenix Cauldron? A pained expression appeared on Xiaochen's face. The dragon phoenix cauldron had been with him for a long time, carrying many memories of the Kunlun realm. It shattered just like that. It was truly unexpected and caught them off guard. It is my fault for not considering it thoroughly. This dragon phoenix cauldron is a replica. How could it withstand the might of the heavenly flame? Xiaochen withdrew his flames and looked at the shattered dragon phoenix cauldron. Then, he sighed softly. He needed to change to a better cauldron. Martial uncle, someone is looking for you. Just at this moment, Ling Yu's voice rang out from outside. If there is nothing important, Ling Yu will not disturb me, Xiaochen thought to himself. Then, his figure flashed as he walked out. Why are you looking for me? Ling Yu smiled and said, that monk Jin Yuan is here to ask for forgiveness. Even his master is here. The sect master said that this matter depends on your attitude. If you insist on being stubborn, then Jin Yuan will be in a miserable state. He might even be punished to face the wall for 10 years. Where is he? He is just outside our courtyard. I left him hanging and did not bother with them, Ling Yu said, feeling aggrieved. Wasn't Jin Yuan's master the monk Xian Bei? No matter what, that Xian Bei had saved Xiao Chen's life before. That was a different matter. Xiao Chen could not slight him. Make some preparations and properly entertain our honored guest. That venerable Xian Bei saved my life before. Afraid that the venerable Xian Bei would wait for too long, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and quickly arrived outside the courtyard. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? When the venerable Xian Bei saw Xiao Chen arrive, he placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Jin Yuan, who was at the side, showed a sincere expression as he bowed as well. Xiao Chen bowed slightly and said, Venerable is too polite. If it is because of your disciple, you can rest assured. I have no intention of pursuing this matter. The venerable Xian Bei smiled kindly. He was not surprised by this and thanked Xiao Chen again. However, Jin Yuan was startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen let go of such a great opportunity to punish him so easily. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, Venerable, this way, please. Ling Yu had already prepared tea in the great hall. Then, the group sat down according to etiquette. Benefactor Xiao, I was rash in the fiendish demon battlefield. Although you forgave me on account of my master, please accept this small gift of thanks. Jin Yuan stepped forward and handed a brocade box to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen casually received it but did not open it. No matter how hard Jin Yuan made things for Xiao Chen in the fiendish demon battlefield, the venerable Xian Bei had saved him before. Accepting the venerable Xian Bei's gift of thanks would be equivalent to writing off this matter and not mentioning it again in the future. The venerable Xian Bei looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Benefactor Xiao, what are your plans after this? I can see that your complexion is full and your aura is stable. You are not like others who just advanced and have unstable cultivations. You will probably have to go on experiential training soon. Xiao Chen's cultivation was stable, and he had reached the peak in all aspects. Naturally, he could not continue closed-door cultivation. Regular sect disciples would usually accept sect missions at this moment and go on experiential training. Xiao Chen was not a member of the Purple Flames sect and could not do as he was told, so he could only think of another way. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am still considering it, but I have not decided yet. There are still some things I need to do. The venerable Xian Bei smiled faintly. After exchanging some conventional greetings, he sent Jin Yuan away, showing an expression of having something important to discuss. Xiao Chen immediately understood and got Ling Yu to leave for now. Then, he asked, Venerable, what do you have to say? The venerable Xian Bei took a sip of tea before putting down the teacup. Then, he said softly, Naturally, I am not worried about Jin Yuan's matter. I believe that you will give me some face and not hold it against him. What I want to talk about is the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Xiao Chen's face sank, and his expression changed. However, he did not understand what the venerable Xian Bei meant. Is he going to represent the Buddhist sect and take back this saber technique? That will not do. Even if the other party saved my life, I absolutely cannot hand this saber technique over to him. I also cannot let the other party cripple my breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane. The Venerable Xianbei said, you have to hand over the saber technique manual and cripple the 2 moves that you practiced. This old monk will give you a corresponding compensation. I really guessed correctly. Xiaochen did not know how to reply. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was indeed a Buddhist sect martial technique. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Buddhist sect martial technique. It was a consummate Buddhist sect martial technique derived from a primogeniture grade cultivation technique. Large sects always treated their cultivation techniques as their exclusive property. That was the foundation of their sect. They were not allowed to casually teach it to outsiders. As for the consummate martial techniques that were leaked, they had to send experts of the sect to investigate and take them back. The other party was an esteemed monk of the Orthodox Buddhist sect. The Profound Light Temple definitely had a connection with the Hidden Spirit Temple. As they belonged to the same sect, their relationship was like that of a superior and a subordinate. Making such a request was morally justifiable and not overboard. The crucial thing was that Xiaochen did not want to offend the Profound Light Temple now. After all, he had just temporarily resolved his grudge with the Black Lotus Church. Xiaochen asked after some consideration, Venerable, can I not hand it over? The Venerable Xianbei smiled and replied, naturally, you can. How? Convert to the Buddhist sect. I can personally help you tonsure and recommend you to join the Hidden Spirit Temple of the Central Great Realm. Xiaochen felt speechless. The Venerable Xianbei really could not forget about accepting me into the Buddhist sect. Is there no other way? The Venerable Xianbei shook his head and said, at the very least, you have to hand over the saber technique. In the future, if you expose your saber techniques while roaming the Central Great Realm, you will not be able to escape. The people from the 4 Buddhist monasteries will all find trouble with you. You don't have anyone you know to speak for you, so it will be even more difficult. When the time comes, the people from the Commandment Hall will take action and treat you as a traitor. The other 4 great temples can also exert influence on the 4 great dynasties. The Venerable Master Xianbei's attainments in the Buddhist Dharma were very high. However, he was also very clear about the ways of the world. The hint he was hinting at was very obvious. He was already helping Xiaochen by handling this matter. If you hand me the saber manual and swear not to teach the saber technique to anyone else, the situation will be different. Not only will you form a connection with the Hidden Spirit Temple, but you will also receive a lot of care in the future. I will also give you a corresponding reward. The Venerable Xianbei tried to move Xiaochen with his emotions and reason, advising him to not be stubborn. Xiaochen analyzed in his heart. That saber manual only had 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, and he had already comprehended them. With or without the saber manual, Xiaochen could practice the final move, entering hell. However, the value of the saber manual was clear. Back then, the savage blood star venerate did not hesitate to destroy an entire sect to obtain it. From this, Xiaochen could prove the value of the saber technique. Never mind, I'll just hand it over. The Buddhist sects are very powerful. I really don't want to get involved in any trouble. Xiaochen made up his mind. Then, he took out the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique saber manual and handed it to the Venerable Master Xianbei. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, entering hell. There are a total of 3 moves. I can swear that the saber manual in my hands only has these 3 moves. The Venerable Master Xianbei did not ask any further. He only looked at Xiaochen and asked, Benefactor Xiao, how many moves do you know? Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, both comprehended the true meaning. The moment Xiaochen said that, the Venerable Master Xianbei immediately felt that it was a pity. Disappointment filled his face as he said, this Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a forbidden technique of my Buddhist sect. Not just anyone can practice it. Benefactor is an outsider, yet you managed to practice 2 moves. This is really, after all the miscellaneous steps were completed, Xiaochen made a heart demon oath not to spread the saber manual. The Venerable Master Xianbei handed Xiaochen a golden page with words that he had personally written. In the future, if the Buddhist sect's people used this saber to make things difficult for Xiaochen, they would treat him with respect. With this as proof, the Buddhist sect's people would not make things difficult for Xiaochen. Instead, they would treat him with respect. This is a gift from the Golden Letter. It is one of the highest appreciation gifts of the Buddhist sect. I hope that benefactor Xiao will cherish it. The Venerable Master Xian Bei handed the golden page to Xiaochen. Then, he took out a storage ring with his reward in it. These are some secular gifts. Please accept them. We will meet again in the future. After the Venerable Master Xian Bei and Jin Yuan left, Ling Yu rushed in and asked, "Martial uncle, why did that old monk look for you?" Xiaochen looked at the golden page in his hand and the storage ring. Then, he said softly, "Nothing much. It's just that today, I realized that people who hide a dagger behind a smile are the scariest. They make it impossible for you to reject them." Chapter 17:11. What is this fellow going to give? At the foot of the Purple Flame sect, Jin Yuan endured for a long time before asking, "Master, did you obtain the saber manual?" The Black Lotus Church Holy Sun had made a fool out of him, watching as Xiaochen defeated the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun and watched as Xiaochen left. If Xiaochen were an ancestor Dragon City, the dragon race upper echelon would have bestowed him with an esteemed dragon pattern cauldron. Inside the considerably large space, the storage ring nearly filled with medial-grade spirit jades. Xiaochen extended out his spiritual sense and did a preliminary count. Naturally, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was not there. The Soaring Dragon Marquis' clan faction was focused on the central Great Realm's Yanwu dynasty. Ling Yu calmed himself after a while. Then, he sighed, "In the past, I heard from the sect master that any rank 3 monastery on the Potala mountain has much more wealth than our sect. Now, I finally see it for myself. I heard that many believers do not feel any heartache when donating that incense money, wishing that they could donate their entire family fortune." "Empty?" Ling Yu asked in surprise. "Who gave it to me?" "What does that mean? An ancient cauldron? This stumps me." In the ancient era, cauldrons reigned supreme, standing tall and fighting for the top. In the ancient era, cauldrons represented not only items but also luck, the nation's luck, even the dragon luck of a dynasty. An ordinary cauldron would have been fine. However, when Xiaochen pointed out an ancient cauldron, Ling Yu did not dare to speak carelessly. Instead, he entered deep thought. Ling Yu smiled and did not refute. Originally, he had just said it casually. He had indeed gained a lot in this fiendish demon battlefield. Everyone in the Grave Sea knew that Xiaochen was Yi Zifeng's junior brother. Anyone who wanted to make a move would have to think twice. Xiaochen handed the storage ring to Ling Yu, letting him see what was inside and what compensation Xian Bei had given him. Ling Yu said with a smile, "Martial uncle, everyone who saw it has a share. Can you give us some? Money has been tight recently. Right now, it had nothing to do with the dragon race. That was the conferred land of the Yanwu dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis. It was called Soaring Dragon and had more than 10,000 years of history. Regardless of whether they cultivated merit, incense power, or great aspirations, they were not easy to deal with. Jin Yuan had never treated Xiaochen as a true opponent. The environment that day was very complicated. If Jin Yuan had to deal with Xiaochen alone, he would not have to worry about anything. The contents of the storage ring revealed themselves. It was empty, there was nothing at all. You can't get along with others just because they have a kind and gentle smile on their faces. However, Ling Yu was too embarrassed to accept it. After asking several times, he reluctantly accepted it, unable to hide the smile on his face. Xiaochen did not want the sect to do anything about this matter. Actually, the sect could not do anything about it. Xian Bei taking away the saber manual was perfectly justifiable, and there was nothing wrong with it. Xiaochen to Xiao Dragon. Spirit of Chen of the clan to Dragon Sect Dragon to the Chen. Chen. It is just a spirit you is of Long Chen. It is Chen to the Chen too. Spirit Chen of Chen Qi, just to Chen, Spirit Chen, is spirit. The truth was more or less the same. Xiao Chen's expression could not help changing drastically. Xiao Chen recalled that his net worth was only 2 million medial-grade spirit jades at most. Ling Yu continued, that Soaring Dragon Great Realm is the territory of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Its status is instantly different. The many surrounding astral zones are all centered on that Soaring Dragon Great Realm. I know a place in Soaring Dragon City where you can definitely obtain the ancient cauldron that Martial Uncle wants. Ling Yu's eyes lit up as he finally thought of a place. The Soaring Dragon Great Realm. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. Could the Soaring Dragon Great Realm be related to the dragon race? At this point, Xian Bei suddenly stopped and sighed. How unfortunate for that Xiao Chen. At first glance, I felt that he had a fate with Buddhism. The Buddhists place great emphasis on fate, so my first impression was definitely right. Indeed, an outsider actually managed to practice the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique that Orthodox Buddhist sect disciples find hard to practice. Xiao Chen looked at the empty box, and his lips curled up in a smile. Interesting. Is he trying to say that I am like heir to him, not worth mentioning at all? Xiao Chen felt even more sullen. He could not bring out his strength at all. The Tianwu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, the Leiwu dynasty, and the Xuewu dynasty were the 4 dynasties of the Central Great Realm. Each dynasty had hundreds of thousands of years of history. The dynasty's main clan was even older, dating back to the era when fiendish demons ran amok and sages appeared. All right, I'll listen to you. Xiao Chen said with disdain. Then, he took the box and took a look. The dazzling light immediately dazzled him. Xiao Chen's speech was somewhat unclear, and he could not hear what he was saying. Xiao Chen still had some of that high-grade life juice source. Together with his own medial-grade spirit jades, he had more than 10 million medial-grade spirit jades. Whoosh! The names of the dynasties all had the word martial in them, representing a certain atmosphere. It implied a prosperous martial luck. In the martial epoch, the dynasties stood firm and did not fall. The Soaring Dragon Great Realm was just their conferred land. I don't believe it. When they make their moves, they are inhumanely rich. Wow! Back then, they could sweep through the peak auction houses of the Purple Sun region, directly suppressing their opponents until they could not retaliate. Xiao Chen shook his head. This was the charm of faith. He could not compare. However, if he wanted to cultivate, he needed an ancient cauldron. A light flashed in Jin Yuan's eyes. However, he did not clearly hear what Xiao Chen said at the end. He smiled and asked, Master, can this disciple take a look at the saber manual? The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is really curious. The Venerable Xian Bei was someone who showed kindness and authority. Taking away the saber manual was the best way. I got it. Xiao Chen rarely saw the Venerable Xian Bei fight at full power. He was very mysterious and had the capital to be arrogant. In any case, no matter what, this incident taught Xiao Chen a lesson. In the future, when he interacted with the people of the Buddhist sect, he could not lower his guard. What a bunch of vulgar things. Xiao Chen let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. The Venerable Xian Bei is indeed extraordinary. However, Xiao Chen felt somewhat upset that the saber manual was taken away. After all, that was the original version. By giving Xiao Chen an empty box, Xiao Chen wanted to tell Xiao Chen not to get cocky. He would settle this score sooner or later. Xiao Chen felt very tyrannical just thinking about it. To think that a complete Great Thousand Realms was just one of the conferred lands of a marquis. Jin Yuan gave it to me, right? That fellow is really arrogant. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew about ancient cauldrons. Coincidentally, he needed a good cauldron for cultivating vital qi. Ling Yu sent his mental energy into the storage ring and exclaimed in an exaggerated manner. He recovered his wits only after a long time. Martial uncle, they are all spirit jades. They are all medial grade Ling Yu. 3 days later, it was time for Xiao Chen and Ling Yu to depart. After hearing Ling Yu's explanation, Xiao Chen learned that this Soaring Dragon Great Realm did indeed have some connection to the dragon race. According to rumor, before the Central Great Realm was established, that place used to be the territory of one of the 6 dragon race bloodlines. Martial uncle, what is this brocade box? Let me help you open it. Xiaochen smiled and said, don't worry about that for now. Let's see what's inside. Lingyu muttered but did not say anything else. For a long time, Jin Yuan had firmly suppressed Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. Most importantly, Jin Yuan even comprehended a true intent. It would be a pity if such a talent was not of the Buddhist sect. Xian Bei nodded without much concern. Merits offset demerits. You do not need to be punished for the mistakes you made because of the Black Lotus Church's demons. I will explain it to Senior Brother Abbot. In that case, he could use the cauldron for 2 purposes. As he refined the heavenly flame, he could also use the cauldron to cultivate vital qi. Even so, Xiaochen did not treat Lingyu as an outsider, directly giving him 1 million medial grade Lingyu. Xiaochen smiled and said, cut it out. Aside from me, you gained the most in this fiendish demon battlefield. Who knows how much that peak grade treasure weapon is worth? Furthermore, there is still a pile of natural treasures that have not been sold yet. Lingyu's expression changed slightly. Martial uncle, what's going on? Weren't they the ones who made the mistake first? Why did they take away your saber manual? I'll go and look for the sect master for you. Lingyu even added in his heart, if possible, I will not stand on ceremony with such worldly items. Xiaochen said indifferently, there's no need to care about him. Let me ask you something serious. Do you know where I can buy cauldrons? It would be best if they are ancient cauldrons. The older, the better. They have to be genuine. Xiaochen's expression recovered its calm. Then, he waved his hand and said, there's no need. I already have no need for the saber manual. It is a Buddhist sect consummate technique in itself. Even if he does not come to me for it, someone else will come to me in the future, using even more forceful methods. Xian Bei shook his head. Then, he said decisively, if it were any other consummate technique, it would not be a problem for me to let you take a look. However, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is not possible. Hence, there are too many disciples who fall into a state of obsession with the saber. After breaking the abstinence, how to exercise self-discipline and explain the words Mahamaya have always been difficult problems. If it were any other Buddhist sect expert, they would definitely attack without saying a word and not be so polite. When Xiaochen heard that, he immediately thought of something. What lousy scripture. It must be the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique saber manual. Lingyu was about to rush over excitedly when Xiaochen stopped him. Wait a moment. However, Lingyu brought surprising news to Xiaochen. Jin Yuan betrayed us. I heard that he killed a few Xian-ranked esteemed monks and stole a scripture before fleeing. The Profound Light Temple notified all the sects in the 3 blessed lands and issued the highest level wanted posters. Right now, there is no place for him in the entire Grave Sea. Xiaochen made some mental calculations. His net worth seemed to be more than 8 million medial grade spirit jades. One day, he would go to the central Great Realm and compete with the strongest outstanding talents of the Great Thousand Realms. Before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor fell asleep, he finally gave Xiaochen a dragon race cultivation technique and some dragon race secret techniques. Hiding a dagger in a smile, actually, that was not to the extent of it. 8 million medial grade spirit jades. Xiaochen looked around and discovered a brocade box on the table. That was what Jin Yuan had given him. Lingyu still felt dissatisfied. How could he bully others like this? How hateful. After a pause, Lingyu smiled and said, furthermore, we are now rich. 8 million medial grade spirit jades. There are also the many natural treasures of the fiendish demon battlefield. We can sell them there and sell them for a good price. It seemed like the defeat or some other reason led to the retreat of this dragon race bloodline. Aside from this, there was nothing else. All the items were clear and tranquil spirit jades giving off dense light. Xiaochen flicked his finger and sent out a strand of energy. Bang! The brocade box instantly bounced open. The cultivation technique for vital qi was called the Divine Dragon Golden Body Art. Just from its name, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Xiaoqun did not trust Zhen Yuan. He had been so unlucky in the fiendish demon battlefield. He did not believe that Zhen Yuan did not hold any grudges against him. However, Xiaoqun was not as lucky. He could only rely on himself. Xiaoqun did not notice that Zhen Yuan's expression was scarily sullen at this moment. Regardless of whether he had something to do or not, he would gain something by comprehending it. Damn it! Does Master think that I am not even comparable to an outsider? Chapter 17:12. Then, he suddenly made a move in the profound light temple and stole the saber technique manual. Everything was connected meticulously. That was to say, one could still see Soaring Dragon City from 5,000 kilometers away. Lingyu did not know about the saber technique manual, so he asked, finding it strange. Lingyu, where are you bringing me? Furthermore, who knew what kind of danger they would encounter in the boundless starry heavens? Even a cloud sea cultivator would not dare to say that he could move around without fear. Xiaoqun smiled and did not say anything more. Let's end this matter here. Let's go to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Now that Xiaoqun could accompany his martial uncle, he got what he wanted. The indistinct figure looked like a huge coiled dragon amid the dust and sand, looking hazy and majestic. Yi Zifeng probably started plotting from the moment he left the fiendish demon battlefield. The two did not dare to waste time or use Yi Zifeng's name, so they could only obediently head to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Looking at Soaring Dragon City, which was not very far away, he barely managed to reach it at dusk. After entering, Lingyu marveled at the exquisite and luxurious carriage. This was especially so when he saw a small cabinet appear when Xiaoqun gently touched it. What opportunity! Xiaoqun felt astonished in his heart. Soaring Dragon City's accumulations were much deeper than he had expected. The streets immediately became much less populated, forming a strong contrast. The outline of a vast city appeared at the limits of the two's vision. Xiaoqun nodded and stretched out his hand, and the cycle throne appeared from his clothes. Let's go. A special auction? How special is it? Lingyu smiled and said, that's right. Martial uncle, the place I'm bringing you to is an auction that only those with a great desolate Ian bloodline can attend. No matter how many spirit jades one has, one is not qualified to enter. Martial uncle, let's set off as well. This was just the conferred land of a feudal lord in the Yanwu dynasty, and it already had such grandeur. Martial uncle, the place I'm bringing you to is a special auction. If you want to find an ancient cauldron, that auction should be the fastest way. Otherwise, you will have to go to the market and search slowly, wasting time and effort. The horses galloped, and the war chariot sped forward, kicking up dust clouds. Lingyu explained to Xiaoqun where they were going. After putting away the cycle war chariot, the two went to the majestic city walls and lined up to enter. After sailing for half a month, they finally arrived at the Soaring Dragon Great World. Xiaoqun smiled faintly, and the throne transformed into the shape of a horse. A huge spiritual pressure emanated from the city. It was unknown how far away it was. When Xiaoqun and Lingyu, who were in closed-door cultivation, were woken up, it felt like they had fallen asleep. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. It was an eye-opener for him. One could only imagine the magnificence of this city. Martial uncle, why do you think this Zhen Yuan would betray the temple for no reason? Lingyu was filled with confusion and doubt. Xiaoqun sighed softly, that's right. He has already reached the ceiling of the profound light temple. However, he still did not go to the central great realm. It was clear that he was not confident enough, feeling nervous and uneasy. Now that I've seen an opportunity, it's not strange for me to take the risk after waiting for more than 10 years. The two mutated flood dragons turned into black dragon horses, gently moving their hooves. They looked tall and mighty, exuding an extraordinary aura. No wonder Lingyu said that this Soaring Dragon Great Realm was the center of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. It was indeed true. This was not Lingyu's first time here. He explained softly, that soaring dragon city is built in the center of this great realm. Its aura swallows everything, absorbing the luck of the entire great realm. After accumulating for more than 10,000 years, it is not strange for it to have such boldness. Ling Yu chuckled and said, "Martial uncle, don't be anxious. You will know when we get there." Xiaochen took out the 1,000-year flame that he normally could not bear to drink and filled the cups for Ling Yu and himself. Then, he gently swirled the wine cups. When Xiaochen heard this, his interest was piqued. What strong might and pressure! Even a sovereign personage would have to think twice before attacking this soaring dragon city. Xiaochen leaped off the warship. "Come on up, then." There were 3 large docks in the vast grave sea. Yes, 10 years. To be precise, more than 10 years. More than 10 years ago, when Sheng Guanlei and Wang Yueming made their debut, they were no match for him. Over the years, he has gone further and further away, and Sheng Guanlei and Sheng Guanyun have rarely fought with him. No one knows how strong he really is. Everything was ruined. Xiaochen entered the car and called out to Ling Yu. His days were definitely not going to be easy. How could he cultivate in peace while hiding? Of course, it was not because the war chariot was moving too slowly, but because the journey was simply too long. Xiaochen estimated that it was at least 10,000 miles away. The Purple Flame sect had a starry sky teleportation array that led directly to the soaring dragon great realm. However, it consumed a lot of energy to operate it. Even if one wasn't an ordinary person, they wouldn't be qualified to use it. They all seemed to have the bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. Normally, it was rare to see the bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. However, this street was filled with them. It looked like Zhen Yuan had planned this long ago. He clearly knew that he could not snatch the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Techniques Saber Manual. After several rounds of modifications, the Cycle Throne was now comparable to a peak-grade treasure tool when it came to traveling. No matter how one looked at it, Xiaochen's future was boundless. He would definitely shake up the Cloud Sea domain in the future. Zhen Yuan could even go to the distant Central Great Realm and make a name for himself. Betraying the temple would be a grave sin. Hence, Zhen Yuan informed the Venerable Xian Bei to borrow the Profound Light Temple's strength to retrieve the Saber Manual from him. "What is this?" Ling Yu asked in shock as he looked at the throne. The most important thing was that the Cycle Throne used to be a magic treasure. It referenced the immortal equipment of the immortal epoch and was unique in the Great Thousand Realms. When Ling Yu heard that he was going to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, he revealed an excited expression. That bustling place was much more interesting than the boring Blessed Lands. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough or wealthy enough, so he could not go there often. He was the most outstanding disciple of the Profound Light Temple in the past 300 years. He was an outstanding talent with the greatest future in the 3 Blessed Lands. At his highest speed, he could fly as fast as a Cloud Sea sovereign personage in the starry heavens. The people of the same generation were at least minor primal core venerates. There were also many young cultivators like Hua Yunfeng and Sheng Guanlei. Although the Cycle Throne could not compare to a huge starship in the starry heavens, it was very suitable for traveling short distances. Ling Yu led the way, bringing Xiaochen to a place. After making many turns, they arrived at a desolate street. Cold cheese spread out in a cabinet, sealing Xiaochen's collection of wine cups and ice. After paying the entry tax, they entered the city without any obstructions. People continuously appeared at the port, rushing toward Soaring Dragon City. This auction house is not open to the public. However, it is the most prestigious auction house in Soaring Dragon City. Let's go and see if there are any ancient cauldrons up for auction. If there are, we can register directly. This huge warship was specially used for traveling in the starry heavens. It could carry more than 1,000 people at a time, and its flying speed was incredibly fast. It could conserve energy and was convenient to carry around. Riding on a huge starship was undoubtedly a safe and efficient method. Xiaochen had been to many auction houses, and they were all similar. He really wanted to know what was special about them. Of course, if one had strong connections and was wealthy enough to use the Starry Heavens transportation formation, it would be a different story. The bustling popularity of this place depended entirely on the peak cultivators of the nearby astral clusters. Xiao Chen and Ling Yu both felt this faint spiritual pressure. All sorts of peak starships stopped at every port, traveling to various places of the Great Thousand Realms. Not only would they not have a foothold in the Cloud Sea domain, but they would also be wanted by the entire Buddhist sect when they went to the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chen took a quick look. The cultivators who came here were all extraordinary. The older ones were all Cloud Sea cultivators. Star venerates were everywhere. At this moment, the chariot also started moving. 2 horses pulled the chariot, kicking up a cloud of dust on the street. If the soaring dragon Great Realm was the center of the dozens of nearby astral clusters, it would not be surprising that this city was bustling. Hence, Cloud Sea experts would choose to travel on a huge starship to conserve energy. Xiao Chen wondered how imposing the Yanwu dynasty's true marquis's residence was. Xiao Chen said calmly, "He has been the strongest person in the 3 blessed lands for more than 10 years already, right?" Xiao Chen's face immediately sank. To his surprise, he discovered that every cultivator walking on the street seemed to be leaping about. It was like he had returned to the great desolate Aeon, that hot-blooded era when 10,000 races fought for supremacy. This person is really terrifying. In the future, when I run into him, I have to be more careful and not be careless. The people walking on the main road were all martial artists, and very few ordinary people could be seen. This place was an out-and-out martial city. Xiao Chen made some calculations. One Grave Sea cluster had more than 100 purple sun regions. One purple sun cluster contained dozens of Great Thousand Realms. Chapter 1713. Only those with a great desolate Aeon bloodline could participate in the auction? The style was really not ordinary high. Ling Yu continued, "Even if you are a sovereign personage, without a great desolate Aeon bloodline, you still cannot enter the auction. Even if you are worth more than 100 million spirit jades and have mountains of spirit jades, you still cannot enter the auction without a great desolate Aeon bloodline." "Oh, right. If your bloodline is not pure enough and of poor quality, you will still be asked to leave." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. What does this mean? Bloodlines of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races are rare in the first place. Furthermore, the bloodline's power is not diluted and pure enough. In that case, there will be even fewer bidders. Don't auctions need to be auctioned in order to earn more profits? Ling Yu's lips curled up. Who knows? I heard that the master behind the auction has something to do with the soaring dragon marquis's young master here. Perhaps he does not lack spirit jades. However, speaking of which, cultivators with sufficiently pure Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines are either true inheritors of sects or noble clans. They will not lack spirit jades. This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. He smiled and said, "Never mind that. Bring me over to take a look." After a while, the two stopped at the end of the street, in front of an ancient pavilion that was not very tall or magnificent. Why did Ling Yu emphasize that this was an ancient pavilion? It was because aside from the ancient aura that this pavilion giving off an exceptionally heavy feeling, there was nothing special about it. A signboard hung in front of the pavilion with the words, "Soaring Dragon Pavilion." The Soaring Dragon Pavilion in Soaring Dragon City. No one would believe that this pavilion had nothing to do with the master of the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. "Martial uncle, this is the place," Ling Yu said as he pointed to the signboard. Ling Yu pointed at the signboard. At the main entrance, many people were queuing up to enter. Those who wanted to enter had to undergo a strict inspection. They would be tested with blood, the might of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races, and the light of the Great Desolate Divine Eyes. No way. The Astral Rock race bloodline is only grade 2. You cannot enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. A black-clad old man in front of the pavilion said expressionlessly to a young cultivator, urging him to leave quickly. "Senior, how about you help me out? This time, I brought plenty of spirit jades to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion and wish to auction off a good treasure weapon." The black-clad old man said without giving Xiao Chen any face, there are many other auction houses in Soaring Dragon City that you can choose from. You don't have to enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Old thing, don't be so stubborn, okay? I'm also a core disciple of a 4th grade sect in the Shanghai Islands. I came here because of your reputation. Can't I go in and take a look? Impudent. The black-robed old man let out a cold snort and sent the so-called 4th grade sect disciple flying with a gentle palm strike. A star venerate level will of soul spread out from Xiao Chen's body, startling everyone. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. The old man guarding the door looked unremarkable, but he was actually a star venerate. The star rock race is one of the weakest races in the Great Desolate Aeon. Furthermore, you only have a grade 2 bloodline. How dare you behave atrociously in front of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion? You are truly reckless. Scram! With a cold shout, the young man did not dare to stay any longer and left with his tail between his legs. After this scene, Xiao Chen discovered that the long queue had become much shorter. It looked like many people who wanted to sneak in retreated and sneaked out. Soon, it was Ling Yu's turn. He had entered once 5 years ago. Naturally, there were no problems, so he easily passed the inspection. Then, it was Xiao Chen's turn. Ling Yu waited at the entrance for Xiao Chen. In his opinion, after Xiao Chen activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, the horrifying dragon might made the blood in his body tremble. Passing the inspection would not be a problem. Ling Yu waited at the entrance for Xiao Chen. Among the Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines, the dragon race ranked in the top 100. Although Xiao Chen's martial uncle could not possibly be a pure 6-color divine dragon of the dragon race, he would not be far from it. Furthermore, the quality of his blood would definitely be very high. It would definitely be at least grade 5. That black-clad old man glanced at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Drip your blood." Xiao Chen glanced at a small spiritual pool in front. When his blood dripped into it, it would materialize all sorts of mysterious phenomena. If it were a dragon race cultivator, dripping his blood would definitely materialize the image of a dragon. It would either be a pure 6-color divine dragon or a lower-rank true dragon, like the sky dragon, the flood dragon, the thunder dragon, the coiling dragon, and so on. After that, the bloodline would be even thinner, and it would only be a false dragon bloodline. It would materialize some strange-looking dragons. In name, they were of the dragon race bloodline, but in reality, they were not presentable at all. Xiao Chen did as he was told, dripping his blood into the spiritual pool. Boom! Dragon might spread out, making everyone's eyes light up. People of the dragon race. The dragon race. That is an existence that ranks among the top 100 of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. How incredible! I see another heaven-defying outstanding talent of the Great Desolate Aeon's 100 races. Who knew? That black-clad old man also felt slightly startled. However, when he looked at the illusion that appeared in the spiritual pool, he frowned. However, his brows furrowed. What the hell was that thing? It had green skin and a strange shape. It does not look like a 6-color divine dragon or the various true dragons. So, it is a false dragon. There is no need to test the rest. You may leave. You cannot enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion yet, the black-clad old man said indifferently. The dragon race was also divided into various ranks. The 3 great ancestor dragons were the strongest, but the ancestor dragon bloodline was already extinct. Now, the 6-color divine dragons were the strongest, followed by the true dragons, and then the various strange false dragons with the thinnest bloodline. Of course, in the history of the dragon race, there had been some false dragon bloodline cultivators who turned the tables and became heaven dragons. However, most of the false dragon bloodline cultivators were known as mixed blood dragons within the dragon race. They would not have any status outside. The black-clad old man considered himself very knowledgeable and knew the history of the Great Desolate Aeon's various races like the back of his hand. With one glance, he determined that Xiao Chen was a false dragon. However, that was a blue dragon. It was once the strongest 7-color divine dragons. However, for the sake of saving the dragon race, nearly all of them went extinct in a crucial battle, disappearing for tens of thousands of years. Now, everyone knew that the six-colored divine dragons were unparalleled. Even Lingyu, a disciple of the Grave Sea, knew about them. However, no one had ever heard of the so-called blue dragon bloodline. Xiaochen felt speechless. However, this was fine. Even the black-clad old man could not recognize the blue dragon bloodline. In that case, Xiaochen could keep his identity a secret for a long time at the very least. Lingyu, who was at the door, felt shocked. This was completely unexpected. He exclaimed, "That's impossible. Senior, you must be mistaken." The black-clad old man said sullenly, "This old man has interacted with the people of the Great Desolate Eon's 100 races before. How could I be mistaken?" Xiaochen waved his hand and smiled. "So what if it's a false dragon? However, shouldn't old sir give me a chance to see the rank of my bloodline first?" The black-clad old man entered deep thought. Then, he nodded and said, "No matter how high the rank of a false dragon's bloodline is, what is the point? Let's go. There is no point in saying anything more. Don't blame this old man for doing things according to the rules." Whoosh! Right after the black-clad old man spoke, Xiaochen smiled faintly and opened his great desolate divine eyes. A resplendent golden light shot out from his eyes. Xiaochen's gaze, which contained the divine dragon's might, met the black-clad old man's gaze, catching him off guard and entering the depths of his sea of consciousness. The black-clad old man immediately felt his soul tremble, and he uncontrollably took 2 steps back. When the black-clad old man recovered his wits, he looked at Xiaochen, who had withdrawn his great desolate divine eyes, and revealed a horrified expression. He muttered to himself, "How can this be? How can the might of a false dragon be so frightening?" Xiaochen asked softly, "Senior, can I go in now?" The black-clad old man was still somewhat confused, feeling doubtful and confused. He shook his head and said, "Go in." As expected, Xiaochen smiled faintly. Ignoring the gazes of the others, he walked over with large strides. "Martial uncle, that was close. I thought that you would not be able to enter," Lingyu said as he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt very doubtful in his heart. To think that martial uncle does not have a true dragon bloodline but a false dragon bloodline. However, how did he clear the stage? It would be strange if the might of the strongest divine dragon bloodline did not clear the stage. Even if one was not very knowledgeable and could not recognize the blue dragon, the might of a divine dragon was real. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything. The two entered the soaring dragon pavilion. The two immediately experienced a different scenery. It looked ordinary on the outside, but the decorations inside were extremely extravagant and resplendent. 2 maidservants with voluptuous figures in sexy clothes walked over and attended to the two. "Martial uncle, I'll just take a look first." "All right." With the maidservants attending to the two, Xiaochen did not need Lingyu to lead the way. He also had things that interested him. Xiaochen asked the pretty maidservant, "Are there any ancient cauldrons for auction?" "Yes. I'll bring you to the ancient cauldron zone. It's on the 3rd floor." The pretty maidservant had a smile on her face. Her service was very thorough and polite. When the two arrived at the ancient cauldron zone, the pretty maidservant moved to the side, obediently not disturbing Xiaochen. Since this was the ancient cauldron zone, naturally, all the cauldrons on display were ancient cauldrons. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on them. One could look around to one's heart's content and check everything thoroughly. It looked like the soaring dragon pavilion's people were very confident in their security. They did not worry that someone would dare to cause trouble here. There were not many people in the ancient cauldron zone. Right now, only Xiaochen was there, making it seem especially deserted. The 2nd floor had medicinal pills, secret manuals, weapons, and tools, as well as some ancient and legendary items. Those were the most popular places. Xiaochen looked around, and surprise appeared on his face. Then, his gaze fixed on an ancient cauldron. That was a square cauldron with ancient patterns carved on its surface. It looked exquisite but did not lose its weight. Dragon pattern cauldron. Xiaochen felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, he saw a genuine dragon pattern cauldron here. However, based on its aura, it did not seem ancient enough. It should be a dragon pattern cauldron produced by the dragon race in the past 1,000 years. Xiaochen did not know how it got leaked. Perhaps it was a reward from a dragon race cultivator. After the cultivator no longer needed it, he put it up for auction and spread it. After all, it could not be considered a peak dragon pattern cauldron. Young master, are you interested in this dragon pattern cauldron? This is a genuine item of the dragon race, not an imitation made by an outsider. It is the work of an elder of the dragon race's upper echelon. Just this point alone makes it extraordinary, a pretty maidservant explained to Xiaochen in a gentle voice. Xiaochen took a look at the starting bid, 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. The final bid was 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. The price was rather fair. This dragon pattern cauldron should be worth 800,000 medial-grade spirit jades. After all, it was a product of the dragon race. However, it was already very expensive. Regular Cloud Sea Star venerates could spend as much as 3 or 4 million medial-grade spirit jades. After all, they could not pawn off their treasures and weapons. Not everyone could be like the Profound Light Temple, which had many believers and could take out 8 million medial-grade spirit jades to exchange for the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Techniques Saber Manual. This brother, aside from its value, whether a cauldron is good or not depends on who used it. This cauldron is definitely worth the price. In the special zone for ancient cauldrons, it can rank in the top 3. Just as Xiaochen was about to speak, an azure-clad man with a smile walked over. As he walked, a sharpness was hidden. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. This was a bladesman. Even though this person hid his sharpness, Xiaochen could still sense it. Furthermore, this person was an extraordinary bladesman. When the azure-clad man got closer, he smiled and said, just like the saber in brother's hand. Chapter 17:14. Who is this person? To think that this person's eyes are so sharp, immediately recognizing the origin of the saber in my hand. I am Jianghu. How may I help you, brother? The azure-robed man looked very clean. His smile was also very refreshing, making it hard for others to feel ill will. Xiaochen, might I ask Brother Jiang why you feel that this cauldron is worth the price? This was what Xiaochen was more concerned about. Indeed, he could not see anything special about the dragon pattern cauldron. The only bright spot was that it came from the dragon race. However, this cauldron was not made of peak materials and was not old. How could it be worth the price? Jiang casually patted the cauldron and smiled. Like I said, it does not matter if the cauldron is ordinary. What's important is that the person who used it is incredible. In that case, this cauldron is incredible as well. Jiang glanced around and fixed his gaze on Xiaochen's saber. Then, he continued, it is like the saber in your hand. It contains only one Dao, and it is the rather common Thunder Dao. However, because of the word tyrant and the legend of the generations of tyrants, it allowed an inferior grade Dao tool to become a superior grade Dao tool. Furthermore, it stands out from the rest, much stronger than a regular superior grade Dao tool. Anticipation appeared in Xiaochen's heart. In that case, who used this cauldron? Jiang smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you that. Even if I told you, you might not know. Do you know the most promising young bladesman of the dragon race? Xiaochen shook his head. He had never been to the Central Great Realm. How could he know about the dragon race? That bladesman is known as Willow Leaf Saber in the dragon race because his saber technique is elegant and agile like the wind. When the saber light fell, it was like weeping willow leaves fluttering in the wind, like willow leaves filling the sky. Back then, when Willow Leaf Saber cultivated the dragon race's cultivation technique, he used this cauldron. Xiaochen only half believed Jiang's words, as many of the dragon race's cultivation techniques required the dragon pattern cauldron. Unlike the other races, only cultivators who cultivated vital qi would use cauldrons. However, there were not many cultivators who cultivated the vital qi Dao. Hence, this ancient cauldron zone was deserted. Jianghu spoke continuously, praising the dragon pattern cauldron. This made Xiaochen feel a sense of intimacy. Xiaochen was a member of the dragon clan. Although he had never been to the dragon clan, he definitely yearned for it. He happened to see the dragon pattern cauldron that came from the dragon race. Although the asking price was too high, he was actually tempted. Hearing others praise something that caught one's eye, it was inevitable that one would have a favorable impression of it. Of course, Xiaochen would not let his thoughts and feelings show on his face. This was especially so for an unfamiliar bladesman who took the initiative to charge over. The two of them chatted casually, but they ignored the pretty maid beside them. The pretty maidservant frowned as she looked at Jianghu. She wanted to say something, but did not say anything in the end. Xiaochen was too engrossed in his conversation with Jianghu to notice this small detail. Jianghu was quite familiar with cauldrons. As he spoke, he introduced most of the cauldrons in the ancient cauldron zone. Many of these insights broadened Xiaochen's horizons, making him feel refreshed. For example, the difference between a square cauldron and an original cauldron, a three-legged cauldron or a four-legged cauldron. There was also the appearance and value of the cauldron, as well as how it was appraised. Just talking about it made one feel that the cauldron was indeed a great talent. Jianghu pointed at the cauldron designated for ancient cauldrons and said disdainfully, "A real ancient cauldron would only be considered noble if it has an inscription on it." However, the cauldrons in the ancient cauldron area, even the oldest one, do not have any inscriptions. This means that they are just ordinary cauldrons. Things from ancient times are good, but the bricks and tiles from ancient times are still rubbish. Cauldrons can't be simply divided by age. The maidservant interrupted, "No one would take this kind of cauldron out for auction. It's either a sect-guarding cauldron, or an aristocratic family keeping it. For an inscription to survive until now, one can imagine how powerful the Tao contained in it is. Who would be foolish enough to auction it?" Clearly, Jianghu's words had angered the maidservant. After all, no one was happy about it. People said that the cauldrons they auctioned were all rubbish. Jianghu laughed out loud. "That's enough. You have your own judgment, brother. We had a good chat, and I hope we'll meet again. Goodbye." Jianghu performed a casual cupped fist salute and left with large strides. Xiaochen looked around the ancient cauldron zone again. Then, his gaze landed on the dragon pattern cauldron. That's it. After all, it was a cauldron from the dragon race and had 1,000 years of history. It should be able to endure a rank 1 heavenly flame. As for using it to cultivate, it would be more compatible with the body-tempering cultivation technique that the blood-soaked dragon emperor gave him. Furthermore, his earlier conversation with Jianghu had deepened his understanding of cauldrons, which strengthened Xiaochen's decision. 4 hours later, Xiaochen met the late Lingyu on the first floor. Clearly, Lingyu had not had his fill yet. "There are so many good things here. After looking around, the short sword in my hand is not worth mentioning at all." Lingyu sighed, feeling somewhat dazzled. Dao tools were not rare in this place. There were 2 Dao tools being auctioned. However, they were not superior grade, not even medial grade, just inferior grade. Even so, they were still very popular, attracting many people to watch and play with them, praising them. Xiaochen smiled and asked, "What have you taken a fancy to?" "Too many. However, the one that truly suits me is a pair of gloves. I would like to auction off the short sword. After all, I have no use for it." Xiaochen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. That ink cloud sword of yours will become a Dao tool within 10 years. Even if you do not use it, you will be able to gain a lot from it. If you do not have enough spirit jades, I can just lend you some later." Lingyu said somewhat embarrassedly, "I keep receiving benefits from martial uncle. I really feel bad about it." Xiaochen did not mind. "I am your martial uncle, after all. Since senior brother is gone, naturally, I will take care of you." After arriving at the auction house, Xiaochen took out 25 kilograms of the highest quality life juice source and handed it to the pretty maidservant. "The auction will be held 3 days from now. Your life juice source is considered a rank A auction item. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion will give you a VIP card for free. At that time, you can stay in a VIP room. Please keep it well. Xiaochen received the VIP card, not feeling surprised. The life juice source was a wondrous item of the highest quality, so it was very popular. The higher the price, the more the other party would charge. This was equivalent to giving money to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Naturally, the other party would not mistreat their customers. After staying in the city for a while and sightseeing, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen and Ling Yu arrived at the Soaring Dragon Pavilion on time. When they entered, the decorations were already very different from 3 days ago. The auction items in the hall were all gone. The brightly lit hall only had a tall platform with no seats. It looked like the guests were going to stay in the 4 cubicles of the floor. The arrangement was rather unique. With a casual glance, one could clearly see the tall platform in the middle of the hall from any of the cubicles. As people came and went, a small auction for the outstanding talents of the great desolate Ian bloodlines was about to begin. Brother Xiao. A familiar voice came from behind. It was Jianghu walking over. He had a smile on his face, looking as clean as before, giving off a good impression. This little brother is? Jianghu asked softly as he looked at Ling Yu. My friend. Xiaochen did not want Ling Yu to feel awkward in front of outsiders. Normally, he would not purposely flaunt his status as Ling Yu's martial uncle. Jianghu nodded slightly. After the greetings, he asked, Brother Xiao, do you know that something major happened in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion during the past 3 days? Xiao Chen's and Ling Yu's expressions changed slightly. They exchanged looks, both confused. What major matter? Jianghu said softly, I wonder which senior expert got someone to sell 25 kilograms of life juice source here. Furthermore, it is of the highest quality, without any impurities. To think that it even startled the people of the Cluster Lord's residence. The Cluster Lord's residence, after sightseeing in the city for 3 days, Xiaochen already learned that the master of this Soaring Dragon Great Realm was a granddaughter of the Yanwu dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis. Naturally, the residence here was the Cluster Lord's residence. Comparing oneself to others was truly frustrating. Xiaochen heard that this Cluster Lord Goyu was only 20-odd years old, about the same age as Ling Yu. However, she was already the master of a great realm. Furthermore, it was the extraordinary Soaring Dragon Great Realm, the center of several dozen nearby astral clusters. As for Ling Yu, he was just a rank 4 sect disciple, not even the strongest in the Grave Sea cluster. In comparison, the difference between heaven and earth could not even be described. Xiaochen frowned and said, no matter what, Cluster Lord Goyu will not lack life juice source, right? The life juice source is not the only natural treasure that can improve one's physique. There are still some. Jianghu said helplessly, naturally, the Cluster Lord does not lack these resources. However, there are many people in the Cluster Lord's residence, and there are many people in need of rewards. Not to mention the Cluster Lord, everyone here is an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline. Coincidentally, this life juice source has the greatest effect on us and is also what we need the most. Xiaochen knew about this. The life juice source improved one's bloodline, which then led to the strengthening of one's physique. The outstanding talents with a great desolate Ian bloodline happened to be cultivators with special bloodlines. This was simply a natural treasure tailor-made for them. Jianghu shook his head and sighed. This time, we really have to pay a huge price. I hope that we can gain something. Brother Xiao, have you decided on that cauldron? This question was rather direct. However, Xiaochen did not mind answering. He answered honestly, the dragon pattern cauldron. Jianghu smiled and said, you have good eyes. In my opinion, that dragon pattern cauldron is the only good cauldron worth collecting in the ancient cauldron zone. After a simple conversation, the two parted. After suppressing himself for a long time, Ling Yu said excitedly, Martial uncle, unexpectedly, that life juice source is in such high demand. It actually caused such a huge commotion. Earlier, I nearly could not hold back and even startled the Cluster Lord's residence's people. Xiao said indifferently, that is not surprising. After all, we have a great desolate Ian bloodline. The power of our bloodline is a treasure trove. Who would not treasure an opportunity to develop it? There were not many wondrous items that could develop a great desolate Ian bloodline. Coincidentally, the life juice source was one of them. Furthermore, it was the highest quality life juice source. When Xiao thought about his near-death experience that day, no matter what the result was, it would not be surprising. After all, he had used his life to exchange for it. After entering the VIP room, Xiao was surprised to discover that the maidservant in the room was the one who let him in 3 days ago. The pretty maidservant smiled, looking very cute. Xiao sat down. At this moment, an old man with a goatee walked over from the high platform in the hall. His weather-beaten face was full of vigor, his complexion flushed red, and he looked old. Lingyu said somewhat excitedly, "It is about to begin." Xiao found it strange. It was just the start of the auction. What was there to be excited about? All of a sudden, the flames in the brightly lit building went out one by one, and the entire building was plunged into darkness. Before anyone could react, the light returned in the next moment. However, it was not the light of the lamps. Instead, many pairs of great desolate divine eyes opened at this moment. The ancient soaring dragon pavilion immediately glowed with a divine light, looking resplendent. Chapter 17:15. The great desolate divine eyes illuminated the ancient pavilion. As far as the eye could see, the entire place was filled with beams of dazzling divine light. Under the illumination of the great desolate divine eyes, the ancient soaring cloud pavilion's noble status and identity immediately appeared. Anyone standing here would feel a surge of excitement. The outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines, which were rarely seen, were all gathered together today. All sorts of ancient great desolate Ian divine might reverberated intensely in the ancient pavilion as the outstanding talents competed with each other. Lingyu, who was at the side, could no longer hold back. He activated his great desolate divine eyes, releasing motes of golden light. His gaze clashed with the gazes of the various places. This place was not a battlefield. However, the invisible competition was even more intense than a battlefield. Geniuses were all unruly. What more the outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines? Naturally, they were even more unwilling to fall behind. However, for some reason, Xiao remained indifferent, unable to feel the hot-bloodedness and impulse in Lingyu's heart. Deep disdain flowed in the depths of Xiao bones. He did not have any desire to activate his blue dragon bloodline. There was no fighting spirit at all. Honored guest, are you not going to give it a try? The remaining 3 will receive prizes from the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. They will also get a significant discount from the auction. When the maidservant in the hall saw Xiao indifferent appearance, shock flashed in her eyes. Actually, the prize was secondary. What they were fighting for was honor and face. Xiao wanted to give it a try. However, it was clear that he was not interested in the blue dragon bloodline. Naturally, he would not forcefully activate his great desolate divine eyes. Furthermore, Xiao was not the kind of person who liked to show off in front of others. There was no point in fighting for some vanity. Xiao looked at this maidservant. It was this maidservant whom he met twice. It could be considered fate. He smiled kindly and said, "Just call me Xiao." The maidservant smiled and said, "In that case, young Master Xiao, just call me Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. It sounds pretty good. Xiao said indifferently as he picked up his wine cup, no longer chatting idly. Actually, there were people like Xiao who did not dare to be interested. For example, Jianghu giggled as he watched the scene before him from his private room. How lively! The Soaring Dragon Pavilion played this beautifully, stirring up the competitive spirit of the people of the same generation. Furthermore, it can test who is truly an outstanding talent worthy of nurturing. I wonder how many talents the Soaring Dragon Marquis has sent to the Soaring Dragon Marquis over the years. However, he could not help but reveal a disdainful expression as he looked at the various outstanding talents fighting for the top spot. Strange, why did I not see Brother Zhao's gaze? Don't tell me you were defeated so quickly. I still want to see what kind of bloodline it is. Jianghu was quite interested in Xiao Qin, who wielded the tyrant blade. Of course, he was more interested in his wealth. Whether they could obtain that life juice source or not, they placed all their hopes on Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao Qin, I have high hopes for you. Lingyu closed his eyes and cried out in pain. Just now, when he looked into someone's eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. Their auras clashed and their bloodlines contended for supremacy. The opponent was too powerful. In merely 10 breaths, he was defeated and could only close his eyes. Are you alright? Xiao Qin asked. Lingyu rested for a while before opening his eyes. He smiled and said, I'm fine. There will always be someone stronger. However, this is still an improvement. The last time I came, I did not defeat a single person. This is all thanks to Martial Uncle's life juice source. Otherwise, how could my bloodline power have improved so much? Lingyu had shown off his sharpness in the Purple Flame sect. However, outside, he could easily recognize his own strength. He was neither arrogant nor rash, easily satisfied. When the maidservant at the side heard this, she did not show any surprise in her eyes. It was like she already knew. However, this made sense. It was normal for the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's people to send Xiao Qin to auction the life juice source. When only 3 pairs of eyes remained in the pavilion, the competition ended, and the auction began. Xiao Qin was not too interested in the items being auctioned. He closed his eyes and rested, directly cultivating. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Qin, who had his eyes closed. Then, she looked at the saber that never left his hand, feeling this novelty. The auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. Lingyu was very interested, occasionally chatting excitedly with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was very knowledgeable. She knew the origins of every auction item and spoke about them. This broadened Lingyu's horizons. At the same time, he felt ashamed. Unexpectedly, his knowledge could not even compare to that of a maidservant of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiao Yu, I heard that the master behind your Soaring Dragon Pavilion is Cluster Lord Goyu. Is that true? Lingyu did not hold back, casually asking about a topic that interested him. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. The Cluster Lord places great importance on the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. She will definitely attend every large-scale auction. When Lingyu heard this, he immediately perked up. He looked around and said, that is to say, the Cluster Lord has already arrived at the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Perhaps she is in one of the boxes. Could it be that our fight just now was also witnessed by Her Highness? Since this Soaring Dragon Pavilion is not established for profit, there has to be some other purpose. After thinking about it, the only possibility is that it is to rope in geniuses. Hence, what you said is probably correct. Xiao Qin opened his eyes at some point in time. Lingyu immediately felt somewhat disappointed. How unfortunate. Otherwise, I would have used my full power earlier. Xiao Qin said out of curiosity, you are the disciple with the most potential in the Purple Flame sect, yet you are interested in this as well. Lingyu said with a fervent gaze, which outstanding talent of the nearby astral clusters does not want to make a trip to the Central Great Realm? If they can enter the Soaring Dragon Marquis's residence, it would be like connecting the heavens and earth, directly entering the dynasty's core. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Lingyu's words allowed him to see a new path, a path to enter the Central Great Realm in advance. However, Xiao Qin did not think too much about it in the blink of an eye. His original intentions had not changed, never changing. He was someone determined to become the Dragon Emperor. How could he join a dynasty's Marquis's residence? If he did not have so many ambitions, the dynasty's Marquis's residence would indeed be a good springboard. After a few more years, when he was truly confident, he would personally enter the Great Thousand Realms. He would rely on himself, not anyone else. Is young Master Xiao regretting it? If you are willing, this servant can introduce young Master to the Soaring Cloud Pavilion's upper echelon. When the maidservant, Xiao Yu, saw Xiao Chen's silence, she misunderstood. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. Many thanks for Miss Xiao Yu's kind intentions. The next auction item is the dragon pattern cauldron. It has more than 1,000 years of history and is a product of the dragon race. I believe I do not need to explain its value. 500,000 medial grade spirit jades. Each increment must be no less than 50,000 medial grade spirit jades." No wonder Xiao Chen opened his eyes. It turned out that it was time for the dragon pattern cauldron's auction. 600,000. 650,000. 700,000. 800,000. 1 million. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, the price instantly soared to 1 million medial grade spirit jades. This far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations, flabbergasting him. Xiao Chen frowned heavily and muttered, "Strange. Why is the bidding for an ordinary dragon pattern cauldron so intense?" It was a fact that the dragon pattern cauldron was worth a lot. However, that dragon pattern cauldron was not of high quality. It was one of the more ordinary ones. To dragon race cultivators, it was suitable for cultivation techniques and martial techniques. To others, its value was not that high. At most, it would be 1 million medial grade spirit jades. However, for some reason, it instantly soared to 1 million. Furthermore, Xiao Chen noticed that the people who called out bids were the same group of people. They all appeared determined to obtain it. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. There was only one explanation. Without exception, all the people who came to buy the cauldron had their eyes on this cauldron. Suddenly, Xiao Yu said, "Young Master Xiao, actually, I was about to say this 3 days ago." Practically every time someone came to look at the cauldron, he would show an enthusiastic expression. This would lead the buyer's judgment to that dragon pattern cauldron. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he startled awake. He said, "He was the one who put that cauldron up for auction." "Yes, I checked. He was indeed the one who put it up for auction." When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help but laugh in frustration. This fellow is really going all out. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen remembered that the other party had indeed, intentionally or unintentionally, strengthened his resolve to buy the dragon pattern cauldron. However, even without Jianghu's words, Xiao Chen still had to buy this cauldron. 2 million. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to continue bidding, so he directly raised the bid to 2 million. The buyout price for that dragon pattern cauldron was 2 million. Back then, the buyer did not buy it at the buyout price. This meant that 2 million exceeded their expectations. Hence, when the bid for 2 million was raised, no one else raised the bid. Thus, Xiao Chen obtained the dragon pattern cauldron as he wished. The dragon pattern cauldron was worth 1 million medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen felt a pang in his heart after spending twice the price. In another private room, Jianghu rejoiced. He could tell that the final bidder was Xiao Chen's voice. "With 2 million medial grade spirit jades in hand, I am now confident in auctioning off that life juice source. Brother Xiao Chen, you did not make me look favorably upon you in vain. It is worth it." Jianghu giggled and muttered to himself, "However, speaking of which, the dragon pattern cauldron used by the willow leaf saber is not a loss for 2 million spirit jades. It took me a lot of effort to steal it out." The auction continued. Soon, it was time for the life juice source. The fiery scene and the soaring prices made people feel like they were suffocating. 3,500,000. Just as the price soared, a cold and serene voice rang out on the top floor. Everyone's heart immediately sank. They knew that the cluster lord's residence's people had made a move. Ling Yu could not help but look in the direction of the voice. However, he discovered that the private room was tightly sealed, preventing others from checking with their mental energy. Ling Yu was disappointed in his desire to see the cluster lord's true appearance. Ling Yu was not the only one disappointed. Most of the people thought the same. 4 million. Just when the crowd thought that no one would dare to compete with the people from the princess's mansion, a lazy voice sounded. It turned out that Jianghu had made his move. Not caring about anything else, he immediately raised the price to 4 million. The voice from the princess's mansion did not sound again. Before many incredulous gazes, Jianghu successfully won the bid, using the sky-high price of 4 million medial-grade spirit jades to obtain 25 kilograms of the highest quality life juice source. The normal market price of 25 kilograms of life juice source was about 1.5 million medial-grade spirit jades. However, with a bunch of envious bloodline elites bidding for it, the countess's house stepping in, and Jianghu the troublemaker, it was a pleasant surprise for Xiao Chen to make a fortune. Next, there was an ordinary low-grade Dao tool up for auction. This pushed the atmosphere of the entire auction to the peak, and then the auction came to a successful end. Xiao Chen observed the inferior grade Dao tool and was not interested in it. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. It was of little value. However, it was a Dao tool, after all. Using it as the finale item showed the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's sincerity. Similarly, it attracted the most bidders. Chapter 17-16. The auction ended. By relying on the life juice source, not only did Xiao Chen not spend a single cent, but after deducting his expenses, he even obtained 2 million medial-grade spirit jades. Young Master Xiao, do you really not need me to introduce you? The Soaring Dragon Pavilion is very curious about young Master Xiao obtaining the life juice source. The pretty maidservant, Xiao Yu, blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Chen delicately. The originally hot and seductive maid suddenly became like a lotus flower in clear water, making one feel tender and lovable. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I exchanged my life for it. There's nothing to be curious about. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Xiao Chen was not very interested in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's invitation, so he could only reject the beauty's kind intentions. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. She did not expect Xiao Chen to reject her so decisively. She smiled and said, have a safe journey. I hope we will meet again in the future. Goodbye. After exchanging greetings, Xiao Chen put away the dragon pattern cauldron and left. Outside the gates, he coincidentally ran into Jianghu. He had a cocky smile on his face as he toyed with the jade bottle containing the life juice source in his hand, attracting the attention of many people. It was hard not to notice such a high-profile and casual action. Ignoring the dissatisfied gazes, Jianghu strode toward Xiao Chen and smiled. God of fortune, no, brother Xiao, congratulations on obtaining the cauldron. Xiao Chen said with a smile, you're too polite. You're not bad yourself. You gained quite a lot. You even dare to oppose the people from the princess's mansion. How courageous of you. When Ling Yu saw that Jianghu was a conman, Jianghu did not even bat an eyelid. In terms of acting skills, martial uncle was still better. This fellow thought that he had fooled his martial uncle and was very pleased with himself. However, Xiao Chen did not know that the life juice source in his hand was put up for auction by his martial uncle. Jianghu laughed out loud. It's fine, it's fine. The people of the cluster lord's residence are nothing. How about it? Do you need life juice source? I'll share some with you. I can't give you more than half a tael. That's not a problem. Ling Yu nearly could not hold back his laughter. After all, his martial uncle had given him 50 kilograms of life juice source. How could he have the cheek to give away half a tael? That was what Jianghu was thinking. No matter what, he had to screw over Xiao Chen. He felt somewhat apologetic. Without the other party's spirit jades, he would not have been able to bid for it. Half a tael was a sign of gratitude. What? Don't be so polite with me. Otherwise, it means that you don't treat me as a friend. Seeing that Xiao Chen was silent, Jianghu deliberately put on a serious face and emphasized his tone. Xiao Chen showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. You gave me 2 million spirit jades, yet you want me to accept your life juice source? How can I accept that? Don't. Treat us to a drink. After all, you spent a lot on the life juice source, Xiao Chen said after some consideration. Jianghu laughed out loud. Huh, what a brother. Come, let's go to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. My treat. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The name sounded like a romantic place. Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It wasn't a brothel, but compared to ordinary restaurants, there were more elegant performers playing musical instruments. True to its name, the Smile of 1,000 gold, one would have to pay an extremely high price to obtain the company of these performers. As for the Smile of 1,000 gold, it was one of the top 3 establishments in the Jianghu dynasty's capital. It had sufficient charm and fame to attract the outstanding talents to spend large sums of money here. The famous performers could even incite the scions to fight over them, all for the sake of a beautiful woman's smile and showing off before others. In Soaring Dragon City, this kind of thing happened frequently. However, Xiaochen rarely went to such places, so he did not know much about them. The Smile of 1,000 gold had a total of 8 floors. The higher one went, the more one needed to spend. For the sake of showing off one's wealth and status, the outstanding talents who came here would do their best to go to a higher floor. Clearly, this was not Jianghu's first time here. He smiled at the maidservant and said, "To the 6th floor." The 6th floor was the highest floor that ordinary people could go to. Any higher and required special status and invitations. Our Smile of 1,000 gold is the best restaurant in the nearby dozens of astral clusters. As long as one has enough spirit jades, beautiful performers can personally serve you. That maidservant did not hide anything from Xiaochen and Lingyu. She smiled charmingly, causing Lingyu to blush slightly. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he entered the elegant room and sat down. An exquisite landscape painting hung on the wall behind him. The painting was exquisite. Xiaochen did not know which mountain it was, but it gave the illusion that he was there. When sitting at the back, it felt like a wind blew and clouds drifted around him. It was very wondrous. The decorations were elegant and refined, giving off a unique charm. This pavilion is indeed extraordinary, Xiaochen thought. It is indeed extraordinary to be able to attract outstanding talents to spend so much money here. Jianghu asked that maidservant in a familiar manner, "Are there any headliners today?" Reporting to young master, "Today is the Luo River Water Flower Day. The 10 headliners will take turns appearing." The maidservant smiled faintly, answering as she served wine. Jianghu's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Interesting. Brothers, you came at the right time. I should have guessed it." The Soaring Dragon Pavilion just held a large-scale auction, and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Luo River Water Flower Day will be brought forward. After that, Jianghu waved his hand and said, "You can withdraw first. Remember to arrange for 4 performers with exquisite zither skills and 3 pretty ladies to drink with us." The maidservant nodded and withdrew. Lingyu asked in confusion, "What is the Luo River Water Flower Day?" Jianghu explained with a smile, "Normally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion will only occasionally have a headliner appear. After they perform, they will have people bid for them. The Luo River Water Flower Day occurs only once every 3 months. The 10 headliners take turns performing, each displaying their skills. It is very rare to see them." Lingyu's lips curled up as he said, "They are just some performers. Why would they care so much about them? You don't understand." Jianghu clinked cups with Xiaochen. Then, he said, "The 10 headliners are all extremely beautiful and have their own charm. Furthermore, their cultivations are all higher than yours. In terms of talent and air, there is no need to mention them. They have been practicing this since they were young. In the Jianghu dynasty's capital, the top 10 performers have countless experts working for them with just a word." Lingyu was startled when he heard this, feeling dubious. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Aside from the 3,000 great Dao, there were also 800 side paths. Indeed, there were people who could comprehend the Dao from music. However, without experiencing killing and walking the line between life and death, no matter how high one's cultivation was, one would just be a pretty face. However, Xiaochen had not seen any experts of the great 1,000 realms that cultivated the music Dao. He wanted to see how strong the so-called headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were. Jianghu said, "Aside from this Smiling Daughter Pavilion is definitely the place where news spreads the fastest in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Many secrets and recent major events can be heard here." With a thought, Xiaochen discovered that there were no restrictions in the neighboring rooms. As long as one paid attention, one could clearly hear the news being discussed. Recently, more and more bladesmen came to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. I believe that after the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's auction ends, there will be more cultivators heading to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land is the land of fortuitous encounters in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm that attracts the most geniuses and outstanding talents. Not only can one find the dragon race's ancient treasures, but one can also exchange moves with people of the same generation for experiential training. Where else can one find such a place? Actually, not really. The various astral clusters have similar experiential training lands. However, they are not like the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, which can attract the outstanding talents of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. Xiaochen casually listened and heard something that interested him. Dragon race's ancient treasures and the gathering of experts of the same generation. If there was an opportunity, he would have to ask around about the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. This was the time when he needed experiential training. Soon, 4 performers entered the private room. After they bowed slightly, zither music slowly rang out. There were also 3 pretty girls sitting obediently at the side, pouring wine and chatting with them. After 3 rounds of wine, the sound of clear flowing water rang out on the 8th floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiaochen looked up and saw mist spreading above. Amid the hazy mist, he saw a flower boat drifting over, approaching from afar. The ethereal zither music, the clear water, and the hazy mist stirred one's imagination. All of a sudden, the clamor from all the floors quieted down. Everyone knew that the Real show was about to start. All they needed to do was wait. As the flower boat approached, it was like a painting slowly unfurling. When the mist scattered, a young maidservant walked out of the flower boat. She looked exquisite and obedient, dressed in white. Amidst the mist, she was as pure as a fairy, making one feel tender and lovable. The young maidservant carried a flower basket and took out a green medallion. As she stood on the flower boat, she said in a condescending manner, "The first headliner to appear tonight is Miss Ling Long, a green medallion. Miss Ling Long excels at dancing the pipa. She was once the music teacher of the Yanwu dynasty's little princess. She has been in the palace for 3 years and is well read. She is very knowledgeable and has studied Confucianism, Buddhism, and Daoism." This was Ling Yu's first time seeing such a lineup. This broadened his horizons and shocked him. He whispered to Jianghu, "Big brother Jiang, what do red and green medallions mean?" Jianghu burst into laughter and said, "You are still young. Don't ask such questions. Don't say anything. Miss Ling Long will be coming out soon." Chapter 17:17. The maidservant girl left the cloud water wonderland on the 8th floor, and an elegant and pretty girl walked out of the flower boat. A commotion immediately broke out in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion as the delinquents called out Ling Long's name. Xiaochen looked at that girl. She was indeed as pretty as a flower, devastatingly beautiful. Her appearance and aura were excellent. Of course, what shocked Xiaochen even more was that this girl was actually a major primal core venerate. Just based on surface strength, this girl was actually stronger than Xiaochen's. What Jiang said was true. Ling Yu showed an embarrassed expression, still conflicted over the earlier question. He raised his head to look at that girl. With just one glance, he was stunned as he held up his wine cup. Ling Long hugged the pipa and nodded gently. Then, her delicate, lily-white hand started to gently play the pipa. The beautiful pipa music rang out, sounding melodious and pleasing to the ears. The music seemed to ring out right beside them, telling a beautiful story. The moment the pipa music rang out, the noisy place fell silent. Everyone became immersed in this wonderful state. The green mountains and flowing water moved along with the stream. When one closed one's eyes, the beautiful scene that seemed like the wind was right before one's eyes, within reach. Slowly, the many decorations in the elegant room and the landscape paintings on the walls seemed to come to life. The beautiful girl carved on the screen seemed to come to life. Mixed with the pipa music coming from the boat above the clouds and water, it was extremely beautiful, like a poem or a painting. The large strings were like a torrential rain, and the small strings were like whispers. The music was noisy and disorderly, like pearls of various sizes falling on a jade plate. The oriole's words were smooth, like the flowing ice of the serene spring. There was no need to worry or hate. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. At some point in time, the music had already stopped. However, everyone remained immersed in it, not opening their eyes. Wonderful. Xiaochen could not help praising as he slowly opened his eyes. However, he discovered that Jianghu had already opened his eyes at the same time. Brother Xiao, did you hear anything from it? Xiaochen took a sip of wine and replied, no. I only felt that the string music was wonderful and ever-changing. It blended with the decorations in the elegant room, making one involuntarily immersed in it. However, when her song broke off at the end, it seemed like she wanted to express more. There were still many emotions that she wanted to express, but for some reason, she suddenly stopped. Jianghu smiled and said, all right, then I'll fulfill Brother Zhao's doubts. I'll have headliner Ling Long accompany you tonight. He casually waved his hand and a streak of crystal light flew toward the window. Countless medial-grade spirit jades flew out of his storage ring, forming a dazzling belt of light. Hua hua hua. The moment the spirit jade flew out, it automatically flew toward the flower basket in the young maid's hand. 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades for Miss Ling Long's token. Jianghu was very generous, spending 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades with a wave of his hand like flowing water. However, the flower basket in the hands of the young maidservant didn't reveal anything as she directly stored the spiritual jades in it. How extravagant! 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades in one go. Which rich guest is this? Everyone was startled awake from the music. Seeing such a large sum of money, they were all shocked. 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades was not a small sum. Ordinary people would not dare to spend so casually. It was not that one could not take out 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Rather, one would spend 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades just to win the favor of a beauty. It's him. He is the Jianghu who won the life juice source in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. No wonder he is so generous. He is someone who can afford 4 million medial-grade spirit jades. Naturally, 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades is nothing. I heard that he even offended the people of the Cluster Lord's residence. He showed himself in the limelight and stirred up many people's dissatisfaction. Jianghu did not mind at all. All sorts of discussions were going on, and he kept smiling as if nothing could trouble him. 200,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Just as Jianghu thought that he was in the bag, a clear voice rang out, and 200,000 medial-grade spirit jades flew into the flower basket. Jianghu's face sank. That voice seemed to be directed at him, directly doubling the price. Clearly, there was a deeper meaning behind it. 300,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Jianghu had already made his offer to Xiaochen. He could not possibly not bid. 400,000 medial-grade spirit jades. 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. Whoosh! 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 Light flickered in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Crystalline ribbons of light made of spirit jades moved about, making the pavilion resplendent and dazzling. The unassuming flower basket flickered with light that nearly covered the entire place, dazzling everyone's eyes. When the 1 million medial-grade spirit jades entered the flower basket, countless beautiful flowers flew out. In that instant, flowers filled the air in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They were very beautiful, looking indescribably beautiful. Jianghu showed a sullen expression, but he could not continue bidding. The other party raised the price to 1 million medial-grade spirit jades, making it impossible for him to continue. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion knew that someone was purposely making things difficult for him, wanting to trample on him in front of everyone. Flowers fill the hall. This is my first time seeing such a scene. That person must have tossed in at least 4 or 5 million medial-grade spirit jades. This is rare. This is my first time seeing people compete so fiercely. This is too crazy. Is there such a need? That is the heavenly profound gates Feng Chen, the flowing clouds Sex Chen Yun, and the thunderflame castles Yan Yuan. I remember them. Earlier, in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's Divine Eye contest, the three of them were at the very end. No wonder they are making things difficult for Jianghu. It turns out that they formed a grudge in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Haha. Interesting. This time, Jianghu's face is slapped in a miserable manner. Excited cheers immediately rang out in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Spectators were always like this, never complaining about things blowing out of proportion. Jianghu shrugged and smiled helplessly. It can't be helped. In the end, I can't overturn Miss Ling Long's reputation. In the earlier competition, the bids totaled up to 2 million medial grade spirit jades. Right now, Xiaochen could no longer take out any more spirit jades. The other party was at a disadvantage against him alone. Ling Yu felt somewhat flabbergasted. This competition allowed him to see for himself. In just a few blinks of an eye, Xiaochen, pauper. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. You are already giving face to the Cluster Lord in the Soaring Cloud Pavilion, not making things difficult for you. To think that you still dare to come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to show your might. Just as Xiaochen was about to speak, a sarcastic voice came from the private room that had been making things difficult for Jianghu. In the private room across, Feng Chen, Chen Yun, and Yan Yuan showed cold smiles and mockery as they sipped their wine in an indifferent manner. The heavenly profound gates Feng Chen said indifferently, let's see if he can still smile in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Yan Yuan put down his wine cup heavily and said, this fellow really does not know the rules. I wonder where this foreigner came from to be so arrogant. He is truly reckless. Tonight, I'll show him the rules. These three were the outstanding talents of the many nearby astral clusters. In the Divine Eye contest in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, they had been in the limelight. Who could have imagined that this Jianghu, who came out of nowhere, would win the life juice source in such a high-profile manner? Furthermore, he showed his might in the Soaring Cloud Pavilion without any fear. This upset the three long ago. After they investigated Jianghu's background, they followed him to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They did this for no other reason than to suppress Jianghu's sharpness and force him to spit out the life juice source. When Jianghu heard this, he immediately revealed a murderous intent on his face. A playful smile flashed in his eyes. Xiaochen pressed down on Jianghu's hand and said, play with them. This Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not a place where he could take the initiative to attack. Whoosh! 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 Jianghu waved his hand, and 2 million medial-grade spirit jades flew out of his palm. They turned into a gorgeous beam of light and entered the flower basket. In the private room, Feng Chen, Chen Yun, and Chen Yun were all stupefied. The 2 million medial-grade spirit jades of light persisted for a long time before the flower basket absorbed them all. When everyone saw this, they all exclaimed in shock. Their mouths gaped in disbelief. The flower basket in the maidservant girl's hand immediately shot out a dazzling 7-colored light, illuminating the 8th floor. Between the clouds and water, it looked like a paradise on earth. Whoosh! A fairy-like beauty flew out of the 7-colored light, performing a sword dance in the air. Her beauty was boundless, attracting the attention of the girl performing the sword dance in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Her extraordinary appearance gave off a hazy air. This attracted everyone to stand up and go to the window. Then, they opened their eyes wide and did their best to look. They only wanted to see that fairy's appearance. Everyone was intoxicated by this girl's beauty, unable to extricate themselves. In the end, a sword soared through the air, dominating the world. Snow and ice gathered into pure white flowers that drifted down, looking boundlessly beautiful. The fairy performed the sword dance, and ice flowers bloomed. This was on a much higher level than the earlier mysterious phenomenon of flowers blooming in the hall. Everyone was intoxicated, unable to say a word. This was the Hall of Flowers intoxicating 3,000 guests, one sword frost 14 provinces. Chapter 17-18. Flowers fill the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests. One sword cold 14 provinces. Above the clouds, the flower basket in the maidservant girl's hand gave off a mysterious phenomenon. This poem was the best way to describe it. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion became intoxicated by the ice flowers filling the sky, feeling like they melted into their hearts. Many people stood at the windows and craned their necks to look at the flower boat. However, after that fairy girl swept her sword across the sky and soared into the sky, she returned to the flower basket and did not appear again. This made everyone feel empty in their hearts, like they had lost something. They felt heartache and brooded over it. The girl known as Ling Long hugged her Pipa in the flower boat. She showed a calm expression, only showing some surprise. He truly did not expect that in this soaring dragon city, there would actually be a phenomenon that would only occasionally appear in the imperial capital of the empire. That flower basket had a great origin. It was forged with great care. In terms of complexity, it was even more complex than a peak Dao tool. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion could amass wealth on a large scale, relying on the talents and outstanding talents to compete with each other. To a large extent, it relied on this flower basket. The flower basket also had a very nice name. It was called the Fairy Basket. It was said that not only could it emit all sorts of strange phenomena, but it was also able to create many strange phenomena. It was said that not only could it give off many mysterious phenomena, but the person in charge of every branch of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion could also control the flower basket to defend against enemies. The Fairy Basket in the dynasty's headquarters was a peak existence that surpassed Dao tools. The various branches had peak Dao tools. 2 million medial grade spirit jades. No one else is bidding. Congratulations to this young master for obtaining headliner Ling Long's card. The maidservant girl smiled as the green card in her hand turned into a beam of light, flying towards the private room where Xiaochen was. Whoosh! Xiaochen stretched out his hand and caught the green card. The words, Ling Long, were written on the front. It was a piece of superior grade jasper. Jianghu laughed loudly. I thought that trash like you could be very powerful. You are only a so-so. It turns out that you only know how to argue. In the end, you are not even comparable to a pauper. Feng Chen, Chen Yun, and Yan Yuan showed sullen expressions, showing unsightly expressions. After being humiliated in such a manner before the many honored guests of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiaochen found it hard to swallow. They had already trampled Jianghu underfoot, but who could have imagined that Xiaochen would suddenly show up and slap them back? They didn't even have the strength to fight back. I can't stand it anymore. The hot-tempered Thunder Flame Castle's Flame Yuan was about to erupt in anger. Don't be rash. Let's wait for them to leave first. Feng Chen said indifferently. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Originally, he did not want to be a match for Xiaochen. After all, he was a member of a rank 4 sect, unlike Jianghu, who had no background. However, Feng Chen could not care so much right now. He took a sip of wine and said, let's go. There is no need to stay here and embarrass ourselves. After speaking, Feng Chen stood up and led Chen Yun and Yan Yuan out of the private room. They walked along the corridor and headed downstairs. As soon as the three of them appeared, they were immediately noticed by countless people and their gloomy faces. Many people knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. In Jianghu's private room, he could see Feng Chen and the other two walking out with dark expressions through the window. Xiaochen entered deep thought. These three were all on the same level as Shengguan Lei. This was somewhat problematic, but that was all, just somewhat problematic. Jiang, he said casually, don't mind them. They are just some flies. The true experts of the Soaring Dragon Great Realm are not in Soaring Dragon City. Surprised, Xiaochen asked, where are they, then? Jiang, he smiled and replied, the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Aside from the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the main reason why the Soaring Dragon Great Realm can become the center of the nearby dozens of astral clusters is because of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. That is a dangerous land that existed when the dragon race was still around. The environment is harsh, and flame beasts roam about. Who knows how many outstanding talents who cultivated bitterly hid there? Only those who killed their way through life and death situations can be called experts. These people are all showy but impractical. They are far from being experts. Dragon Flame Ancient Land. When Xiaochen heard this name again, he felt surprised. If he had a chance, he had to see it for himself. After the two chatted for a while, someone knocked on the door. The headliner Ling Long had finished her preparations and kept her promise, coming to accompany the guests. Ling Long carried a pipa and wore plain clothes as she slowly walked in. When she saw Xiaochen and Jianghu, she bowed respectfully. This performer was indeed extraordinary up close. It was a completely different feeling from looking at her from afar. Jianghu smiled and said, "Miss Ling Long, it was really not easy to invite you here tonight." Ling Long smiled faintly and said, "Duke Jiang, you are exaggerating." This concubine had no choice. Jianghu smiled casually and said, "It's fine. You accompany my brother. I'm going out to relieve myself." When Xiaochen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Honestly speaking, he somewhat regretted his earlier actions. Xiaochen did not feel much about the pipa that this headliner Ling Long played. He only felt that the music was very profound. It was too unfortunate that she did not finish playing some of the states. A large part of the reason why Ling Long was willing to throw out 2 million medial-grade spirit jades was because she earned them from Jianghu. Ling Long could not bear to see Jianghu humiliated, so she used his spirit jades to help Jianghu regain his face. After Jianghu left, Ling Long looked at Xiaochen and asked, "Young Master Xiao, do you like to listen to the pipa?" Xiaochen did not say anything. Instead, he said calmly, "Miss Ling Long, can you perform the unfinished pipa song that you played on the flower boat in its entirety?" Ling Long felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen made such a simple request. However, Ling Long truly could not fulfill such a request. She said helplessly, "Sorry, I really cannot finish playing this song. The lyrics and music came from the ancients, but it is incomplete and unfinished." Incomplete? No wonder. However, that's fine. If it were the complete song, I would forget it after listening to it. On the contrary, an incomplete song would leave a deeper impression. If I can find the rest of the lyrics and music in the future, I will come and get Miss Ling Long to perform it. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt that it was unfortunate. However, he immediately felt at ease. His mental state was calm. He would not be overly stubborn about many things, able to give and take. Ling Long smiled in her heart. What a strange person. She nodded and said, "If you can find the latter half of this pipa song, you can come to the Yanwu dynasty's capital to look for me." Xiaochen did not know anything about the music Dao. However, headliner Ling Long had a good impression of Xiaochen. As she spoke, she patiently explained things to Xiaochen, allowing him to gain some knowledge. Unexpectedly, the music Dao was similarly vast and profound, no weaker than the saber Dao or the sword Dao. This was Ling Long's first time seeing someone more interested in the music Dao than her. Hence, Ling Long spoke exceptionally seriously. The two chatted happily, practically ignoring Ling Yu and the other maidservants. Aside from bringing pleasure and enjoyment, the music Dao could also kill with sound. Furthermore, it was even more terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could kill without leaving a trace. A strong cultivator of the music Dao could even block a vast army with one song, shattering mountains and rivers and causing the world to crumble. However, such strong cultivators of the music Dao were becoming increasingly rare. The reason was none other than the fact that the music Dao was simply too difficult to cultivate. Compared to the saber Dao or the sword Dao, the music Dao had stricter requirements on talent. Furthermore, it needed to be practiced from a young age. After sending off the headliner Ling Long, Xiaochen felt that the 2 million spirit jades he spent was worth it. At the very least, he would have a way to deal with troublesome cultivators of the music Dao in the future, preventing them from happening. After sending off the headliner Ling Long, Jianghu entered the private room. When he saw Ling Long's face beaming with happiness, he exclaimed in shock, "Miss Ling Long, you already left? How unfortunate." Xiaochen thought to himself, this Jianghu is definitely up to something. I just do not know what he did. I'm leaving. Many thanks to Brother Jiang for the wine. The two of us will be taking our leave as well, Xiaochen said as he and Ling Yu stood up. Jianghu smiled confidently and said, "Let's go. I'll send you off and deal with those 3 pieces of trash while I'm at it. They have probably been waiting for a long time." After leaving the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Jianghu and Xiaochen were immediately stupefied. They saw more than 100 cultivators with Feng Chen and Yan Yuan in the lead. None of them had low cultivations. These people blocked Xiaochen's and Jianghu's paths, showing hostile expressions. Jianghu said somewhat helplessly, "I seem to have forgotten that the sects behind these 3 have a faction in Soaring Dragon City. There were more than 100 primal core venerates and 3 outstanding talents comparable to Shengguan Lei. No matter how Xiaochen looked at it, he could not win this battle." Chapter 17-19. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. This matter was somewhat unexpected. If it were just Yan Yuan and the other 2, Xiaochen would not fear them at all. If it were just Jianghu and himself, they could easily defeat the other party. However, so many people came at once. Furthermore, they were all primal core venerates. Many of them were even major primal core experts. This would be somewhat difficult. However, it was only a little difficult to deal with. Given that Xiaochen had a Dao tool, it was practically impossible to stop him. On the other hand, Ling Yu was somewhat problematic. Xiaochen said indifferently, "Ling Yu, return to the pavilion and look for Miss Ling Long, get her to arrange for you to leave." Ling Yu understood the gravity of the matter. He also believed in his martial uncle's strength and did not have to worry about his life. "Martial uncle, take care." Right after Ling Yu spoke, he turned around and returned to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. As for Xiaochen and Jianghu, they did not think of hiding for now. These people were here for the 2 of them. Ling Yu's departure would not attract their attention. However, it would not be so easy for Feng Chen and Jianghu to leave. Feng Chen looked at Xiaochen and said softly, "Xiaochen, this matter has nothing to do with you in the first place. You can leave now." In Feng Chen's opinion, Xiaochen had the purple flame sect behind him. It was best not to offend him if possible. His main target was Jianghu, the life juice source on him. Feng Chen offended the cluster lord and did not have any sect backing him. Furthermore, Feng Chen liked to show off before others. He had already made up his mind to teach Jianghu a lesson in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiaochen ignored Feng Chen. Leaving Jianghu behind and leaving on his own was clearly not in line with his character. Furthermore, the life juice source that brought Jianghu disaster happened to come from Feng Chen. Jianghu patted Xiaochen's shoulder and smiled. "You are indeed a good brother. I did not spend a lot of money to invite you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in vain. Let's kill our way out. I'll block these 3 good-for-nothings." Whoosh! Right after Jianghu spoke, he took a step forward and charged towards Feng Chen. "You are seeking death." Feng Chen instantly attacked with the sword in his hand. A strong sword intent slowly spread out and formed a vast sword light. As the sword light pressed down, peng peng peng, the floorboards on the street all exploded and flew in all directions. Smiling faintly, Jianghu unsheathed his saber and pressed down. With a loud boom, all the scattered floorboards shattered into dust. Dang! The saber and sword clashed, giving off a loud sound. Feng Chen was knocked back by the saber strike. When he landed, he revealed a shocked expression. Jianghu smiled faintly. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you that you're a weakling." Feng Chen was enraged. He swung his sword backward and attacked again. At the same time, Yan Yuan and Chen Yun could no longer stand by and watch. They attacked together, the 3 of them completely surrounding Jianghu. The situation immediately became somewhat unfavorable. Although these 3 people were arrogant and despotic, their strength was undeniable. They were all existences on the same level as Shangguan Lei. This was especially so for Feng Chen, who was even more powerful. Xiaochen hugged his tyrant saber, not in a rush to attack. He wanted to see Jiang He's true strength. Jiang He's situation was ugly in the face of the trio's attacks, but he remained at ease and did not fall into real danger. Jiang He's movement technique was very profound, giving off a familiar feeling. After watching for a while, Xiaochen suddenly startled to his senses. Blue dragon cloud soaring art. That was right. This was a dragon race movement technique, very similar to the blue dragon cloud soaring art. However, it was clearly superior. Jiang He moved around in a small area like a dragon, moving its head and wagging its tail. Together with the saber in his hand, he easily repelled the three's attacks. Jiang He dealt with danger multiple times, always remaining undefeatable. Jiang He smiled and said, "Three weaklings. You are only a so-so even when you work together. You are seeking death. Activate your bloodline and kill him." The three of them were truly enraged, feeling very sullen. Feng Chen was the first to activate his bloodline. Next were Yan Yuan and Chen Yun. The three of them had suppressed many of their peers in the soaring cloud pavilion with their bloodline power. This showed how strong their bloodline power was. Now that they activated their bloodlines at the same time, the great desolate Aeon's divine might spread out. They instantly gained a suppressive advantage, forcing Jiang He back step by step. For the first time, a grave expression appeared on Feng Chen's face. At the same time, his eyes flickered with some hesitation. Feng Chen was also someone with a great desolate Aeon bloodline. However, he seemed to have some misgivings and did not want to reveal it in public. Xiaochen entered deep thought. He knew that he could not continue watching and had to make a move. Tyrant saber, breaking vast armies. The saber moved like a rainbow, and a tyrannical might mixed with the thunder great Dao and the saber great Dao spread out in an unparalleled berserk manner. Then, it carried Xiaochen and clashed with the three who activated their great desolate Aeon bloodlines. When Jiang He saw this, the grave expression on his face faded somewhat, and he laughed loudly. The saber in Jiang He's hand trembled intensely. In the next moment, it gave off a resplendent saber light and the great Dao's might. Immediately, the three great Dao's might merged together. They clashed intensely with the three's great desolate Aeon divine might, erupting with startling mysterious phenomena. Without activating their bloodline power, the two completely blocked the three's terrifying great desolate Aeon divine might with just their Dao might. In the next moment, both sides exchanged moves. A chaotic battle ensued. Saber light clashed with sword light, saber technique clashed with sword technique, great Dao's might clashed with the great desolate Aeon divine might. Horrifying auras spread out in all directions, attracting countless people to stop and watch. Soaring Dragon City never lacked great battles. However, it was rare to see such a scene between two bladesmen. Two bladesmen actually blocked three people with great desolate Aeon bloodlines without activating their bloodlines and only relying on the saber in their hands. After a while, both sides moved back. Now, Xiaochen and Jiang He stood side by side. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips, indicating that they were slightly injured. After activating their great desolate Aeon bloodlines, their combat prowess increased explosively. Given the three's cultivation, they could approach the strength of a cloud sea star venerate. Even with the three's Dao might merged, there was still a small gap. However, the two still relied on their exquisite saber techniques to block. Yan Yuan and the other two each had a terrifying saber wound on their bodies. What was even more terrifying was that these wounds contained Dao energy. These wounds could not heal in a short time. Blood gushed out, looking rather terrifying. What are you staring blankly for? Attack together. Feng Chen shouted coldly. He no longer dared to clash head-on with Xiaochen and Jiang He. The 100 venerates behind him raised their weapons and charged at Xiaochen and Jiang He, who had just clashed. Xiaochen and Jiang He immediately split up, each fighting in a different direction. A minor primal core venerate with a Dao tool infused with two kinds of Dao might could not block even one saber strike from him. However, a major primal core venerate could not block more than 3 moves. If not for their advantage in numbers and the fact that they were all rank 4 sect disciples, Xiaochen and Jianghu would have charged out long ago and would not suffer any injuries. Kill. Seeing that the situation was bad, Yan Yuan and the other 2 took a breather before charging back into battle. This made the situation even more chaotic. There is no end to this. For the first time, killing Qi appeared in Jianghu's eyes. He suddenly spun the saber in his hand, and his aura changed drastically. When Jianghu swung his saber, the entire saber turned heavy. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he watched, unable to look away. The Dao might all over Jianghu's body vanished. He became one with the saber, and his sharp eyes focused on the saber's edge. After Jianghu swung his saber, the level of space continuously rose, making Xiao Chen feel like he was in the depths of a fiendish demon battlefield. This startled Xiao Chen. This was his first time seeing such a heavy saber technique. It was like lightning flashed in his mind, shocking him to the extreme. He was completely stunned, forgetting about his current situation. Bang! 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 Everywhere the saber light passed, all the venerates blocking it were chopped in half. Then, their corpses exploded and turned into pools of blood splattering everywhere. Caught off guard, Yan Yuan and the other 2 were sent flying by the saber light and vomited blood. They felt like their chests had been struck by a hammer. The heavy blow penetrated deep into their blood vessels and meridians, nearly reaching their sea of consciousness and soul. Sweat continuously poured down Jianghu's forehead as he swung his saber. Then, he opened a large opening and immediately fled far away. Let's go. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and quickly followed. It was not easy for him to open a gap. If this group of people surrounded him again, it would take some effort. Swinging a Dao tool was not an easy task. Yan Yuan and the other 2, who had fallen to the ground, paled in fright. However, they did not dare to give chase. They could only watch as Xiao Chen and Jianghu quickly fled into the distance, getting further and further away. The 2 of them sped all the way out of the city before coming to a complete stop. After confirming that it was safe, they stopped running. Jianghu panted, but he showed a wide smile on his face. Haha! How delightful! Brother Xiao Chen, although I'm sorry, I still have something to tell you. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He knew what Jianghu wanted to say. He smiled helplessly and said, I have something to tell you as well. Chapter 17:20. Confusion appeared on Jianghu's face. After a while, he smiled in embarrassment and said, let me say it first. The dragon pattern cauldron that you auctioned was actually mine. I was the one who pushed the bidding price up from behind the scenes. I'm sorry, brother, I cheated you. Xiao Chen smiled and said, actually, I knew it long ago. However, it's fine. No matter what, I would have won that cauldron. This startled Jianghu. Then, he smacked his forehead and laughed, you are really a fool. I thought that you kept it a secret. Ha ha ha. What Xiao Chen said next really made Jianghu's smile turn from laughter into a bitter smile. The bottle of life juice source that you auctioned was placed there by me. What? Jianghu jumped up in shock, feeling stupefied. The expression on his face was as fascinating as one could imagine. After a while, Jianghu gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. Then, he said depressedly, I was acting stupid earlier. Now, I really became stupid. I thought that I owed you, so I specially invited you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It turns out that I was the one who gave you money. How pitiful. When Xiao Chen saw Jianghu's expression, he could not help but smile as well. That's all right. In the end, I gave the spirit jades to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, helping you regain your face. Who knew? When Jianghu heard that, he smiled mysteriously. It is indeed all right. Haha. I managed to get back that fairy basket in the end. Right after Jianghu spoke, a flower basket appeared in his hand. This was the mysterious flower basket that the maidservant in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion held. Ha ha ha. How can I, Jianghu, suffer losses when I go out? That smiling daughter pavilion wants to cheat me of my money. Dream on. Jianghu felt incredibly cocky. In the end, the spirit jade still ended up in his hands. This time, this truly startled Xiaochen. It turned out that when he said that he was going out to relieve himself, he was actually going to steal the flower basket. No wonder Jianghu immediately left when he heard that Xiaochen was leaving. So, that was what happened. With the flower basket gone, the performers could not make an appearance. They would definitely suspect the guests. Jianghu used this opportunity to come out and fight with Feng Chen and the others, preventing the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's people from suspecting him. Since he was fighting with someone and in big trouble, how could he be in the mood to steal the flower basket? In an instant, he was cleared of suspicion. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. You're good. Jianghu replied calmly, it's nothing much. I'm taking the spirit jades inside, so you can have the fairy basket. After saying that, he casually threw the fairy basket to Xiaochen, not caring about it at all. Xiaochen took it with some astonishment. For me? Jianghu nodded. I've been wandering around for so long, and I haven't really had much to talk to. Today, I accidentally exposed some of my strength in the fierce battle with those people. I have to change places again. Xiaochen was startled. That dragon pattern cauldron, could it be that you also stole it from the dragon tribe? Jianghu chuckled awkwardly. Sort of. But... Dragging out his words, Jianghu solemnly said, I didn't lie to you about that story. The dragon pattern cauldron was indeed used by the lancet blade. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stolen such an ordinary cauldron. As expected, he had guessed correctly. Xiaochen smiled bitterly. The lancet blade, is the lancet blade really that famous? Jianghu said seriously, that is natural. The lancet blade is an outstanding talent of the white dragon race. He has a pure bloodline, reaching rank 7 and above. No one knew about him in the first 30 years. However, the moment he appeared, he shook the entire dragon race. Now, he is one of the 10 most talented people of the dragon race's 6 bloodlines. Note, the entire dragon race's 6 bloodlines. The lancet blade of the white dragon race. No one knew about him in the first 30 years. However, after he appeared, he shook the entire dragon race. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat, and his body stiffened slightly. He asked uncertainly, is the lancet blade a man or a woman? A woman? What's wrong? The title of the lancet blade comes from her name, Lu Ruyue. He. She is an absolute beauty. Her smile is very flirtatious. Many outstanding talents of the dragon race are interested in her. Unfortunately, for some reason, she even rejected the pursuit of the noble dragon god crown prince. Jianghu spoke tirelessly, engrossed in his story. However, he did not notice that Xiaochen appeared distracted and his expression changed. Jianghu muttered to himself, I really don't know what the reason is. Is it because she has high standards, or is it because she has devoted herself to the martial Dao and does not want to get involved in relationships for now? Xiaochen did his best to calm his emotions. Then, he asked softly, how is she doing? Haha. An outstanding talent with a boundless future. She is very flirtatious, and everyone revolves around her. Even the dragon god crown prince is infatuated with her. Didn't you say that before? Xiaochen was slightly stunned. Then, he asked sullenly, Dragon God Crown Prince, is there really a dragon god? Jianghu smiled and explained casually, that is how it is. He is just the son of the current dragon emperor. However, given his status, it is not too much to call him the Dragon God Crown Prince. Oh, it seems like I have said too much. This matter has gone too far. In any case, the lancet blade has no relationship with you. There is no point in saying so much. No relationship? Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not say anything more. He looked at Jianghu and said, if I guessed right, you should be a member of the dragon race, right? Tell me about it. Stealing a cauldron that the lancet blade used should not be a heavy crime. What exactly did you steal to make you so nervous? Jianghu's smile did not fade. However, the expression in his eyes was no longer as casual as before. He said seriously, "You don't have to worry about that. Actually, a large part of the reason I got close to you at the start was because you were an expert sent by the dragon race. I thought that you were an expert sent by the dragon clan. However, from the looks of it now, I can dispel my worries. Although you have the dragon race's bloodline, it is too thin. Furthermore, you are not from any of the 6 bloodlines. It can only be a coincidence." Xiaochen entered deep thought. It looked like the other party really had a dragon race treasure on him. It was worth taking the risk. However, Xiaochen could not bring himself to attack someone he had just fought with. Furthermore, this Jianghu did not reveal himself. However, that stunning saber strike at the end was frighteningly mighty. This is probably the state that senior brother Yi Zifeng mentioned. Xiaochen held a Dao tool and 2 Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques. Even so, he might not be able to take down the other party easily. Who knew what other trump cards the other party had? Xiaochen tossed a small jade bottle over. "Before I leave, here's a gift for you." Jianghu casually caught it and joked, "What is it? Could it be poison?" 50 kilograms of life juice source. "The next time we meet, I might not let you leave so easily. I am not as simple as you think. The connection between me and the dragon race is deeper than you imagine. Letting me know that you have a dragon race treasure is not a smart move." Xiaochen said with a calm expression and a normal tone. Xiaochen was not interested in Jianghu. He was only interested in the dragon race treasure that Jianghu stole. As the last inheritor of the blue dragon bloodline, Xiaochen had promised the old dragon horse and the others that he would become the dragon emperor and revive the blue dragon bloodline. Xiaochen had promised the old dragon horse and the others that he would become the dragon emperor and revive the blue dragon bloodline. Whether Xiaochen was willing or not, he could not feign indifference after learning about the dragon race's treasure. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Jianghu felt slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "That's right. I did not notice earlier that you would rather draw your Dao tool and fight bitterly. Even so, you are not willing to reveal your great desolate Ian bloodline before me. It looks like there really is something more to it. However, you should rejoice that you did not rashly attack me. Otherwise." Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "No one knows what the result will be. However, I am truly grateful to you for the information you told me earlier." Jianghu's eyes gleamed. He discovered that he could no longer figure out this person before him. Interesting. It looks like he really has a trump card to fight me. I'm leaving. I hope that we can meet again. Haha. Whether you attack or not, I am very happy to see you again. Goodbye. Jianghu laughed loudly. Then, his figure flashed a few times, vanishing from Xiaochen's sight. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Interesting person. Honestly speaking, aside from the fact that Jianghu had a great treasure, this person was indeed worth befriending." After the smile faded, Xiaochen's face turned sorrowful. He had not expected to learn about Lu Ruyue under such circumstances. She was an outstanding talent with all sorts of charm. Even the dragon god crown prince was captivated by her. Xiaochen took out the dragon pattern cauldron and placed it in it. As he looked at the dragon pattern cauldron that Lu Ruyue once used, many things of the past flashed through his mind. After a while, Xiaochen's gaze turned resolute. As he looked at the saber in his hand, he muttered, "From today on, I will officially call you Sunyu." Chapter 1721. After a long time, Xiaochen put away the dragon pattern cauldron. Then, he entered deep thought as he looked at the flower basket in his hand. The exterior of the flower basket was exquisite, adorned with all sorts of flowers. Aside from its pretty appearance, there was nothing special about it. However, when Xiaochen saw the wonders of the flower basket in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, he naturally would not treat it as an ordinary flower basket. However, it seemed that its miraculous effect was only a decoration. It looked incredibly gorgeous, filled with flowers, and powerful sword dances. These were all things that tempted profligates to throw money at. Some looked impressive, but they were useless. If they were really useful, Jianghu would not have casually tossed them to Xiaochen. Could there be spirit jades in there? I better not think about it. Even if there were, Jianghu would have taken them all. Why would he leave them for me? Never mind, I should refine it first. No matter what, it is a Dao tool, after all. When Xiaochen sent his spiritual sense into the flower basket, he immediately felt the world spin around him as if he had entered a maze. Countless exquisite screens were placed in the middle, crisscrossing and looking incredibly complicated. No matter how Xiaochen tried, he could not get out, completely trapped inside. After some thought, Xiaochen increased the strength of his spiritual sense and sent in some soul energy. Xiaochen prepared to force his way through. Rumble. Xiaochen crashed into the screens, breaking one after another. However, the result was that he sank deeper and deeper. It was like there was no end to it. How troublesome. Xiaochen lost his patience, and his spiritual sense directly exploded. Rumble. The entire maze shattered. The screens shattered into pieces like glass and floated in the air. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face. However, before his smile could spread out, it froze. With a whoosh, all the screen fragments reassembled, turning into a brand new maze that was even larger and more complicated. The more problematic thing was that Xiaochen discovered that he could not pull out this portion of his spiritual sense. Xiaochen was completely trapped inside. He could only escape if he severed it. However, this was Xiaochen's spiritual sense, which involved soul energy. If he severed it, his soul would be affected. Damn it, this is bad. No wonder Jianghu was not greedy. It turned out that Xiaochen already knew that unless he possessed the strength of a cloud sea star venerate, he would not be able to forcefully break out of this maze and obtain control over this flower basket. It was just a decoration in his hand, completely useless. It couldn't even bring out those mysterious phenomena. What should he do? Xiaochen fell into a dilemma. He could either sever his divine sense and accept his bad luck and suffer the damage to his soul. At the very least, his life wouldn't be in danger. Or he could continue walking and solve this maze. Hesitation was not Xiaochen's character. He immediately made a decision. Xiaochen cut off his spiritual sense and retreated. Face pale and dizzy, Xiaochen's body swayed for a while. He closed his eyes and covered his head. After resting for a while, Xiaochen barely regained some energy. However, the damage to his soul would require several days to recover. Looking at the flower basket, he smiled bitterly. Before Jianghu left, he had left a hole for himself. He was indeed a very interesting person. He seemed carefree and always had a smile on his face. In reality, he was extremely proud in his heart, unwilling to admit defeat. He was bold but careful. However, Xiaochen did not hate Jianghu, not even close to hating Jianghu. The relationship between the two was more like that of opponents. Jianghu could sense the saber intent in Xiaochen's body and confirm his identity as a bladesman. Jianghu was also present. He immediately saw through the saber intent that the other party hid. Before a true bladesman, that sharpness could not be hidden. When two true bladesmen fought, they would definitely have a competitive mentality. Neither would be willing to admit defeat. While the two did not seem to have any conflicts, in reality, they had clashed more than once. In the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, they could be considered to have fought once. Xiaochen caused the other party to suffer a loss, and the other party even treated him to a drink. In the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Jianghu stole the fairy basket without anyone noticing, turning the tables on Xiaochen. Earlier, when the two fought the three, they had purposely held back, wanting to see who would reveal their true trump card in the end. However, neither of them revealed their trump cards, so it was a draw. Like you, I also look forward to meeting you again, whether I attack you or not. A smile appeared on Xiaochen's face. Then, he put away the fairy basket and returned to the city to look for Lingyu. In the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, when Xiaochen returned, the place was already deserted, no longer as bustling as before. Xiaochen, who knew the reason, was not surprised. After reporting, he found Lingyu happily drinking tea in a private room. "Martial uncle, why are you back?" When Lingyu saw Xiaochen, he felt greatly startled. Xiaochen smiled and said, "After escaping that group of people, I was afraid that you would worry about me, so I came back to meet you and say goodbye." "Goodbye?" Lingyu felt somewhat shocked. "Martial uncle, you are not returning to the Purple Flame sect?" Xiaochen nodded. "That's right. I plan to remain in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm for a while before returning to the Grave Sea." "How long?" "Maybe half a year, maybe 1 year." Lingyu felt disappointed. However, he understood. His martial uncle's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was time for him to go out on experiential training. Furthermore, this Soaring Dragon Great Realm was filled with experts. The truly incredible people of the dozens of astral zones were all here. With martial uncle's strength, this was the most suitable place for experiential training. The Grave Sea was rather small. Lingyu thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. "Oh, right. Martial uncle, something major happened in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion." "Oh? What major matter?" Xiaochen asked despite knowing the answer. Lingyu whispered, "Their fairy basket disappeared. That fairy basket is extremely precious. Without that flower basket, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion cannot continue operating. They need to wait for the headquarters to send a new fairy basket. However, the refinement of the fairy basket is extremely complicated. There are many steps and takes a long time. This Soaring Dragon City's Smiling Daughter Pavilion probably can't continue operating." Ripples appeared in Xiaochen's heart, but he did not show it on his face. Unexpectedly, the matter blew up so much. However, it was impossible for Xiaochen to hand over the fairy basket. Xiaochen kept feeling that this fairy basket still had some mysteries and great value. In any case, it would not be traced back to him. Xiaochen asked softly, "Are there any clues?" "Who stole it?" Lingyu shook her head and replied, "No. The person who did it did not leave any traces. This is simply strange. Right now, they suspect that a holy venerate did something to it. After all, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion has a Cloud Sea Star venerate guarding it." Xiaochen smiled in his heart. This is a grave mistake. That fellow, Jianghu, could even steal the dragon race's treasure. Furthermore, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket was a treasure of the dragon race. There were peak dragon race experts guarding it, at least sovereign personages. "Sorry, there was some chaos in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, so I did not receive young Master Xiao personally." As Lingyu spoke, headliner Ling Long walked in with an apologetic expression on her face. Xiaochen felt embarrassed in his heart. Such sincerity made him feel somewhat embarrassed. However, he definitely could not expose himself now. Xiaochen nodded and said, "It's fine. I heard from Lingyu that Miss Ling Long has any plans." Ling Long smiled bitterly and replied, "What plans can I have? Naturally, I will return to the imperial capital. One cannot do as one pleases in the mundane world." When Lingyu heard that, he could not help saying, "Miss Ling Long, how about returning to the Purple Flame sect with me? Given Miss Ling Long's talent, you can definitely become a true inheritor." When Xiaochen heard that, he could not help thinking, she is already used to the bustling world. How can she endure loneliness? In the end, my little martial nephew is still young and does not understand the ways of the world. Ling Long did not deny that. Instead, she smiled at Ling Yu and said, "Thank you, young Master Ling, for your kind intentions. In the future, if I no longer have a place to stay in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, I will definitely remember young Master Ling's words." Ling Yu smiled and said, "No problem. Earlier, Miss Ling Long made arrangements for me without hesitation. Naturally, I, Ling Yu, will do as I say." Ling Long smiled faintly before saying, "I would like to speak with young Master Xiao alone." Ling Yu glanced at his martial uncle curiously before retreating as he was told. After Ling Yu left, Ling Long's expression changed slightly. Then, she asked directly, your friends stole that fairy basket, right? Xiao Chen's expression did not change, not revealing anything. He looked at Ling Long and asked, why do you say that? It is just a suspicion. The time he left was too coincidental. It happened to be when the fairy basket was stolen. Ling Long said sullenly, don't worry. I did not tell anyone. No one would believe that a major primal core venerate would steal the fairy basket. Xiao Chen felt surprised. Why? Ling Long replied softly, to me, there is no loss. Furthermore, I sincerely treat young Master Xiao and young Master Ling as friends. I do not want the two of you to get into trouble. Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. No matter what, as long as Ling Long voiced her suspicions, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would definitely question him. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion would definitely question him. That would be troublesome. Many thanks. You're welcome. If we are fated, we will meet again in the Yanwu dynasty's capital. Ling Long bowed and left. As Xiao Chen watched the other party leave, he entered deep thought. After Ling Yu entered, he asked, Martial Uncle, what did Miss Ling Long ask you? Xiao Chen did not answer the question. Do you like this girl? Ling Yu immediately blushed. Martial Uncle, why do you ask that? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, because even a fool can tell that if you like her, you should marry her. Miss Ling Long is a good person. Chapter 1722. When Ling Yu heard Xiao Chen's words, he asked somewhat embarrassedly, Martial Uncle, can I? That Miss Ling Long had seen many marquises and holy gate outstanding talents in the royal dynasty's capital, but none of them had moved her heart. I'm just a core disciple of a small fourth-grade sect. How could I be worthy of her? There was one more thing that Ling Long did not say. What was even more awkward was that although this Ling Long did not reveal herself, her cultivation was even higher than Ling Yu's. Xiao Chen said with a straight face, how old are you? You're only in your 20s. Life is like a blank piece of paper, filled with endless possibilities. But if you don't even dare to think about it, then it's really impossible. How could senior brother have such a disciple? Ling Yu felt somewhat powerless to argue. Martial Uncle, but Xiao Chen said softly, there are no buts or buts. If you don't have the determination, then give up on this thought as soon as possible. If you have the intention, why can't you set this as your goal? You can make your own decision. Everything about Ling Yu was good. However, he was somewhat indecisive and lacked boldness. His innate bloodline was not inferior to anyone. As long as he was willing to work hard, anything was possible in the future. Otherwise, why would Yi Zifeng accept him as his disciple? Martial Uncle, I've decided. I'll go see Miss Ling Long now and have her wait for me in the imperial capital for 5 years. If she gives me this chance, I will work hard and live up to the 5 years she gave me. If you don't give it to me, I'll give up on this thought. Ling Yu hesitated for a long time before finally making up his mind. He knew that his martial uncle was doing this for his sake. If one does not act decisively, one will fall into chaos. However, as Xiao Chen watched Ling Yu turn around and leave, he smiled faintly. He did not believe that Ling Yu truly had the guts to say that to his face. However, he couldn't care too much about this matter. He could only wish him good luck. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. When Ling Yu saw Ling Long in his hot-bloodedness, he was instantly defeated by one look from the other party. Young Master Ling, why are you looking for me? Ling Long blinked as she looked at Ling Yu with a serious expression. Ling Yu immediately calmed down, not daring to look straight at Xiao Chen. However, he felt incredibly anxious in his heart. He did not know how to say the words that he had prepared many times. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. An awkward expression appeared on his face, and he did not know what to do. After holding it in for a long time, Ling Yu could not think of anything to say. Seeing that he had to say something, he racked his brains and said, Miss Ling Long, I wish to learn the pipa from you. The moment Ling Yu said that, he showed an embarrassed expression. He wished that he could find a hole in the ground and hide in it. Linglong's eyes widened. She was stunned for a moment before she burst into laughter. What kind of man would want to learn the pipa? Ling Yu immediately felt disappointed. He was still too much of a failure. Compared to his martial uncle, he was far inferior. He did not even have the courage to speak. But just as he was about to say his goodbyes, headliner Ling Long smiled and said, "However, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion is closed for this period. I happen to be free, so I will not rush to the imperial capital. Young Master Ling Yu, if you are interested, I can give you some guidance." This was simply joy falling from the sky. Ling Yu's wooden head was stunned for a moment before he reacted, feeling incredibly joyful. "Thank you, Miss Ling Long. I'll go buy a pipa now." Overjoyed, she ran out and told Xiao Chen what had happened. She couldn't hide the smile on her face. Xiao Chen did not know why Ling Yu was so happy. However, as long as his martial nephew was happy, that was enough. In that case, congratulations. You can stay in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion for this period. I'll find another place to cultivate for a while. Don't forget to cultivate as well. Xiao Chen patted Ling Yu's shoulder and took his leave. After renting an independent courtyard in Heaven Dragon City, Xiao Chen started his preparations to upgrade the Heavenly Flame. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the dragon pattern cauldron landed heavily on the ground. As he looked at the dragon pattern cauldron that Lu Riyue used, a determined expression flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The words that Xiao Chen said to Ling Yu earlier were also meant for himself. If Xiao Chen had not made up his mind, he would have given up now. After making up my mind, I will never change it. As long as you are still around, I will not abandon you. Lu Riyue was an outstanding talent, charming and charming. The dragon god crown prince fell head over heels for her, but she remained unmoved. Lu Riyue's position in the dragon race put some pressure on Xiao Chen. However, it also strengthened his resolve. He needed sufficient capital before he could enter the Central Great Realm and head to Ancestor Dragon City. If he was not strong enough, even if Lu Riyue did not abandon him, he would feel very uncomfortable. The pride in Xiao Chen's heart did not allow him to compromise. Xiao Chen shook his head and tossed aside these distracting thoughts. Then, he threw a palm strike, and the heavenly flame entered the cauldron. Boom! The heavenly flame burned fiercely. It seemed like Lu Riyue's face appeared in the flame, making one think about her and think about her. Xiao Chen exhaled softly. Then, he placed the dazzling sunlight true flame into the cauldron. Whoosh! Although the dazzling sunlight true flame was of a high rank, it was much weaker than the heavenly flame. The dazzling sunlight true flame looked very mighty. However, it could not cause much of a stir before the heavenly flame. The dazzling sunlight true flame flopped around a few times before dying in the cauldron, slowly being swallowed up by the heavenly flame. Xiao Chen firmly controlled the heavenly flame with his mind, slowly swallowing the dazzling sunlight true flame. After half a day, the heavenly flame, which had been crying piteously for food, finished swallowing the dazzling sunlight true flame. The blazing heavenly flame gathered into one spot. Only a light came from the dragon pattern cauldron, shining golden and dazzling. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen felt suspicious, the spot of heavenly flame suddenly expanded and burned intensely. A terrifying heat wave surged out, and the air in the surroundings turned dry. The flowers, grass, and trees in the courtyard turned scorched yellow. The ground cracked, and cracks appeared. It's rank 1. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. The heavenly flame's origin flame finally broke free from its primitive state. Relying on the nourishment of the dazzling sunlight true flame, it reached the limits of rank 1. In that case, I'll add some more fire. Xiao Chen did not hesitate to send the purple thunder true flame from the purple thunder divine incantation into the cauldron. The electric flame gathered and turned into a beam of light that continuously poured into the cauldron. The rank 1 heavenly flame immediately blazed even more fiercely. In the dark night, a strand of golden radiance could be seen rushing into the sky, illuminating the surroundings and making everything bright. Fortunately, there were all sorts of strange things happening in Soaring Dragon City. Experts were everywhere. Occasionally, there would be some mysterious phenomena. For example, some outstanding talents cultivating in closed-door cultivation, some old monsters refining medicinal pills, and some experts refining weapons. The mysterious phenomena in the courtyard had not reached a world-shaking level yet, so it did not attract much attention. Xiaochen lit up 5 stars on his 9-star primal core, looking resplendent. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated wildly, continuously draining his veritable essence energy, turning it into the purple thunder true flame and sending it into the cauldron. With Xiaochen's vast cultivation, he managed to force the absorption of the purple thunder true flame into the cauldron for 1 hour. After that, there was a loud boom, and the flame in the cauldron shrank back to a spot. Having experienced this before, Xiaochen did not dare to rest. He stretched out his hand and formed a barrier, preventing the heavenly flame from causing too much damage. Boom! In an instant, the barrier was burnt to a crisp by the explosion of heavenly fire. Everything that could burn in the courtyard started burning at the same time. The entire building started giving off smoke. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he was startled. All the buildings had restrictions. If they were triggered, it would definitely cause a huge shock wave. Heavenly snow divine flame. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and a suffocating cold surged out, instantly sealing the heat waves in ice. Pure white snowflakes drifted down from the burning courtyard. In one breath of time, they turned into ice, filling the place with frost. It's rank 2 now. Xiaochen muttered to himself as he looked at the heavenly flame in the cauldron. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Originally, Xiaochen had expected to be able to break through to rank 3. Now, it looked like the heavenly snow divine flame completely suppressed the heavenly flame. Yin and Yang could not balance. He definitely could not form the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. In the end, it was all for naught. After withdrawing the heavenly flame, Xiaochen frowned heavily. He entered deep thought and muttered, "It looks like I can only think of another way. Perhaps there would be such an opportunity in the Dragon Flame ancient land." The moment Xiaochen heard the name, he knew that it had something to do with fire. However, there was no need to go now. There were more important things to do. The greatest use of the dragon pattern cauldron was not for the heavenly flame to consume flames. It was for Xiaochen to cultivate the dragon race's body tempering cultivation technique. The divine dragon body tempering art that the blood-soaked dragon emperor gave Xiaochen needed a good cauldron. A dragon race cauldron would be even better. Back when Xiaochen bought the dragon pattern cauldron, one of his main considerations was to cultivate this divine dragon body tempering art. Chapter 1723. Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. There were a total of 9 layers. Not only did they cultivate vital qi, but they also remolded their physical bodies to that of the ancient dragon clan. This allowed the fleshly body to reach the physical strength of the ancient dragon race, possessing a strong bloodline, a terrifying defense, and a resilient physique. The first layer was to cultivate the dragon tendons, making the meridians as strong as the real dragon tendons. That way, they would be able to withstand more vital qi surging through the meridians. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to use his powerful vital qi. Xiaochen knew that using vital qi harmed the body. Back in the Kunlun realm, he had damaged his body, resulting in a huge hidden danger. The body and bones were always the foundation of a martial artist. They could be tempered and risk their lives, but they absolutely could not leave behind any hidden injuries. The second level was to cultivate the dragon bone, which was to cultivate the bones of one's entire body to resemble the bones of a dragon. The skeleton was the main frame of the fleshly body. It was also the main protective layer of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. As long as the skeleton was injured, the heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, and other important parts of the body could be further injured. Although after becoming a perfected being, one would no longer have a mortal body and the recovery ability of one's physical body would be very strong. It could even reach the stage of regrowing severed limbs. However, if the heart was instantly crushed, it could still cause fatal damage to the cultivator. After all, it was impossible to grow a new heart without a few months. Of course, there were some special cultivation techniques that could reconstruct the heart in a short period of time. However, there were only a few of them. These kinds of cultivation techniques were also quite rare, and ordinary martial artists could not buy them at all. By cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's second layer, one could modify their bones, making their bones as strong as the ancient dragon races. It could allow a martial artist to withstand more damage and protect their internal organs from fatal injuries. The third layer was the cultivation of dragon blood. Only with this layer could one be considered to have reached the next level and officially begin to cultivate qi. As the saying goes, qi and blood boil, qi and blood are inseparable, and there is vitality in the blood. Bloodlines were the source of energy, especially after awakening the blue dragon bloodline. He could take advantage of this point. To any cultivator with a great desolate Ian bloodline, the power of their bloodline would forever be an inexhaustible treasure trove. They would not give up on any method to develop their bloodline power. Any natural treasure that could unearth the potential of one's bloodline would be sold for an astronomical price. This was the reason why the life juice source was so revered. There was a total of 6 more layers. They were all in Xiao Chen's mind, personally passed down by the blood-soaked dragon emperor. With just a thought, all sorts of information about the divine dragon body tempering art would appear in his mind. If one wanted to cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art, one needed a cauldron, an ancient cauldron. In ancient times, cauldrons were revered. They sought to conquer the world, and the cauldron stood on the ground. One had to observe its form, feel its meaning, and comprehend its soul. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged. His eyes lit up as he looked at the dragon pattern cauldron. The dragon pattern cauldron was a square cauldron with 4 legs. It was squarish and had sharp edges. The surface of the cauldron was painted with vivid and lifelike dragon patterns. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a dragon swimming within the cauldron. The dragon pattern cauldron that came from the dragon clan was indeed more suitable for Xiao Chen. Not long after, he felt the will of the real dragon in the cauldron. The image of a primordial true dragon appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. It soared through the clouds and stirred up the rain. As it breathed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The might of a primordial true dragon imprinted itself in Xiao Chen's mind, inspiring a desire to worship it and not to profane its divine might. Xiao Chen calmed his mind and meditated on its soul, comprehending its spirit. Soon, he entered a state where he forgot about himself and the world. That was the will of an ancient true dragon. The will of an primordial true dragon imprinted itself in the depths of Xiao Chen's mind and wandered about freely. Without Xiao Chen noticing, the dragon pattern cauldron had already merged into his body without him noticing. The sky was above, and the earth was below. There was an insurmountable chasm between heaven and earth. Xiao Chen used his body as the cauldron and the dragon's soul as the will, connecting the sky above and the earth below. The cauldron stood between heaven and earth, connecting heaven and earth, merging into one. The power of heaven and the power of earth merged into the dragon pattern cauldron. After the dragon pattern cauldron modified it, it turned into dragon energy that flowed in Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, the first layer of the divine dragon body tempering art circulated naturally. Under the modification of the dragon energy, the meridians in Xiao Chen's body slowly changed. Because Xiao Chen had already condensed the blue dragon war body long ago, he did not have a follow-up cultivation technique and had been stuck at a standstill. Now that Xiao Chen formally cultivated the divine dragon body tempering art, it went very smoothly, practically without any obstacles. In merely 4 hours, the pure dragon energy formed by the might of heaven and earth circulated a minor cycle in Xiao Chen's body. Half a day later, Xiao Chen had completed 18 minor cycles. 3 days later, he successfully completed a major cycle. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. He felt comfortable all over, and his meridians felt strong and powerful. He clenched his fist and gathered 4 cauldron force in his body. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and 4 cauldron force gathered at his fingertip. Buzz! Space trembled, and the dust on the surfaces of all the objects in the courtyard fell off. Whoosh! 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 It was like fine snow had fallen, spreading everywhere. A spiral-shaped ripple spread out from where Xiao Chen's fingertip touched, dissipating in waves. Xiao Chen felt some pain in his meridians. Bursting out 4 cauldron force at his fingertip within a short time was somewhat unbearable. However, this was already a great improvement. In the past, Xiao Chen would not have dared to use 4 cauldron force so crazily, erupting it in an instant. Then, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, continuing to cultivate. 1 month later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes again. He had succeeded in cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's first layer. Next up was continuous accumulation. As Xiao Chen's cultivation increased, his dragon veins would improve as well. Right now, the meridians in his body had undergone a complete transformation, turning into dragon veins. Furthermore, he had unexpectedly gained 1 cauldron force. Xiao Chen's total vital qi improved further, reaching 5 cauldron force. With a gentle tap, he could make 5 cauldron force explode at the same time. Explode! Suddenly, Xiao Chen shouted and pointed. 5 ancient cauldrons appeared above his head, and the energy at his fingertip instantly exploded. Boom! Vital qi burst out. Everything that stood in front of Xiao Chen's line of sight turned into dust. When the wind blew, it disappeared without a trace. Not only did the meridians not feel any pain, but they also moved with ease, far from reaching their limits. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He felt that it was somewhat wasteful to use only 5 cauldron force in these meridians. Could I use the sharp spirit finger like I did in the Kunlun realm to merge my veritable essence energy into my vital qi? The primordial energy in the Kunlun realm was far from comparable to the veritable essence energy that could burst out after the primal core was formed through the harmonization of yin and yang. Furthermore, what Xiao Chen condensed was a 9-star primal core. His veritable essence energy was even denser and denser. After thinking hard for a while, Xiao Chen entered closed-door cultivation again. After lighting up 5 stars on the 9-star primal core, it is already equal to the veritable essence energy of a peak major primal core cultivator. If I gather all my veritable essence energy into one spot, the destructive power would be no weaker than 5 cauldron force. Xiao Chen was somewhat worried that his newly transformed dragon veins would not be able to endure it. The more important thing was that once he executed the sharp spirit finger, he would use all his vital qi and veritable essence energy, leaving nothing behind. The explosive power was not as simple as 1 + 1. Instead, it was multiplied. Xiao Chen pondered the pros and cons. If the dragon tendon was damaged, it would be very difficult to recover. The gains did not make up for the losses. Actually, using the sharp spirit finger to attack was not worth it. Once executed, it would drain veritable essence energy and vital qi for a short time. This was his trump card. If the enemy did not die, he would be the one to die. Therefore, after Xiao Chen learned the sharp spirit finger, he rarely used it. Because he didn't like to put himself in a hopeless situation. After executing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane, Xiao Chen did not end up in such a sorry state. The efficiency of the sharp spirit finger was too low. It was of little value. It was useless, and there were not many chances for it to be used. Once it was used, it meant that Xiao Chen had to fight with his life on the line, and he was already in a desperate situation. It would be a pity to abandon it, but it was still a killing move that could give him a chance to survive in a desperate situation. Could he modify it and turn it into a more efficient conventional move? As soon as he thought about it, he couldn't stop it. In the end, after thousands or tens of thousands of attempts, he failed. I keep thinking of using the sharp spirit finger to attack. Why have I never thought of using it for defense? With a change of thought, all sorts of ideas appeared. This made Xiao Chen, who was somewhat numb to failure, excited again. My defensive means are limited in the first place. I can't condense my strongest defensive martial technique, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, for now. Indeed, I need a defensive martial technique that I can use more frequently. How should I modify it? Xiao Chen thought hard. However, he rejected all sorts of ideas. Just when he felt that he had run out of ideas, Xiaochen glanced around and saw the dragon pattern cauldron on the ground in front. The cauldron stood on 4 legs, not moving at all. Just this simple cauldron's existence gave off a Tao, making one think deeply about it. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face. Cauldrons are revered, cauldrons are precious. Cauldrons stand tall and seek the world. The wisdom of the ancients is actually all concentrated on this seemingly simple cauldron. To think that I ignored such a good reference before me. I am really stupid. No matter how strong the wind was or where it came from, the cauldron did not move at all, looking as majestic as a mountain. However, it was even more majestic than a mountain, more vivid and simpler. This was how the great Tao was simple. Why don't I use my body as a cauldron, my head supporting the sky and my feet standing on the ground? When the sky changes color and the wind blows in all directions, I will remain unmoving. Watching the wind rise and clouds churn, listening to the surging waves, remaining unchanged to deal with all changes. After finding his direction, Xiaochen entered closed-door cultivation again. This time, his thoughts became clearer and more lively. In a mere 7 days, he had thought clearly about how to change the sharp spirit finger. Xiaochen stood up and silently circulated his energy for the sharp spirit finger. His vital qi surged, and 5 ancient cauldrons appeared above his head. 5 stars lit up on his 9-star primal core, and he drove all his veritable essence energy. Veritable essence energy and vital qi merged. Immediately, a strong aura burst out of Xiaochen's body, equal to that of a peak major primal core realm cultivator and infinitely close to that of a star venerate. However, the energy did not flow to his fingertip. Instead, it poured into his entire body, freezing him like an ancient cauldron. His entire body, including his blood, froze. As his aura spread out, it even affected the surrounding space, freezing it completely. It was like time stopped flowing. At this moment, not a single strand of Xiaochen's hair moved. In the courtyard, Xiaochen looked very foolish. However, at this moment, even a star venerate would not be able to knock him back. Scatter. Such a situation could not last for long. Xiaochen held 2 fingers together and gently waved them. The frozen space immediately broke, and cracks appeared on the ground. In the next moment, countless pieces of cracked soil soared into the air. Chapter 1724. Using the body as a cauldron, the ultimate skill was reborn. The sharp spirit finger had obtained a new application method. It had changed from an offense to a defense. Furthermore, he managed to make use of the newly grown dragon veins in his body. After cultivating in seclusion for 2 months, he had indeed gained a lot. When Xiaochen saw this, he revealed a smile. However, such a commotion is too great. It will waste a lot of quintessence and vital qi. I have to properly sculpt it, or else I won't be able to use it frequently. Xiaochen was very satisfied with the new sharp spirit finger. With this consummate skill, he would be able to face strong enemies much more easily in the future. After cultivating in seclusion for another month and concentrating on cultivating the new telepathic finger, Xiaochen finally stepped out of the dilapidated courtyard gate. After leaving the room, Xiaochen started to inquire about the Dragon Flame ancient land. Before entering closed-door cultivation, Xiaochen had already made up his mind to go to the Dragon Flame ancient land next. Cultivating in closed-door cultivation was mostly to prepare for the Dragon Flame ancient land. He still didn't know what kind of dangers there would be, so it was undoubtedly better to strengthen his strength in advance and make sufficient preparations. There were many places in the city where one could ask for information. The Dragon Flame ancient land was not a secret forbidden land. Xiaochen spent some spirit jades and quickly obtained the information he wanted. Before he finished looking, he left the city, preparing to rush to the Dragon Flame ancient land. Along the way, he sensed a few weak auras staring at him, not letting go. He had hidden himself very well, but his spiritual sense was sharp, so he had still discovered some clues. Strange, 3 months have passed. Could it be that Feng Ji and his people still haven't given up? Perhaps it was because Xiaochen's cultivation of the divine dragon body tempering art caused a huge commotion, attracting the attention of some experts. No matter which aspect it was, Xiaochen secretly kept an eye on it. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he carried the information about the dragon flame ancient land out of the city. After leaving the city gates, Xiaochen casually waved his hand, and the mutated flood dragon on the cycle throne turned into a tall black dragon horse. The black dragon horse whipped the horse. Amid the churning dust, it galloped like lightning. After walking for an hour, Xiaochen suddenly stopped. A group of people had appeared in front of him, blocking his path. The person leading the group was Feng Feng of the Heavenly Profound Gate. However, Yan Yuan and Yan Yuan were not present. Instead, the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect and the Thunderflame Fortress appeared behind Feng Feng. Xiao Chen, we'll take turns guarding you for 3 months. This young master really doesn't have time to play with you. What a pity, you came out now. Feng Chen looked at Xiao Chen. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed solid, and the flames of hatred looked like they would spew out at any moment. He wished he could kill Xiao Chen on the spot. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen got off his horse and said coldly, "Loser, are you here to die?" "Humph, even if you have great abilities, you will die here today." Clang! The sword in his hand was unsheathed, and a cold light shot out from the tip of the sword. It was dazzling, and frost covered the ground, freezing everything within 100 feet. The sword came fast, ruthless, decisive, and without any fancy moves. Feng Chen relied on his cultivation, his comprehension of the sword Dao, and his state of the will of ice to thrust his sword forward. The timing he chose happened to be the moment Xiao Chen got off his horse. It had to be said that Feng Chen had very sharp eyes. The cold chi mixed with the sword intent turned into a solid wind that blew at Xiao Chen's face, making his long hair flutter. The sword wind caused Xiao Chen's hair to flutter, and the frost dyed it white, causing it to flutter wildly behind him. Whoosh! However, the wind suddenly seemed to stop. Xiao Chen's fine black hair did not move. Time seemed to stop flowing, and space froze. Xiao Chen stretched out 2 fingers and gently caught the tip of Feng Chen's sword. Xiao Chen easily caught the sword that shot over at an extremely fast speed, not moving at all. No matter how much force Feng Chen used, he could not advance an inch. Even after using all the veritable essence energy in his body, he could not pull the sword out. Feng Chen revealed an extremely shocked expression. Horror spread in his heart, and he immediately panicked. Damn it! How can it be like this? My sword strike was fast and ruthless. Although I did not use a martial technique, it should not be something that can be caught with 2 fingers. Could it be that Xiao Chen already possesses the strength of a star venerate? Only the Cloud Sea Star Venerate can catch my sword strike so easily. That is impossible. Ka-Cie. The state of using one's body as a cauldron, supporting the sky with one's head and feet on the ground, suddenly scattered. Xiao Chen gently shook his 2 fingers. The veritable essence energy and vital qi that were driven by the sharp spirit finger surged out together with the tip of the sword. The sword in Feng Chen's hand quickly trembled and flew out of his hand. The force spread out, and Feng Chen's entire body trembled as he went flying. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. At this moment, Xiao Chen's clothes and his fine black hair fluttered in the cool breeze. The frost on his fine black hair drifted down like snowflakes. As he stood there, Xiao Chen looked indescribably handsome and elegant. Feng Chen, your martial arts are really regressing. You can't even block 2 of my fingers. Seeing Feng Chen fall to the ground, Xiao Chen mocked coldly. Senior brother. The group of disciples behind quickly helped Feng Chen up. As they looked at Xiao Chen, horror flashed in their eyes. Xiao Chen looked around and said indifferently, Senior, are you not coming out? Are you preparing to collect the corpse? Whoosh! 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 A figure flashed in the distance, appearing on a nearby tree. Then, with another flash, he landed in front of Xiao Chen. Martial uncle, you must kill him. Feng Chen immediately shouted when he saw this person appear. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out that a Cloud Sea Star Venerate brought out the senior of his sect. No wonder this Feng Chen dared to block me alone. After verifying that it was just a Star Venerate, Xiao Chen relaxed. The matter was not as serious as he thought. Right now, Xiao Chen was no longer the Xiao Chen who had just arrived at the Blessed Land, unable to retaliate when he ran into a Star Venerate. Furthermore, this white-haired old man before Xiao Chen was far weaker than the Black Lotus Church's protector. This person was probably only an early-stage Star Venerate. The white-haired old man looked at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Hand over the Dao tool in your hand, and you can leave." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "I was wondering why you would send out your Dao tool. However, you are not qualified." Instead of getting angry, the white-haired old man laughed. "Don't think that I did not see through your earlier trick. Don't try to act mysterious before a Star Venerate. Some tricks might be impressive before the juniors, but they are not sufficient before this old man. Hand over the Dao tool obediently." Clearly, the old man was referring to the sharp spirit finger, which caught Feng Chen's sword with 2 fingers. Xiao Chen revealed a meaningful smile as he said indifferently, "If you want it, I'll give it to you." Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the tyrant saber, which had been renamed Moon Seeking, flew towards the white-haired old man. No one had expected such a scene. The Dao soldier had also successfully attracted everyone's attention, including the white-haired old man. Divine Lightning Eye. Xiao Chen instantly executed the Divine Lightning Eye's 4th layer. 10 thunderclouds immediately appeared in the sky, each containing a bolt of tribulation lightning. The 10 purple petals in the Divine Lightning Eye quickly spun and merged into a complete purple flower. At this moment, the tribulation clouds also gathered. However, their target was not the white-haired old man but Feng Chen. By the time the white-haired old man noticed this, it was already too late. A thick bolt of tribulation lightning struck Feng Chen. When the lightning landed on Feng Chen's body, it gave off a loud sound. Electric light flashed, and the nearby cultivators were blasted into a mangled mess. The white-haired old man, who had grabbed the tyrant's saber in the air, turned his head and happened to see this scene. He could not help turning pale with fright. Martial nephew. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would use such a strong killing move on Feng Chen instead of the white-haired old man? The dust scattered, and Feng Chen appeared with a weak expression. The protective treasure that the sect gave him had saved his life at the crucial moment. Feng Chen was only severely injured and did not die on the spot. The white-haired old man relaxed. His gaze turned cold as he turned his head to look at Xiao Chen, radiating killing qi. However, the white-haired old man only saw an afterimage burning with purple light. When the white-haired old man looked back, he saw Xiao Chen taking advantage of the instant the white-haired old man turned his head to arrive beside Feng Chen. Xiao Chen gently lifted Feng Chen up and grabbed him. The white-haired old man immediately felt irritated. This Xiao Chen actually managed to fool him. His face turned extremely sullen, looking extremely scary. "Junior, let him go immediately. Otherwise, the heavenly profound gate will make sure you die a tragic death." Xiao Chen grabbed Feng Chen's neck and used his veritable essence energy to lock down Feng Chen's meridians. Then, he looked at the white-haired old man and exerted some force with his right hand. He smiled coldly and said, "Interesting. To think that you dare to threaten me. Martial uncle, save me. I don't want to die." Feng Chen, who had just barely survived the tribulation lightning, immediately fell into Xiao Chen's hands. Death enveloped him, scaring him out of his wits. Aside from surviving, Feng Chen did not have any other thoughts. When the white-haired old man heard that, he felt stifled. Most of his arrogance immediately vanished. As he looked at the Dao tool in his hand, he sighed, "The younger generation will surpass us in time. This old man admits that I underestimated you. Let him go, and I am willing to swear to let you go. I will also return the Dao tool to you." "It's too late," Xiao Chen said coldly. Then, the veritable essence energy that entered Feng Chen's body exploded. From the inside out, Feng Chen's body exploded into pieces right in front of the white-haired old man. He could not be more dead. Xiao Chen had never been a kind-hearted gentleman. After being bullied time and time again, how could he still be merciful? From the moment Feng Chen appeared before Xiao Chen already wanted to kill him. Feng Chen had to die. You! Such a bloody and terrifying scene appeared before the white-haired old man, angering him so much that his entire body trembled. He was a star venerate, yet a junior actually killed his martial nephew right in front of him. Furthermore, even after the white-haired old man gave in, Xiao Chen still showed no mercy, decisively killing Feng Chen. If the white-haired old man had not been greedy and had not tried to grab that Dao tool, how could Xiao Chen have stood a chance? However, when the white-haired old man thought of this, if all this was part of this junior's plan, then it would be too terrifying. Xiao Chen had calculated every step and thought of how to kill Feng Chen long ago. How dare you! Your Dao tool is in my hands. Let's see how you are going to overturn the situation today. The white-haired old man flew into a rage. He unleashed his aura at full power, wanting to use his star venerate strength to subdue the tyrant saber and forcefully draw it. However, the white-haired old man was somewhat shocked to discover that he could not draw the tyrant saber. That's not right. Even if it is a superior grade Dao tool, the aura of a star venerate should be enough to suppress it. Why can't I draw it? Xiao Chen revealed a mocking smile. He leaped into the air and stretched out his hand. The tyrant saber flew out of its scabbard and into his hand, breaking the mundane. While the white-haired old man was still feeling uncertain, Xiao Chen instantly executed breaking the mundane. A Buddhist swastika appeared on the white-haired old man's forehead. When he looked up, he immediately sank into a memory deep in his heart. By the time he startled awake, the 3-kilometer-long saber light was already within reach. Ka Xie. The white-haired old man retaliated with all his might. However, this saber strike still broke several of his ribs. The white-haired old man vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. The scabbard in his hand also fell off. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and waved, snatching back the scabbard. A saber light flashed, and the saber returned to its scabbard. As the white-haired old man stabilized himself, he said indifferently, "The so-called star venerates are merely a so-so." Chapter 1725. As the white-haired old man looked at the wound on his chest, he revealed a stunned expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to injure him as well. The other party was just a peak minor primal core venerate. This was especially so for Xiao Chen's words, which angered the white-haired old man. What did he mean by the so-called star venerate is merely a so-so? The white-haired old man snorted coldly. How arrogant. I think you really do not know how horrifying a star venerate is when angry. Boom. Right after the white-haired old man spoke, his aura soared. Stars flickered in his eyes. The scarier thing was that a will of soul surged out of his forehead and surged towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen immediately felt his soul tremble. He could not help recalling the horrifying experience when he faced the Black Lotus Church venerate. However, he was no longer the Xiao Chen of the past. He would not make the same mistake twice. Furthermore, he had never thought of defeating this white-haired old man. Although Xiao Chen did not fear early-stage star venerates now, he was still far from their strength. Being able to kill Feng Chen and injure him under the other party's nose was already something to be proud of. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? It is indeed horrifying. Goodbye. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. To the white-haired old man, Xiao Chen's respectful words were filled with mockery. Turning around, before the will of soul could reach him, Xiao Chen had already fled with lightning speed, fleeing into the distance. The white-haired old man felt slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, the insufferably arrogant Xiao Chen left at the drop of a hat, not showing any intention of fighting him at all. How could the white-haired old man endure this? Xiao Chen injured him and even killed Feng Chen. If the white-haired old man left just like that, he would be frustrated to death. No matter what, the white-haired old man had to vent his anger. Xiao Chen had to die. You want to leave? You have to ask me first. The white-haired old man withdrew his will of soul, and his figure flashed as he gave chase. breaking the world. Who knew? Right after the white-haired old man withdrew his will of soul, Xiaochen, who had been shielding himself, suddenly turned around and drew his tyrant saber again. Suddenly, Xiaochen turned around and drew his tyrant saber again, executing the strongest killing move of the army-breaking saber technique. When Xiaochen used the army-breaking saber technique and a superior-grade Dao tool at full power, he could bring out 20% of the Dao tool's might. Xiaochen swung his saber down like a peerless overlord. He turned around and swung his saber. The saber light illuminated the sky, destroying the world. The white-haired old man had just withdrawn his will of soul. He had not expected this. Xiaochen chose this time to make a sudden attack, and it was such a strong killing move. He immediately panicked. He was unable to unleash his will of soul within this short period of time. He had no choice but to turn around to defend himself and throw a punch with all his might. Puchi! Xiaochen was blasted far away by this punch, but the white-haired old man retreated even further because he was passively receiving the attack. It was just that he was superior in terms of cultivation, so he didn't suffer too much damage. After Xiaochen chopped out with his saber, he retreated again. This time, he dodged even further. The white-haired old man paused for a moment. Looking at Xiaochen's back, he cautiously chased after him. He had to be on guard against Xiaochen's sudden attack. It had to be said that he felt somewhat aggrieved. One person chased, and one person fled. Xiaochen focused on executing the fish dragon art, and a faint layer of purple flames covered his entire body. Xiaochen did not have an advantage over the white-haired old man in terms of speed or cultivation. However, this new fish dragon art was perfect for long-distance raids. Xiaochen did not fear a fight of attrition with the white-haired old man. A Cloud Sea Star Venerate was terrifying, but that was all there was to it. Right now, Xiaochen was completely confident that he did not fear early-stage Star Venerates. Whoosh! 1 hour later, a figure suddenly landed in front of the white-haired old man, blocking his path. The white-haired old man's face sank. This newcomer was also a Star Venerate. Furthermore, this newcomer's aura was even more terrifying than his. Who are you? Why are you blocking my path? The white-haired old man asked, not daring to be too impudent. The newcomer snorted coldly and took out a medallion. The medallion gave off a piercing, dazzling light, causing the white-haired old man to squint slightly. When he saw it clearly, his expression changed drastically. Dragon Marquis Medallion. The white-haired elder immediately lowered his head and said, I deserve to die. How have I offended the soaring Dragon Marquis? Cut the crap. You don't have to chase after this person. The grudge between your profound sky sect and him ends here. Don't let me find out that you're bullying the weak. Get lost. When the white-haired old man heard this, he immediately felt aggrieved. What do you mean by the strong bullying the weak? It was clearly that kid who was bullying my profound sky sect. Not only did he injure him, he even killed martial nephew Feng Xiyuan. However, the other party had the Dragon Marquis medallion in his hands, which was equivalent to the soaring Dragon Marquis's words. He had to swallow this bitter pill even if he did not want to. However, in reality, even if this person didn't appear, the white-haired old man wouldn't be able to see Xiaochen's figure after chasing for a few more hours. He had already been injured by Xiaochen, and he was also afraid that Xiaochen would turn around and attack him, so his speed was much slower. Catching up to Xiaochen, who executed the new fish dragon art, would be somewhat difficult. I know. The white-haired old man didn't dare to disobey. He flashed away in a somewhat sorry state. The person who arrived glanced in the direction Xiaochen left in and entered deep thought. This person was somewhat surprised that a peak minor primal core cultivator could force a star venerate into such a sorry state. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, that person's figure vanished from where he was and reappeared. He was now in Soaring Dragon City, meeting with the Cluster Lord's personal maidservant in the Cluster Lord's residence. Miss Xiao Yu, Xiaochen is already fine. Based on the direction he left in, he should be heading to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. The black-clad old man reported respectfully. He could not understand why Cluster Lord Goyu wanted to protect this unconventional bladesman in secret. However, when he thought about Cluster Lord Goyu's position in the Soaring Dragon Marquis's heart, the Soaring Dragon Marquis gave her the Soaring Dragon Great Realm as her conferred land right after completing experiential training. If the black-clad old man could keep his mouth shut, it would be best not to say anything. If Xiaochen were here, he would definitely recognize this Miss Xiaoyu. She was the maidservant that he met twice in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiaoyu nodded and said, "You may withdraw. I will inform the Cluster Lord of this matter." The black-clad old man silently turned around and left, not saying anything more. After Xiaoyu saw the old man leave, she turned around and walked a long distance. Then, she met with Cluster Lord Goyu in a pavilion. Xiaoyu repeated the black-clad old man's words. "Dragon Flame Ancient Land? Are you sure it's the Dragon Flame Ancient Land?" Countess Goyu revealed a grave expression as she asked in a deep voice. "It should be close." Old Zhang said that young Master Xiao went in the direction of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Xiaoyu was not very sure, so she could only repeat old Zhang's words. As for the specifics, it would depend on Princess Goyu's judgment. Cluster Lord Goyu slowly stood up, revealing worry in her eyes. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land is not a peaceful place. Out of 10 people who enter, at least 5 will die there. Your Highness, should we continue sending people to protect young Master Xiao in secret? Xiaoyu asked softly, her eyes filled with doubt. The Cluster Lord was really attentive to this young Master Xiao. There were so many noble clans that did not care for him. Why did the Cluster Lord care so much about a bladesman with an unknown bloodline, a weak sect, and a low cultivation? Cluster Lord Goyu shook her head and said, "There's no need. Once he reaches the Dragon Flame Ancient Land, whether he lives or dies will be up to him." Perhaps that person did not wish for anyone to follow him in secret. Cluster Lord Goyu could not help thinking back to the past. The scenes of her experiences in Purple Sun City when she was still Lan Luo appeared in her mind. Back then, her final conversation with Xiao Chen had not been pleasant. However, it had taught her some principles. Since she was young, no one had ever dared to lecture her like that. Perhaps she did not even know when she started to develop this bad habit. Unexpectedly, fate was fickle. After parting in Purple Sun City, the other party actually appeared in Soaring Dragon City. Furthermore, he even came to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. However, the parting back then was somewhat awkward. She could only get Xiaoyu to come out and entertain him. Can he understand my painstaking efforts? Perhaps after he found out, he would still fly into a rage like last time. Cluster Lord Goyu also felt nervous in her heart. She shook her head and did her best to control herself, not thinking about it anymore. On the other side, Xiao Chen, who had been traveling quickly, suddenly stopped. Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. It had already been 4 hours since he had sensed the white-haired old man's aura. I shook him off. That was impossible. Based on Xiao Chen's estimates, he would need at least another 8 to 10 hours to truly shake off the white-haired old man. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen could no longer sense the white-haired old man's aura. Strange. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then, he kept an eye out and summoned out the Cycle Throne, continuing to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. As the Cycle Throne traveled through the clouds, Xiao Chen sat on it with his eyes closed, recovering his spirit, qi, and mind. At the same time, Xiao Chen ran through some of the details of his earlier fight with the white-haired old man. Soon, he found the crux of it. Will of Soul. A star venerate could start cultivating soul energy and condense a star-like will of soul. Once the will of soul appeared, the opponent would feel an irresistible will of soul that penetrated deep into the soul. Only a star venerate could block it. This was an insurmountable chasm. If I can block the will of soul, I will have an easier time facing a star venerate. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram should be able to block the will of soul. Xiao Chen rubbed his chin and opened his eyes, muttering to himself. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was Xiao Chen's strongest defensive means. The Taiji diagram formed by 2 kinds of primal chaos grade flames would reach unprecedented heights. Xiao recalled that an ordinary Taiji yin-yang flame diagram could block the aura of a high-ranked expert in the Kunlun realm. The will of soul should be able to do the same. It's decided, then. Whether it works or not, my first goal in the Dragon Flame Ancient Land is to condense the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Xiao made up his mind and set his first goal in the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Naturally, his long-term goal was to raise his saber techniques to the level that Yi Zifeng mentioned. Spreading out the information on the Dragon Flame Ancient Land, Xiao continued reading while seated on the cycle throne. After a while, he put away the information, and his expression turned somewhat grave. 10 people enter, but only half come out alive. Most of them die miserably. Xiao felt shocked. To think that the mortality rate was as high as half. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land was even more dangerous than the fiendish demon battlefield. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land was the place that the young experts of the nearby dozens of astral clusters looked to for the most. Let's see what exactly is so powerful about it. A spark flashed in Xiao eyes. He felt somewhat excited, not frightened by the 50% mortality rate.